With the signal sparks igniting the stream, Howard and Morgan, we're chasing the dream. YouTube's got us on a warning tightrope, but Kick's got our back, so don't lose hope. Signal sparks, we're fueling the fight. Follow us on Kick, we're live tonight. Every week's a gamble, the boss will play. YouTube cuts the streams, there's no way home safe.
Hey guys.
But our clips keep slaying and the fans want more. 500 subs, we're clawing them slow. Our status calling, the strikes might flow. One last warning, no dispute inside. Look back up for Kick and ignite the night. Screaming, the truth's in the air. Fair use fights, but they don't care. Clips on the tube, slugs climbing fast. 5 buckets to go, but build a channel last. With a spin like marbles,
What's all this
in the stream. Howard and Morgan, we're living the dream. YouTube's got us on a warning tightrope, but Kick's got our back, so don't lose hope. Set link problems, we're sparking the fight. Follow us on Kick, we're live tonight. Metrics were wired, electric and bolt, telling the stories that need to be told. From Dublin's heart to the digital sea, Howard and Mo, we're setting truth free. So make that account, don't wait for the fall. Kicks where we're at when YouTube drops the call. When the signal sparks igniting the stream, Howard and Morgan, we're chasing the dream. YouTube's got us on a warning tightrope, but Kick's got our back, so don't lose hope. Signal sparks, we're fueling the fight. Follow us on Kick, we're live tonight. Signal sparks, yeah, we're never done. Howard and Mo, still roasting for fun. Join the crew, don't miss the spark. Signal sparks, we're lights in the dark.
What happened to the video? There we go. Ah. Okay, enough of that. I can't get this damn restream to work the way I want it to. Alright, if you were wondering what that was all about, that's the May 9th 80th anniversary of the Soviet Union's tromping of Nazi Germany. And I just thought I'd stick that on because I think it's cool, but also I like to troll people a little. Welcome to the pre-show of the anti-broadcast. Morgan will be on board with us very soon, and we'll jump into this exciting content that we have for you. He has put up an advertisement to get your own Pope card. I'll let Morgan describe the lore behind that later when he comes on. I'll leave that up if you want to get your own Pope card. I forget which organization this comes from. The whole idea is that this guy is an ordained minister and can thus, through the power of Peter, is it? That's behind the original church. He can bestow popehood on everyone who wishes to be one. 420 asks, who made it? The Pope card? That's from the 1960s, man. That's an ancient design. Many years ago, I printed up a bunch of them on a card and had them laminated. I spent a good chunk of my own money on that, and I just stood on Shop Street in Galway and handed them out to people saying, "You're now a pope. You're now a pope." A little boy came up and I handed one to him, and he took it and he looked at it, and I looked at his mother and she just smiled like, what the fuck is this guy doing? Handing a business card to my son. Yeah, that was probably ill-advised, but I thought it was funny. Who knows? He may have brought that home, and maybe he may be a psychonaut like myself and Morgan are now. We will be getting into more psychonaut. Oh, the video. The video is, would you believe it or not, the sun. It's the whole 2-hour 43-minute long live coverage, and it's just so funny. I found it very funny, that this guy just kind of floating there between all the military men. It's just so comical. Hang on, I don't understand this, dude. Nice to have you on board. Hi, lads. New listener. Been catching up on the back catalogue. Howard's creasing at Morgan's rants is Kino. I get Kino. It's well, it's indefinable. It's like amazing or no, just pure good experience. But creasing cringing, maybe. Am I cringing? But welcome aboard, Dude. Thank you for checking out the back catalog. That really helps us because we're small, yet we're just finding our footing here on YouTube. And it literally every click, every watch minute, every like, and every comment helps us. It tells the YouTube algorithm that people want to see what we're doing. And it's a slow grind all the way up to like let's say well, we have a goal. Our first goal is 500 subscribers and what is it, 3,000 hours of watch time in total for the year. Excusez-moi. Yeah, right. Yep. I fulfilled the prophecy. I was waiting there for it. That puts us on the level that we need to be to get super chats and whatnot. I don't think we're going to go for super chats, but Morgan's late, and we lost all of our audience. That's a great start, but we don't care. We're just going to march on forward and get the job done. We've got a lot to cover tonight. Can we remove that QR code because that's just getting in the way of everything, frankly. Hit the like button, by the way, lads. Yes, thank you. Thank you for 20 audits. You're a good friend. You've been here since day one on YouTube. We appreciate that. Jeez, what am I going to do? I'm adrift here without Morgan. But he is having one of those busy afternoons, so we'll forgive him that. Now, where's my little screen? This is ridiculous, man. Is this... This is shit. Restream is just shit. Look at this. Oh, that, okay. No, Restream isn't shit. It's just... This is just, I need to learn how to use it. All right. Endless nights in foreign hotels just became a bit easier. By far best Irish punditry out there. Loving it, lads. Kudos. Endless nights in foreign hotels. I'd like to hear more about that. It sounds romantic, you know, in that kind of way of a lone man on the road doing business, I suppose. But it can get quite tiring traveling too often and too long at each stretch. Yeah, I get it. So it's good to have a little bit of a... It's no... All right, Jesus, I need to stop looking at this chat. Funny boys. We do have a good bit of crack with the chat when we take a breather and take a look at it. Good little community here. What was that name that that the chat came up with for the replacement word for anti-Semitism? Oh yes, okay. Pope Leo. Okay, all right. We're going to talk about him a little later, but yeah, in well, not record time, because it's been hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years that the Vatican has been on the earth, but recent for recent records, the quorum, is it, or the conclave, voted in their new pope on the second day of their votes, their voting and their discussions. Antiseptic. There we go. There we go. Antiseptic. Oh, geez, Louise. Thanks for reminding me of that. That's one I'd love to keep hold of. Yeah, record time. They voted him in. Yeah, the first American pope. And when I think about it, I should have voted for him. Sorry, I should have bet on him. I had 36 cent in my Paddy Power account, and I was thinking, okay, just for the crack, I can turn this into a few euro. So what I did was I put a bet on that the vote would come in on Saturday. I really thought, yeah, this is, how long it's going to take. Knowing our luck, it won't come out Friday, which it generally does, on the third day of voting. But they came out on Saturday. That's what I wanted. That's what I thought. I thought, oh yeah, I'll turn that into £4. I really should have just put my money on this guy, because he was probably like 200 to 1. Liz Pepper says, I thought it was going to be a black pope. Yeah, well, there's been a black pope for about 1,000 years. So, yeah, no worries about that. I thought so too, that, well, me and my Catholic friend, we agreed that, yeah, that's where it's going. That's the direction that they're taking the Vatican in. The last pope, of course, he appoints the cardinals, and that's how they keep the Vatican conservative, or in these recent times, how they keep the Vatican liberal. Because if you control who's going to vote for your successor, you've got a better idea of what successor is going to follow. Now, there's a lot of people saying, oh, this is another liberal pope, but he really isn't. We're going to look at examples of that now. He first came out to say that, well, no, actually, this is about 2 years ago. He came out to say that we need to protect the most vulnerable in our society, and that is the unborn and the elderly. And although they don't contribute as much, they happen to be the most precious in our society, and the most to give in other ways. Okay, there's a few interesting statements coming out from him, but I want the LGBTQ. There we go. Irish Rectal Examiner. We'll take a look at that first. Unearthed comments. So it's kind of like they went back into his Twitter feed, and dug up these terrible things that he said in the past. This typical shit. But of course, he's not on Twitter. Well, I would hope not. Unearthed comments from new Pope Leo the 14th alarm LGBTQ plus Catholics. Right, let's see what they said. All right. Oh, look, we have Morgan. Pop in there when you're ready. I don't know if you're still preparing yourself technically. After years of sympathetic and inclusive comments from Pope Francis, LGBTQ plus Catholics expressed concern on Thursday after hostile remarks made more than a decade ago by Father Robert Prevost. I heard that his name, Robert Prevost, is actually an anagram for robot perverts. Such sacrilege. I can't hear shit. Give me a minute. Okay. Yeah. That's no problem. Hang on. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I got carried away with my own joke. The new Pope Leo the 14th, in which he condemned what he called the homosexual lifestyle and the redefinition of marriage as at odds with the gospel. No shit. You don't say. I mean, really, I don't think Jesus explicitly came out and said, "Hey, these gay guys, they got to go." You know, in a 2012 address to the World Synod of Bishops, the man who now leads the church said that, "Oh my God, lower C church. I mean, that's just disgraceful." Said that Western media is extraordinarily effective in fostering within the general public enormous sympathy for beliefs and practices that are at odds with the gospel. For example, abortion, homosexual lifestyle, and euthanasia. In the remarks, of which he also read portions for a video produced by the Catholic News Service, a news agency owned by the United States Conference. Oh, fuck's sake. Who cares who owns it? It's not like, that stated in Fox News, a news outlet owned by Rupert Murdoch. We don't need that kind of detail. The cleric blamed mass media for fostering so much sympathy for anti-Christian lifestyle choices, and that people hear the Christian message. When people hear the Christian message, actually, give me 5 minutes more, for fuck's sake. Okay, Morgan will be with us in an extra 5 minutes, and right, where were we? When people hear the Christian message, it often inevitably seems ideological and emotionally cruel. Catholic pastors who preach against the legalization of abortion or the redefinition of marriage are portrayed as being ideologically driven, severe, and uncaring. He went on to complain that alternative families comprised of same-sex partners and their adopted children are so benignly and sympathetically portrayed in television programs and cinema today. I mean, sure, right? You know what? Come on. What I find astonishing is that they're reporting faithfully on what he's said. It's a very generous analysis of it. They're not coming out right and manipulating or leaving out vital parts of his statements. They're giving us the full argument in whole, which is really weird for mainstream media when discussing ideas that they disagree with, right? So it makes me suspicious, just a little bit suspicious. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Sounds based so far. Was hoping for a black, why are you gay? Pope, though. Yeah, that. Yeah, the Africans are much more Christian than we are in the developed West. Okay, right. Let's see what he has to say in his first mass that he held. I hope that they're just as faithful as what was it? The Irish Rectal Examiner. Right, got that. Okay, fair point made. Catholic pastors written by a bad faith actor. Yeah, or a fucking moron. I mean, that's possible too. Most people in the world have no clue what defines Catholicism as opposed to Protestantism and its many tens of thousands of heresies that sprung forth from it, or from Orthodoxy. Like it the amount of ignorance is just unreal. And even if you don't want to believe these things yourself, if you don't subscribe to Christianity, I think it's important that you recognize the difference between these things. I would also suggest that it's important that we recognize the difference between the various sects of Islam, for instance, because we need to be aware that some sects of Islam are more of a threat than others. You know, some of them are kind of just cool. They're just Muslims. Very reformed and very secular and aren't out to ram things down our throat. While on the other hand, you have Wahhabists, and those are the guys that you see praying in the middle of the fucking street all over the world, disrupting people's normal lives because that's their way of jihad. All right. Pope Leo the 14th calls church a beacon to illuminate dark nights in First Mass. Has called in his first Mass at the Vatican for the Catholic Church to desperately counter a lack of faith. Speaking the day after he was elected as the 267th Pope and the first U.S. leader of the... Okay, get over it. People turning away from faith and instead to technology, money, success, power, or pleasure. He said he had been elected to be a faithful administrator of a church. Oh, look at that. Oh, the dirty Protestants. Even they spell church with a capital C when referring to the Roman Catholic Church. Well done. Well done. All right, good to go, Morgan says. All right, pop in there, man, when you're ready. Like taxi drivers, what's this? Pizza delivery guys and terrorists. Are they all different sects? I don't know much about Islam. Okay. Yeah, are we waiting for Morgan or is Morgan popping in? I don't know. A lack of faith is often tragically accompanied by the loss of a meaning in life. The neglect of mercy. The neglect of mercy, appealing appalling violations of human dignity, the crisis of the family, and so many other wounds that afflict our society. Yeah, he sounds better than what we have in the past 30 years. Yeah, I'm confused. What's Morgan doing in there? Just chilling out, drinking coffee and wow. Hello. Good to have you aboard.
I fucking can't hear you, man. What the fuck's going on? Why is that? Can you hear me? No, if you can hear me.
Yes.
Okay, I can't hear you for the life of me. Okay, this is fucking wonderful. Right, give me 2 more minutes. Fucking
Yep.
Jesus, I swear to God. I swear to Almighty. Right, give me a moment.
All right. Yeah, pastor is a term American Protestants refer to their flock use to refer to their flock leaders. Yeah, I've also heard it outside of the American context as well. Hopefully, Morgan can solve his audio issue. We really don't need this fucking shit, man. So, has anyone noticed that we're on the precipice of World War right now? Again, only this time between the Indians and the Pakistanis. As you know, as if that partition forced upon the country by the UK was ever going to lead anywhere other than another bloody worldwide war. Like, these guys are ready to kill each other. The problem is that Pakistan, they're not doing too well with weapon supplies, although they outnumber the Indian army. They might be a little stronger alliance-wise, but yeah, they've kind of they're kind of on the back foot right now, and that just makes me think that things aren't just going to cool down again. Like, tensions flare up. There's a terrorist attack somewhere, or someone launches a missile barrage at another, like Iran or Israel had this tit for tat there, what was it, a year ago? And things just cool down again because, there's international pressure for them to do so. I don't think it's going to go down that way. They see that Pakistan is, as I said, on the back foot. They are vulnerable right now. KO in the chat has it absolutely right. They gave their ammunition and stuff to Ukraine, just like everyone else has done. Tino, we might get cheap cashmere jumpers. Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah, those are the kind of jokes me and Morgan would make, so I'm not going to I'm not going to judge. Yeah, both protesting. Yeah, I don't know. I've seen some videos of that. some Indians, I think it was, or Pakistanis. I don't recognize their. They have a multitude of different flags for themselves. I don't understand very well, but protesting outside of one of the others' embassies, and this is diversity enriching us. You know, we've seen many examples of this over the last few years of near fucking riots outside of um, other people's embassies. What was that one where I think it was a Taiwanese embassy, or no, it was fuck. Does anyone remember that one, or whether it was, I think it was in Ireland or it was in the UK, where there was something to do with a gun, or someone breached the embassy and almost got shot, something like that. Was it the Malaysian embassy? We have so many examples of that, of things just kicking off on this, you know, semi-sovereign territory within our own countries. Just guys, just go home. If you want to fight over this stuff, go home. You know, it's like you have you're having some friends over for a party. You know, you're all having a good time. You know, except like you're buying all the booze and everything. And then two friends, you know, they start fighting over, you know, this one stole the fucking lawnmower or something, and they're starting to break your fucking chairs and tables, smash up your fucking stereo system. Guys, go fight about this out in the street, not in my fucking house. I don't think KO understood Liz Pepper's irony there. Diversity is our strength. Can you imagine what it's like now in the IPAS centers? Well, you know, there are no Indians in IPAS centers, just Pakistanis. So I think they're pretty cool there. They're, you know, chilling out, having a good time on our dime. So as the time ticks by, I'm wondering, how are we doing here? I'll have to ask him. Hear anything? Just as I was going to express my skepticism about the night, Morgan returns. I don't know if he can actually hear me, though. All right, so Victory Day has come and passed without any terrorist attacks in Moscow that of all fucking people, Vladimir Zelensky threatened in no uncertain terms. He said to Xi and the other world leaders, we can't promise that you'll be safe going to Moscow. Okay, you can hear audio on every other tab. Fuck me. Thanks for the moral support out there in the chat. We will. I have to divide my attention to this, though. Audio settings, not settings. So Morgan can hear on every other tab, but he can't hear the show. What the fuck is going on here? Fucking restream. Or, maybe it's the Messiah who, he can psychically tell that we're going to come along and just blow up his, whole spot. And now he's sabotaged our audio setup. Morgan's audio and video was fine when he dropped in briefly. Yeah, we can hear him, but he can't hear us. That's the issue. That's the issue here. And there's nothing in the audio settings in Restream that has anything to do with it. What's this? Oh yeah, he's reaching out to Restream to figure out what the fuck is going on. So that's we'll figure that out very shortly. Hopefully, if Restream are worth their salt. Oh boy. Oh yeah, look, you have these days you have to go through the gauntlet of, yeah, before we pass you on to customer service, I'm going to assume that you haven't read any of the frequently asked questions. You haven't searched in the database for, what's going on. Because all of you are retards. Instead of, this is a time-sensitive business. It's just your audio for some reason. How? How is that possible? Am I even being heard? I am, sure. Fuck, that's weird. You guys hear me, but Morgan can't hear me. Huh. Let me just stop sharing. Oh god, I look like a fucking ghost. Where's that remote? No, that just makes me look worse. Fuck's sake. Maybe then Morgan can hear me. I don't know. I swear to God. I don't know how we still have so many bloody viewers at like this is not entertainment or entertaining or even informative. But do hold on with us, folks. Fuck it, let's just look at the news, huh? Oh yes, okay, the Skorts.
Success.
Oh shit, really?
Fucking hell, yeah.
Oh, for fuck's sake, man.
Allah is fucking with me.
That's what I'm saying, man. He knows.
Yeah.
Oh.
He knows. Oh, fucking, I made the mistake of naming the drone Aisha. That went to shit. God knows what'll happen after tonight. Hello, everybody. Sorry for the delay. I'm sure you're used to me by now if you've tuned in before now. Yeah, so I'm Morgan. I am the new Pope. Just so you know, I am the Messiah. I am the morning star. I am the evening cup of tea. I am the duvet prophesized in the Bible and the Quran. And I am here to lead you, my people, to a new and wonderful land. We've got a fucking show tonight. We're going to have a look. I have to take this shit off for a minute because I'm fucking sweating. I can't see, so we'll put that back on when the time is right. Mother of God. There we go. And you'll have to forgive me with my call center headset. I'm feeling very Indian tonight. This is a €10 Tesco job. So bear with me. So we're going to look at the new, depending on your view, the new Messiah or the new Antichrist. It's going to be great fun. We're going to have a ball. So sorry, I don't know where you were. I don't know where I've jumped in. I saw a little bit about one of the popes. I take it we're talking about the new American pope. Yeah.
Yeah. We touched on that and how he's a conservative, much more conservative than people are saying he is. So that's good.
But I don't know. Is he? He's an Augustinian, isn't he? That's not.
I don't know.
Yeah, he's an Augustinian. That's never a good sign. They believe in helping the poor and integrating people. I think this Pope, he's conservative in the sense that he doesn't want the women near the church. I think his views on homosexuality would be pretty conservative. But again, he's an Augustinian, so it's all about social justice. So if anyone was looking for a change in direction on that front, where Francis was, this isn't the guy. This is essentially a continuation of Francis on that front. Not that it really makes that much of a difference. And I don't think we're ever going to expect the Catholic Church to come out and say, "Listen, we're not in favor of welcoming refugees." They still care for the poor. Which seems strange to be putting yourself on the opposite side of helping the poor. But it's not that. It's just, we can't all be poor, and we can't hang ourselves for some magical notion that we're going to help the poor. I was a bit shocked that I didn't even know there was an American cardinal, but people seem to get their knickers in a twist because he's American, which seems odd, but I suppose the world hates America, don't they? And especially with Trump and that. I heard some people on Irish radio saying, "Oh, this Pope doesn't like Trump, so he's not going to get on board with Trump's agenda of expelling refugees and closing the border and all that kind of crack." So I think it will pretty much be as it was on that front. But we have a new Pope, so we have there's going to be a battle, I believe, a cage fight for the new papacy. So we'll see how it all stacks up. But I did watch the smoke come out of the chimney. It was very exciting. I got a little bit emotional watching him when he was announced as the new Pope. He seemed genuinely happy. He was you could see him kind of fighting back the tears, and his Adam's apple was kind of wobbling, and you can see he was overcome with joy. But we'll see how it works out. I'm sure we'll all forget about it in a day or two, and then we're back to kind of pretty much ignoring the Catholic Church like most people do, until the Pope dies. But I'm convinced it was J.D. Vance who killed the Pope, and it makes more sense now. Like J.D. Vance was the last person to see the Pope before he died, at least the last public person. And it just so happens that there's now an American Pope. So I think he went, assassinated the Pope, sent a message to the rest of the conclave, and they had no choice but to elect an American Pope. So it may well be the new Pope is a CIA agent, which I don't think it'll be the first. Wasn't John Paul supposed to be a CIA agent as well? Like he was supposed to be working with the CIA to sort out the communists all those years ago. So that's where we are. That's where I am, at least, with the new Pope.
All right.
lighter.
Sorry, I'm a little out of place.
You're okay. Sorry, I jumped in just out of the blue, so to fucking speak.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Big mammoth task in front of us now.
Yeah. So we want to just dive in. We want to introduce people to the new Pope, the new Messiah,
The real one.
the
Yeah.
real Pope. So yeah, I'm not sure what way to do it. Like if we just kind of start with his video, his introduction to the world at large, or if we do a little bit of background on him first. So I suppose probably a little. It's always good to kind of introduce who we're talking about. So we're talking about Abdullah Hashem or Hashem. I don't know. My pronunciation is terrible. So Abdullah Hashem
at the end.
Yeah, Abba al Sadiq. So this is an Egyptian American dude. I think he was born in the 80s, 1983. So I think he's that's kind of cusp between Gen X and millennial, isn't it? Or is it millennial? Anyway, so I think he's what's he like 42ish, 3ish, something like that. So he's in his 40s, and so he would have roughly been around when anyone who's Gen X was around in the kind of the heyday of the internet, and when, say, YouTube was pretty much unregulated. When I think if you're listening to this show, you probably would have been watching the same type of material that Howard and I and other fellow travelers would have been watching at the time. So you would have been drawn into what people colloquially call as the truth movement at the time, or in derogatory terms nowadays called truthers. But I'm sure people would remember like kind of your first introduction to Alex Jones and David Icke and Jordan Maxwell and what's the other guy's name? The guy before Alex Jones, who Alex Jones ripped his kind of
Bill Cooper.
Cooper, and so on and so forth, and many more. And especially after 9/11, when the 9/11 attacks happened, obviously it was it kind of shook the world up. But then a kind of a massive conspiracy theory grew out of 9/11, and so either, much like COVID, I suppose, like people just either accepted it. Okay, it was, I don't know how many terrorists it was at the time, 9, 11, 13. Saudis just, somehow magically got their hands on planes, 2 into the towers and 1 into the Pentagon, and another one shot down. Or people looked beyond that and goes, okay, well, that doesn't really make sense, especially when, passports land on the ground and they're intact. And then there's a war announced 2 days later. So, a whole conspiracy movement grew out of that. And then everything else kind of branches off from that. You're talking about, the World Economic Forum. That comes into people's mind from Davos. And then everything in between, from, reptilians, from David Icke to UFOs. Just everyone knows the whole shebang. So at the time, when I was kind of involved in that and looking at it, I'm obviously looking at it from, Irish Christian perspective. Not in so much that I'm Christian, but that's just, part of who we are as Irish people. Were raised as Catholics, and would have been communicating with people in mostly in the UK, Canada, and the United States. All the English-speaking countries, and all of a similar background. But I never kind of factored in that this material would be appealing to, the Arab world or Muslims as well. It never crossed my mind, because even I don't think Muslims crossed my mind at that time either, because it just wasn't on my radar, other than, okay, well, this is attack from the Muslim world. And I didn't really think that, okay, Muslims are going to be looking in on this. And at the time, I didn't think, well, maybe this whole fucking thing, this whole 9/11 thing is, it's possibly, a Muslim psyop to get people to, hate the West and to indoctrinate not only people on this side of the world, but in the Arab world as well, But our friend here, Abdullah Hashem, so that's where he comes from. So like his foundational years are immersed in this material. So much so that he made a 496 part series. Right? Just take that in for a minute. A fucking 496 part series about everything, all things conspiracy. I'm talking about fucking everything. Stuff I had long forgotten about. So we're talking about everything from, magical plants to opening up portals within your mind, to looking at different prophets. I watched one video of Prophet Yahweh, who I'd forgotten about altogether until 2 days ago. I'm not sure if anybody knows this guy, but he's a kind of rather large African American dude who said he could make UFOs appear at will. And then a couple of news channels went along, and apparently it was Hashem was part of the investigation. So they all went along, and they got this guy to kind of conjure UFOs out of nowhere, and he couldn't do it for the first couple of days. And then eventually they got the footage where he did indeed, conjure these UFOs, and it was caught on camera, and then it went all around the news stations, and they put it out there. But it turned out that he had an accomplice who was like, maybe, a half a mile down the road. And he could only conjure these UFOs if the wind was blowing in a northeasterly direction, because he was stationed down the road. So the guy half mile down the road was releasing fucking hot air balloons, and if the wind was blowing northwest, well, then it would pass by Prophet Yahweh's path, and then he could spot them out in the clouds. So anyway, that was exposed, and that's what Abdullah was doing. Abdullah was essentially a cult investigator, was exposing cults, but obviously he's so involved in it that I think it may have overtaken him at some stage, because it does get in on top of you. It's a lot to be dealing with when you go down that rabbit hole of conspiracy, and if you're not careful, like if you don't have your wits about you and you don't approach it with a with a critical mind, so everybody goes into, people will tell people, you have to go in with an open mind, which is fine, but you have to remember to fucking close your mind as well, and then to approach it critically, not just okay, well, oh my god, this is what's happening, that's what's happening, this is what's happening. So that's kind of his background, a little bit. And then, so before that, he was a college student as well. So he studied religious studies, comparative religious studies in Indiana University. And then, from there, he starts making his movies. He makes this 496 part series. I still can't believe that. It's impressive. Now, the series itself, I have to say, is dog shit. It's essentially, it's stealing bits and pieces.
Oh yeah,
from everyone else's video.
Mega plagiarism. Yeah.
I don't think at any point does he speak, talk. I felt uncomfortable watching it. I felt like I was being fucking brainwashed. I have to be honest. If you can imagine just being locked in a room and having this stuff play for like fucking 7 or 8.
Orange.
Yeah, like even beyond that, like it was just fuck. I watched maybe 30-40 minutes in total. And I was I was starting to believe in what I was seeing, It felt like a psychotic episode where the fucking TV is talking to you, And I think that's what was happening with Hashem, that, he immersed himself in all this material. And then once you do that, then he started to basically pick up everywhere. So from movies, and that's a big thing in conspiracy, that the elite, basically, they propagate their message through the media. Now, I'm not going to come down on one side of that or the other. People can make their own mind up. But that's also, it's a sign of schizophrenia, where the television is talking to you. And again, I'm not going to come down on one side or the other,
Revelation of the method, they call it.
Yeah, thank you. So, anyway, I'd never heard of him in conspiracy circles. Never came across him in my life, thank God. There was enough going on without, delving into a 496 part series. Then there was another series beyond that, The Awakening, And then he seems to kind of disappear until he reemerges again, then exposing the Raelian cult. I'm sure people are familiar with the Raelian cult, which is, I think, founded by French dude. I can't remember his actual name, but obviously he's Rael. But this is a kind of UFO cult where he was chosen to have a message imparted to him, and that was that there is no God, there is no hell, and there's only science. And his goal was to clone humans, and they claimed that they managed to clone humans. And also a bit of sugar on top of that is you get to fuck everybody. It's always nice, you know. It's a good way to bring people in, you know. Like there's a sale on, you come in and join our cult, and you can fuck whoever it is you want. Like that's a good way to get people to join your cult, you know. There's some question around this guy Abdullah if his organization is actually a cult or not. To my mind, it's pretty clear. It's a cult. It's a fucking doomsday cult. Is what it is from top to bottom, and he has all the attributes.
Shall we actually just look at what his little announcement then?
Yeah, I'll just pull it up here. I'll just share the screen
because you have to see this to truly grasp what it is we're talking about here.
Yeah, and we'll be here for a while. Like, so there's so much material. Like, there's we've probably got another 2 or 3 shows after this because we're not really going to get into his very early years tonight. We'll just have a look at the actual cult.
This is a multi-parter. We are declaring war on this false prophet, and we're not going to let down on it because this is oh my god, he looks evil. He also looks like a bum.
Yeah, he's wearing the same clothes. I've pretty much have the same jacket on, and I am absolutely fucking roasting how this guy does that all the time. Wears that getup and the beanie hat as well. How he is not just dripping in sweat all the time is a mystery, a miracle actually, not a mystery, a miracle. It's a miracle that he can wear those clothes and not sweat. And I didn't think the Messiah would come back wearing a beanie or the Antichrist for that matter at all. But it's I tell you now, right? I put that beanie on to begin with. And it's no easy task to look good in a beanie. Now, I don't know if I have a misshapen head, but this guy here wears the best beanie I've ever seen. And he's not a bad looking dude, I have to say. You know, good looking guy. Reminds me, I don't know who, he reminds me of somebody. I'm not sure who it is.
Thomas Sheridan?
Oh, no, Jesus Christ.
Thomas Sheridan with hair.
Yeah, and it's like half of a Thomas Sheridan, maybe. No, but he reminds you of someone off US television. I don't know if it's some sort of reality TV star, or maybe it's that guy from Gas Monkey, that car TV show, Richard Rawlings, I think his name is. But it's helpful when you're somewhat good looking if you're going to be a cult leader, especially if you want to attract a lot of women into the cult, you know. But yeah, just a little bit shocking that, you know, the Messiah would have got his outfit from, what's it called, Urban
Outfitters.
Urban Outfitters. So we'll have a listen to Hashem. All right, let me just I'll make that a bit bigger.
I am Abdullah, the successor of Imam al-Mahdi alayhi salam, the successor of the Comforter Ahmed, the successor of Simon Peter, the successor of Muhammad, the successor of Jesus Christ.
There's some pretty big fucking claims.
Yeah.
Right there.
Huge.
Yeah. So the successor of everybody. Muhammad, Jesus. And if you're going to make those claims, like that's going to require, in my book anyway, that's going to require extraordinary proofs. But I suppose if you're going to do it, you may as well go all in. There's no point just making half-hearted claims if you want people to devote their entire existence to you. You gotta
Yeah.
You got to say you
That's
are.
the name of the game.
Yeah, you are all things, and not just the next coming of Christ or this. I don't actually think he's saying he's the next, like he is Christ, because what this guy is essentially doing is, he's like all cult leaders, like so they're picking and choosing from all religions, but his grounding is in Islam. So people will have to keep that in mind. Anytime you hear this guy talking, just remember that his grounding is in Islam, and whilst Islam recognizes Christ, not as the Son of God, but as simply as another prophet, and they recognize Jesus, but it's not the same Jesus that you and I would recognize. Like, so the Jesus we were told about, died on the cross, rose from the dead, and then went back to God proper.
Yeah. And is literally God.
Yeah,
And
it
Son
is
of God. Yeah.
So for Muslims, like the concept of a Trinity, it's like trying to explain the most complicated algebraic equation in the universe. They just simply can't wrap their fucking beanie covered heads around it. It's a complete and utter mystery. And Jesus didn't die on the cross. He didn't rise from the dead, and he wasn't God. So Jesus for them was just a man. He was a prophet, and they did a switcheroo when he was crucified. So they hid Jesus away, and they got a lookalike like in his place, and the lookalike went up on the cross, and the real Jesus escaped. Now I know that seems like madness.
That's actually a pretty scummy thing for a prophet of God to do.
Yeah, it's like you there, come and take my place. So that's there, and Muslims have a lot of prophets. Like I think there's a couple thousand prophets. So just keep that in mind, that everything this guy says, we're going to be looking through, essentially, in Islamic lens. But a lot of it will resonate with Christians and Hindus and Jews and New Age people, and even the LGBTQ plus community, because this is an all-encompassing cult. It welcomes everybody, because when you're trying to grow a movement, you can't be fussy, and people do have a God-shaped hole in them. It just depends what you fill it with, and this guy he's willing to take all comers at the moment. We'll carry on.
I am the true and legitimate Pope. I am the proof upon the Christians. I am the son of the Muslims through my father, and the son of the Christians and the Jews through my mother. I am the son of the East through my father, and the son of the West through my mother. I am like Zulkarnain, who with one horn in the East and one in the West.
Yeah, I think this is what kind of got the Christians, because there are a lot of Christians out there who are in a panic at the minute. At least YouTube Christians in America, like they're all convinced this is the Antichrist, and especially because of his reference to the horns, like with one horn in the east and one horn in the west. But we can relax, like that's just metaphorical.
Also, like horns, like did Satan ever have horns in the Bible? I'm not sure.
I don't think so. I don't remember that passage. I think it was just some artist rendering.
But look, if there's ever a fucking star candidate for the Antichrist right now, it's him.
Yeah, he looks the part. Like, and there will be many antichrists. About how successful he will be or not, I don't know. Only time will tell. It is interesting to know that the congregation here, if you've noticed, pretty female heavy. So,
well, that's what you want. That's your base currency, because that's what gets the men in.
Yeah, but even with the men, like, so we got the men over here on this side. Probably about 3, 6, 9, 12. Maybe we got like 30 men. Couple in the background there, and probably double the amount of women, and the look of devotion. Look, just look how they gaze.
Well,
upon him.
it helps that he's on an elevated platform, so they have to do that in order to see him.
Well, he's got his shit down, Like I wouldn't have
Yeah.
even thought of that. Like I would have been, down lower, probably lower than the actual audience, so I would have them looking down on me. But yeah, you're right. You got to be. That's why people have those platforms in order to gaze up.
Yeah, and the
adore.
darkness causes your eyes to kind of dilate open to gather as much light as possible. So, yeah, he's got it down pat.
Yeah, but these people, they love him. Like they adore him. We'll see it a little bit later.
Yeah.
Like all cult leaders, it's just
Yeah.
pure and utter devotion who are willing
It's crazy.
Yeah, and you're envious, aren't you?
I am. Yeah, I really am.
I think a lot of people are, like, because I think it's a pretty standard fancy that people have, even if for 10 minutes, to be, like this adored figure, like to have the world at your feet, the pick of any woman, to have men at your command, wealth beyond belief, and just an army at your disposal. And this guy's done it. Like, well, so far, like, and this is only like, so we still don't know much about the dude, to be honest. I think we have the kind of biggest scoop on him so far, from what I've seen. Anyway, not many people have kind of dug very, very deep. But he's doing well. So he's got, I think, 150 devotees. They're based out of Manchester, in the UK. They purchased this an old orphanage. That went on the market at the time. I think it was back in 2021 for an estimated guide price of £2 million sterling.
Nice.
That's not chump change, That's not fucking chump change. So able to purchase this, or at least mortgage it, and then you've got 150 people living with you on site. That's a good number of people to run a community, and you can garner a lot of wealth if these people are going to give all their income to the community. Will maintain the building, paint it, decorate it, run the TV studio that's attached to it. He has a satellite TV studio. Like I know you're dying over there. Like, just why me? Why does it never happen to me? But this guy is doing it, and you got to respect that. That he's able to do this. The problem is that we're all, we're long in the tooth. So ultimately, we know where it's probably going to end, which will be, these people will just be permanently lying on the ground, where the life, unfortunately, has left them at the behest of the great leader there.
Yeah, that's where all of these scenarios end up. Yeah.
They always do, like, and it is a doomsday cult, and
Well, we'll see more of that.
Yeah, the world has been ending for a very fucking long time. I'm getting pretty fed up with it at this stage, to be honest with you.
And I am the inheritor of all that lies between. I am more knowledgeable than any false pope, and I am appointed by name in the will of the prophets. My name is also on the tongue of Isaiah, who prophesied of the righteous servant, and he said, he will see his offspring and prolong his days, and the will of the Lord will prosper in his hand. According to you, Jesus ﷺ had no offspring, and his days were cut short. But I am that servant. I am Abdullah, the righteous servant of God.
Buddy. Whoa, buddy. Sacrilege.
Yeah. Yeah, out and out sacrilege. Like, so, Jesus had no offspring, but he is the successor of Jesus Christ. That's
all we need to know.
Yeah, that's kind of, that's going to upset a lot of Christians. And this guy has upset a lot of fucking people, because not only does he commit sacrilegion with Christianity, but also with Islam as well. And not just for Sunnis, but for Shias as well. And this guy's grounding is in the Shia sect of Islam, 12ers to be kind of precise. So that's his background, comes from the Shia 12ers movement, and that's all around the 12 imams, and he'll talk about that a little bit later.
I thought it was because they have 12 fingers. Okay.
Maybe that too. Like they don't like to talk about that in public. That's why they always, have one hand in their pocket. That's the hand with 7 fingers on it, and the other hand only has 5. But yeah, so the 12 imams, and then this guy's made this new shit up about the Mahdi. That there's going to be 12 Mahdis as well, and this guy is apparently the second one. So there's still 10 more to come after him. So we may be waiting for the end of the world for a while.
Whoa, buddy! What?
Yeah. So there's I can't make out what they're saying. My Arabic is rusty. But the rough translation in England is "Hail to Al Sadiq," or whatever the fuck his surname is. Yeah, so it's something Abba Al Sadiq. Is essentially what they're shouting, and there's a lot of this in Islam, which is why I could never convert. It's just it takes too fucking long. Like every time you mention Allah's name, it's like there's like a 10-minute recitement. And now every time this guy's name is mentioned, it's going to be more fucking cheering and shouting, and it's too time consuming. Nobody's got the time unless you're heavily involved in the cult itself. Like,
I am also the righteous servant mentioned by Jesus alayhi salam when he said, "Who then is a faithful and wise servant, whom his Lord hath made ruler over his household, to give them meat in due season? Blessed is that servant, whom his Lord, when he cometh, shall find so doing. Verily I say unto you, that he shall make him ruler over all of his goods. And I was made ruler over all his goods. Now, O Christians in the East and the West, hear me and obey."
Are you listening now, Christians? Listen, hear and obey.
"I am a messenger sent to you from Jesus Christ, alayhi salam. Paul is false and led you astray. The church is corrupt and no longer upholds the law of God, nor does it defend the oppressed. The papacy has been stolen and the rightful heir has been pushed aside. There is no one else but me that you are obliged to obey. May God be a witness that I have proclaimed."
That's fucking unbelievable.
Wow, this is all a bit fucking weird. Space Ghettos in the chat says he's reading from a teleprompter. He's definitely done some theater work. And you know what? I didn't notice that until it was mentioned, but he is very stilted. He's obviously reading from something.
Yeah.
There's
But
no
this is
affectation.
Yeah, this is him all the time, though, even without the teleprompter. It's clear as day he's reading from a teleprompter off camera. But this is his tone and pacing throughout everything. Like so.
Well, there was that interview that he had with that luscious, lovely Arabic lady after the death of the Pope, and he was, just spitting out Arabic. You say that, not very good Arabic. I don't know. But he was rolling with it, and he was citing verses, and, maybe it was heavily edited, but, he had a flow there. But,
okay. But yeah,
maybe that was the exception.
Yeah, maybe I watched a bit of his stuff, and again, it's probably depending on the setting as well. But this is in front of the followers, and, if you're going to be a doomsday cult, there's not much room for, shits and giggles. Especially when it's time for a sermon, like so, and if you're announcing to the world that you are indeed, the next Jesus, the Muhammad, you are the only true prophet ever to have arisen. You are the true Pope. You are the successor to Jesus, to Paul. Well, then you got to be serious, But yeah, clear as day, he's reading from a teleprompter. His Arabic is not great. Not that mine is in any way, shape, or form. Even mine is non-existent.
Well, you're not trying. That's the difference.
Yeah, but this guy. So I know of people who speak Arabic, and a couple of Arabic scholars. I don't know them in my personal life, but I would follow their works, and they have all confirmed that this guy is not very well versed in Arabic at all, which is understandable because most Muslims aren't. just like most Irish people aren't versed in Gaelic or Gaelga. Most Arabs or most Muslims aren't versed in Arabic because, the Muslim community is a large, diverse, globally positioned religion. But what they can do, and what most of them do, is pretend to speak Arabic, because when you go to all of their Quran sites, and they have the different translations, one of the options is to have the Quran transliterated, so then people can go online and just read this transliteration, and it sounds like they know Arabic. Me and you, anyone listening could do it. Just read the transliteration, and then oh my god, this guy can speak fucking Arabic.
Yeah,
but you
sounding
couldn't.
out the words. Yeah,
You couldn't shit on it. But this is supposed to be, God's chosen one. So you wouldn't think that he'd have any issues at all with Arabic or any other language, for that matter. But wasn't there some story in the Bible where Jesus spoke and he was able to be understood in all tongues? Now, maybe if the internet was around at that stage and everything was documented and recorded, well, then it might be a different story and people might be questioning Jesus. So we should be thankful for that at this day and age, where we have the ability to, examine exactly what was said and throw a critical eye to it. Not that I think, like, if you're buying this, there's something fucking deficient. But
or you're just in it for the pussy. Like, I would join that cult if I was promised, like, I'd at least get one woman out of it.
Yeah, but that's not going to happen because all the women are promised for the fucking leader. It's like he can't have any competition on any front whatsoever. And so one of the key characteristics of a cult leader or a successful is paranoia. So anybody who gets anyway close to him and represents a danger, they're done. So it's either complete blind loyalty, and if he wants your woman or if he wants all women, he's having them, and he will restrict you from going anywhere near them. Again, it happens in every cult, where you got guys going in with their wives and family, and they'll give up their wife to the leader, they'll give up their daughters to the leader, and then you hear them being interviewed like 5 or 10 years later, and it's like, I don't know, I can't understand how, what happened. I don't get it. Like those daily doses of LSD, I don't know how it affected my mind and how I gave over my life completely to this fucking dude.
Hey, bro. We have someone in the chat, Alexandra Foreman, claiming to be a supporter of Hashem.
Okay, excellent. You want to come on? Do you want to join us?
Yeah, I'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, come on and join us. Because I'd love to talk to Hashem if we could. So if you're listening, like this is coming from it's going to come from two angles, right? So the show, the angle from the show is that we're going to attack it. We're going to point out flaws in it. We're going to potentially say what we instinctually think. But we're not going to completely rip it to shreds, because I've watched a fair amount of his material, and in what he says, there is truth in what he says, and we understand the background of the man, because we would have had similar experiences to him and immerse ourselves in the same type of material that shapes his worldview, not from fundamentally a Muslim perspective, but from a Westerner's perspective. And the guy is, for all intents and purposes, an American, and an American who was involved in the Truth movement and subjected himself to a lot of conspiratorial material, and a lot of esoteric material and kind of hidden knowledge. And so we completely understand that and get that and know the effect it can have on people. And I don't know this personally about him, but from watching his videos, there's a lot of references to, drugs and heavy psychedelics and how that can open up mind portals. And that's one of the dangers of using heavy hallucinogenics, is that if you go in to the portal, well, then it's not too much of a step to when you come back from the other side of the portal, that you have this Messiah complex, much like David Icke did, or anybody who's basically, had ego death or has gone to another realm in their mind or in actuality, whatever it may be. But you come back with this, this knowledge, this gnosis. And then, it's not too much of a stretch for the person to go, okay, well, I have, special knowledge that I must share with the world. And then most people get over that in a couple of months. And but some people carry it with them. And then some people just plain outright just use it to con people. And I don't know if the man is a con man. I'm just going on my knowledge of other cults, how they end. And again, some of the material that we'll get through. And we've done, a fair amount of, well, as much as we can. I think we've gathered pretty much all the material on the internet that's out there, and interviews from, 15 years ago, where he talks kind of, freely, and before the days of the cult, about, how he came to this understanding and the effect this knowledge has had upon him. And he talks about his early childhood when he was 6 years of age, and his teacher asked him, what he was doing. He was playing with sand in the playground, and he was writing out with sand in the playground that the end is near. The end is near. And the teacher asked him what he was doing, and he told her and showed her what he'd written in Arabic. And whether it's true or not, I don't know. It's a good story at any rate. But he just always had this sense that something was wrong. And again, that's pretty standard for anyone who's involved themselves in conspiracy theories, or who's watched The Matrix. Let's be fucking honest, there's something wrong with the world. Yes, we do. We all know there's something wrong with the world, as there's something wrong with every fucking one of us, So yeah, if that person wants to come on and have a chat, or if you could arrange for some sort of interview, more than happy to do that. That would be fantastic. But it won't be just some kind of normal, horseshitty interview. It'll essentially be a conversation, and we wouldn't seek to attack, but we would certainly seek to probe. And who knows, we may end up joining the cult, or starting an Irish chapter.
Who knows? We're open-minded. Yeah,
stranger things have happened. And perhaps if you could let me know, one thing that I've been struggling with is the statue. Who is this person?
The bust. Yeah,
the bust. I'm not sure who it is at all. But I'm glad to have you along. I'd hoped that somebody from the movement or cult, depending on your review, would come in and have a look. So please feel free to say whatever it is, or come on and talk to us. That'd be great. Right, so we'll carry on a little bit.
Yesterday, the Ansar of Imam al-Mahdi alayhi salam, the Ansar of the Qa'im of the family of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa alihi wa sallam.
This is what I'm talking about. This is just too much for me. Like, it's just, you need to shorten it down. Like, just, and it's what irritates me about Islam. It might be a trite point, but it just takes forever to get past anything, They were just a dude, like, that's all Muhammad was. Just another fucking dude and another cult leader. And how anybody can buy it, anybody who's studied Islam and, the life of Muhammad and what he did and the horrors he committed, how you can justify it, I don't know. I know how this guy can, because he's saying that basically all previous interpretations, all hadiths, be misunderstood, and that his supreme divine knowledge overrules all of that, and only he has the truth, which again is the hallmark of a cult leader, that only they have actual knowledge, and the only way to get to it is through them. And to my mind, like, this is the complete perversion of truth, and especially truth in a Christian framework, because from that perspective, truth was, it's available to all men and all women. Like, that's what God gave people, the ability to discern the truth. and, you know, left that with people. That's what the comforter is. The comforter isn't a person. The comforter is, now this doesn't matter if you believe in, you know, Christianity or not. I'm just going to frame it in a Christian context and from the Bible. But that's what the comforter is. It's basically that after Christ left earth, that, you know, the comforter would come, but it wouldn't be a person. It you know, the world wouldn't see what the comforter was, because it's not a person. It's not a material thing. It's the truth, you know, the guide, the presence of God. That would be the comforter, not a fucking man. The comforter is not a man, and it's certainly not this man.
The best Ansar on the face of the earth went out to the four corners of the earth to protest against the false pope and the false papacy, and to give glad tidings of the appearance of the real pope.
Yeah. So the Ansar just means his followers.
All right.
So what he's essentially saying here is that, you know, his followers went out to the four corners of the earth to declare to the world that he is indeed the real pope. The Pope Francis at the time was a false pope. And again, he's not alone in that, in thinking that. There's many Christian sect, again, who either, you know, completely disregards the papacy. There's many Catholic who think that, you know, Francis was the false pope, that the whatever rituals they go through weren't followed. And again, there's Christians who think, well, you know, there shouldn't be a pope at all, that really your relationship with Jesus and God is, you know, purely a personal one. Like, there's no need for this, you know, joint monarchy to represent Christ on earth, you know. But he sends all his followers out to the four corners of the earth to declare that the real pope is here. Now that gives the impression that, like, there's maybe, you know, 500,000-600,000 followers who are, you know, being scattered to the four corners of the earth. That's not the case. So I think we said numbers in the UK is like 150, maybe 250 people. It's estimated worldwide that followers are somewhere between 1,000 and 3,000 people. I've no doubt that will grow. That's just the world we live in. That the more this becomes known, that certain people will look at it and go, okay, this is just horseshit. I will never give it a second thought. Won't understand it or have any interest in it whatsoever. But there will be a certain amount of people who will look at it and be captivated by the charisma. And again, another, you know, attribute of a successful cult leader is charisma, you know. And this guy clearly has charisma. He is charismatic, you know, and people will be attracted to it, and especially young people and, you know, vulnerable people, or people with a yearning, you know, with a desire for answers. Essentially him, when he would have been in his 20s, or anyone in their 20s who's, you know, trying to figure out what the fuck the world is, like, what does it all mean? You know, they'll be looking at different religions and going, okay, well, that makes sense, and that makes sense here, and that makes sense there. And then everyone just wants, I wish there was just some leader who would show me the way, someone with true knowledge and true understanding and a kindness, you know. And I think everybody wants that. Everyone would love for, you know, just some, you know, a magical Jesus to descend from the clouds and show everyone the one true way forward, you know. And if that was the case, you know, do I think that in my heart of hearts, if a Messiah showed themselves in front of me, would I know instantly, or would I have to go through, you know, like a 3 to 6 month time period where I would go, okay, well, maybe let me just weigh it up and down and see if he is the Messiah or if he's not the Messiah? I don't fucking think so. That seems overly complicated to me. I would probably think instinctually I would know that there's something divine about a particular person. Honestly, when I first saw this guy, there was none of that. There was a like, ugh, this is going to end terribly, you know. And that maybe, you know, something just as silly as forgetting about the message and what he's actually saying, but it's just the optics of it, the dress in black, the beanie, the production quality of the material, the over dramatization of the documentaries, the heavy, music used to draw on emotion, and then the fact that it has every fucking hallmark of a cult, because it is, for all intents and purposes, a doomsday cult. And I'll hold my hand up if it doesn't turn out that way. I'll hold my hand up and say, like, I apologize deeply, but I can't really see it going any other way, and the probability would suggest at least that that's where we're heading. So back to it. So he's sending basically his followers to the four corners of the earth to declare that he is indeed the one true Pope.
The Ansar carried the divine message and delivered it to churches and Christians in Ecuador, Venezuela, Mexico, Thailand, the Philippines, Senegal, Germany, the United Kingdom, Australia, the United States, Serbia, Canada, and much more. And most significantly, to the Vatican itself. The believers stood in the crowd before the false Pope on Easter, the very day meant to commemorate the rise of Jesus ﷺ from the dead. And they gave glad tidings of the rise of the riser. They raised the banners of allegiances to Allah, the banners of there is no God but God, and Muhammad is the messenger of God, and Ali and the Imams are the proofs of Allah, and the Mahdi and the Mahdis are the proofs of Allah.
Now, so, that should have got your fucking head taken off your shoulders right there. Because, talk about a provocation. So he's essentially talking about raising the black standard at the holiest of, well, not the holiest, but at the center of Christendom. So you're raising the flag of Jihad in the Vatican, and you're declaring that the Pope there is the false Pope, and you are the one true Pope, and all praise to Allah. Okay. I just don't think anybody there actually knew what the fuck was going on. So it's not like ISIS rocked up in a couple of, Toyota Land Cruisers with the black standard, streaming off the back, and people fucking screaming Allahu Akbar. But that's the way it's presented. When I heard this source, that's the image I had in my mind, is like, okay, a group of, 40, 50 people turn up in St. Peter's Square, all, carrying large black standards and chanting, and then I couldn't find any footage, but that's just the overriding image I had in my mind. And then he goes on to say what happened after that as well. Like,
and less than 24 hours later, a great miracle and sign occurred, a sign no less great than the earth swallowing Korah. The earth swallowed the false Pope. He was killed by the mere breath of the believers chanting, Labbaik ya Abu Sadiq.
Yeah, that's a fucking extraordinary claim. Like, I mean, a supernatural, extraordinary claim that your believers who went there to St. Peter's Square, holding up the black standard and then chanting, whatever it was, basically, all hail al-Sadiq, that caused the Pope's death. Okay, and that's the sign of a miracle, that God has performed this miracle because they showed up, chanted towards the Pope, and he died. Now, maybe if, the Pope was wheeled out onto the balcony, they held up the banner and chanted, and the Pope, fucking levitated from his wheelchair, then got thrown over the balcony and died on the ground. Then you go, oh my God, did you see that? Did you fucking see that? These guys, but that's like me saying, listen, I was drinking a cup of tea on Easter Sunday, and I thought, oh Jesus, the Pope's going to die pretty soon. And then the next morning, he died. It's a fucking miracle. By me drinking a cup of tea cause the Pope to die, you know? So I don't think he's, or these group on mass, they haven't worked out the difference between, you know, causation and fucking
correlation.
Thank you.
Yeah.
They just haven't worked it out yet at
Right.
all. So just because you go there, you know, you hold up some signs and you shout a slogan, that's not proof that you caused the Pope to die.
No, but it's pretty weird though.
But it's not. It was pretty weird if the Pope was 36 years of fucking age, right?
Yeah.
Jogging every morning.
And wasn't suffering from what was it, pneumonia for 3 months prior?
Yeah, for 3 months. 8 years of age. You know? It's like at any day, like the cunt can be, the guy was so unhealthy that people, including myself, thought he'd already died. And they were just pretending that he was still alive in order to stretch it out to, you know, coincide with the Easter holidays. So it wouldn't, you know, take an evil genius to work out, oh, listen, the Pope's going to croak it. Here's a great publicity stunt. You know, send a couple of our guys to go and stand outside in St. Peter's Square every day, because he's going to die in it, like, you know, a week, 2, 3 at the most. But if we send, you know, maybe like 4 guys there every day and document it, hold the signs up, do a little bit of a chant, you know, have it marked on the video and the date and time it was recorded. And then when he dies the following day, well, then what we do, we come out with a video. I'll come out with the announcement saying that I am indeed the new Pope, and here's the proof of the miracle. The algorithm will pick it up, send it out there. It will become viral, because let's not forget, like, they have, you know, a lot of people there working on this very thing. They have their, you know, many of their own YouTube channels. They have their own satellite television station. And in another interview, I don't have it here, but I'll put it in, you know, when we edit this. That's the second miracle that happened. The first miracle is they killed the Pope by turning up, waving a flag and chanting. The second miracle is that the news went out to the world. That God waved his fucking hand at the algorithm. That's the second miracle that they've become popular. So who knew?
Because rage bait isn't a thing.
No.
At all, is
No,
it? No.
No. And, you know, this is the first time a publicity stunt has ever worked anywhere in the world, which is pretty impressive. Again, you got to give it credit where credit is due. You know, it was a good ploy, a good publicity stunt, and it's paid dividend, you know. So he's on people's minds. People are talking about him. We had 2 minds on whether we should or not. It's a case like, okay, well, really, by doing this, are we going to, you know, add flame to the fire? Are we just going to introduce people to this and draw them towards him? Are we possibly going to end up as cult members ourselves? Because you never know. But no, but beyond that, there's the responsibility I think you have to yourself when you see this kind of horseshittery. It needs to be called out, and especially people who come from the quote unquote truth movement, because that's what it was supposed to be. It was supposed to be about the truth, and that's what Christianity was supposed to be about. It's the truth, you know. It's the, you know, the word and the spirit of truth. And so when you see a blatant lie, you've got to say it out loud, you know. And if it's not a blatant lie, well, you just got to test the truth at least, you know. Is this true? I don't see why anyone can believe it's true that, you know, a couple of guys going to St. Peter's Square, holding some flags up and chanting causes the Pope to die, and that's somehow proof that this guy is the next Pope, you know. Maybe we should try it the next time somebody old. Maybe we can do it with fucking Michelin up in Arse and Ukron there. And we can we can become acolytes of Conor McGregor. We'll go up there, hold a couple of tricolours with the words, you know, Conor is the new king or Conor is the new president. And then when El Miggledy kicks his fucking clogs there, we can announce that, yes, by us singing the Fields of Athenry and holding up the McGregor standard, that we cause Miggledy to kick the bucket, and indeed Conor is de facto the new king and president of
we
Ireland.
could even help the process along. You know, we're coming into the summer now. You know, the windows will be left open. So what we do is we just fire up one of our cars and then pipe the exhaust into the Arse and nuke to run.
Yeah, that's a lot of pipe, man. It's a long L driveway. That's a lot of pipe. That's a lot of expense. We need a fundraiser. All right, let's carry on here. Right. So what I was able to find was the great thing about Muslims or any kind of movement that has Islam at its foundation is they record everything. Like from the hadiths from Muhammad and his companions, they fucking can't help but write everything down that happened. Now, it often conflicts with one another, but they were very good in so much as that they kept a detailed record of everything that was going on around Muhammad. So you have, you have Aisha's account, you've all his other companions' account. So you have a good idea. You get a nice picture of what Muhammad was like. Jesus, on the other hand, it's a bit sketchy, there's not much material at all. His disciples, they didn't keep kind of detailed accounts of what he was eating at nighttime, and if he jumped in a well that was full of dead dogs and all that kind of stuff like Muhammad, just to prove that the water was drinkable. But thank goodness that to this day they're still keeping records. So this group of people who went to St. Peter's Square to hold up the black standard and to indeed kill the Pope via God made a mini documentary about it.
Okay.
So we're very lucky. So we get to have a look at the mini documentary and see if we can, if indeed we might say yes, these guys were responsible for the death.
Un miracle extraordinaire. C'est indescriptible. C'est indescriptible. C'est incroyable.
N'est-ce pas un miracle que le...
That's not the editing. That's the actual music.
Okay. Wow.
I have been known to, edit in certain parts in certain videos. This is them. So this is alien invasion type music, obviously to invoke a particular emotion in people. But this to me, just what stood out to me initially, this is like the video after a suicide bombing has taken place, where you have the accounts of the suicide bombers. They've been planning it and plotting it, and they're documenting it, and then at the very end, it's like Allahu Akbar, and then they've left this message for their families. It's all very fucking strange.
Le fait de venir la veille, le jour de Pâques, et d'annoncer qu'il y a le nouveau pape à tous les chrétiens du monde.
Et du coup, subhanallah, le pape François, il meurt juste après ça. C'était incroyable.
En vérité, je vous le dis. Il y a en cela un grand signe de la part de votre Seigneur pour ceux qui réfléchissent. Peut-être reviendrez-vous vers Dieu.
Wow. This is wild, man.
I know it's all my heart's pounding, just from the music alone. But yeah, so you can see they're mostly French. What have we got? A couple of French lads, 2 French guys, a Swiss guy, and a Belgian guy. So I think initially you have the cult. I think it was Switzerland, but they got expelled. Then I think
they learned their lessons. Like, what was it, 20 years ago with that Knights Templar cult that burned themselves alive?
Yeah. So they were expelled from Switzerland. Now I may be incorrect. If I am, please someone correct me. And then I think they sought refugee status in Sweden, were denied, which for Sweden is a fucking miracle.
Yep.
And then Amnesty International took up their case for them. Yeah.
For fuck's sake.
Yeah, I know. Amnesty's like, just give up the fucking ghost, Amnesty. Jesus Christ.
Okay, let's look at that. There we go. The banners are up, and what do they say on them? Allegiance is to God.
Exactly. Allegiance is to God.
Subhanallah. Labbaik of a Sadiq.
Labbaik of a Sadiq.
Yeah.
There's my love
Oh, you have the host for this one, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Yeah, man. I haven't stopped thinking about her since I saw her 2 days ago.
Okay, right. You're not allowed anywhere near this fucking place, man. You just completely give yourself, not even because she's promised you, just the hope alone that she may look at you and take pity on you. No, that's his top bitch right there, or his bottom,
Yeah.
whatever you want to talk about. That's like
Yeah,
she's
bottom bitch.
Yeah.
Is the real, it's the accurate term.
Yeah, that's his bottom bitch right there. So this is what all the fucking fuss is about. Like, and I was gutted when I saw this. I thought, oh my God, that's it? 3 fucking guys, 2 of them holding up like the smallest flags you can get.
So they all wear beanies, not just him.
Yeah, they all wear beanies.
That's weird, man.
I know. That's essentially their version of the male hijab. So from his point of view, it's apparently it's to identify with the working man. And obviously, there's many religious faiths where they cover their heads. Where that comes from, I don't know where it comes from. It just seems rather uncomfortable. Not great for your skin either to have a beanie on your head, all day. Like all those oils build up. Can't be great for your hair.
No.
I have seen footage of him again pre-cult days from 2011. When he went over to Egypt, because he is from, he has roots in Egypt, so he went over to Egypt for the Arab Spring, and again, full beanie. So the beanie is pre-cult days. Now I have a suspicion that he may be balding. I don't know. I could be wrong, but it's hard to know because if you're going around with a beanie on your head all the time, people are wondering like what's going on here. And that question arose from another cult leader, not as insidious, but Tim Pool. Like people were wondering with Tim Pool, like what's going on under the beanie, Tim? Like, come on, take it off. You're indoors. Like, just give us a peek. And I think he is he bald? Was he bald? Or was going on?
There's actually a video. For the laugh, I'll track it down. Someone actually came up behind him at some kind of public protest, yanked it off him.
Okay.
And he lost his fucking mind because it looked tragic, man. As the youngins say, full on Northwood Reaper?
Right.
Like just completely gone on top, except for a boundary around, that kind of thing. Yeah. Gone. Completely gone. So that's why he always wears the beanie.
Yeah. So even if you're not, like, if he still has a full head of hair, and at least from what we can see from the hair that's showing, like he's got a long head of hair, and I have seen pictures of him. Well, I've seen conflicting pictures because I've seen a picture of him on Fox News, a little bit of footage of him on Fox News in his looks like his early to mid 20s, with very short hair, and it looks like he's balding at that stage, I have to say, but it could be down to poor lighting in the studio or video footage. But then I also saw footage after that where he has a full head of thick, luscious hair. Almost, you can almost see him in an advert for L'Oreal or something like that. But it can't be good for your hair. But we get it. It's a thing, isn't it? Like that's his brand. That's his brand. Yeah, it's the beanie and. The pea coat or the pea jacket, it's workman's gear. It's to appeal to the working man, blue jeans, working shoes, a working jacket, and a beanie. He's not ostentatious like Osho, He's not driving around in doesn't have 15 Rolls Royces. He just wants people to give
toilet.
Yeah, he just wants people to give all their money to him so they can all live in this giant fucking
he literally said that, by the way. I'm looking for people to give up all of their worldly possessions and come work for us.
Yeah.
For free. He literally said that word for word.
This is the true Pope, the new Pope, the only Pope, and it's being shown to the so-called Pope right there. Subhanallah, subhanallah, subhanallah.
Un de nos frères très
so then this obviously they live streamed it, so obviously a pre-planned publicity stunt. Now, maybe it's just accidental, like or coincidental, that the Pope died the next day, and they were fucking delighted.
It
So,
could,
yes,
you know,
what a
funny
fucking opportunity!
things
Like.
happen. Yeah, weird things happen, you know.
Yeah. So yeah, obviously they live stream the event, but that's nothing. Like you may as well go with a, you know, with a sign of it, like a dick or something, like just as a, you know, just to be a fool, like to hold up a sign of a dick to the Pope and, you know, look at that, you know. But like I said, they're lucky they weren't thrown into prison. Like if there was some cops there who actually knew what a black standard was, like, I mean, it's, you know, the times are fraught with danger as it is. The people are on edge on many fronts, and especially around Islam, given that, you know, all European nations have this, you know, influx of Muslims coming into their country, and, you know, differing understandings of Islam. For the average Westerner, you know, the only understanding of Islam that they have is, you know, 9/11 crazy fucking towelhead Arabs who will blow everything up at the drop of a hat, you know. And like that's only 80%. Like, but I think that's, you know, the general understanding of when people, you know, if they're honest and go, like, what do you think about you know, Islam? It's just like, okay, crazy fucking, you know, crazy people beating themselves with chains once a year and then blowing stuff up randomly. And but the more you get into Islam, you know, it just becomes more and more uncomfortable. But on the other side, there are periods in history where there are particular caliphates that, you know, have been good for the world at large. The particular one, I think, around the 900 AD. I think he talks about it later or mentions it anyway. That was pretty good. That went on for a couple of hundred years. So, you know, where Iraq, I think Baghdad in particular, became a hub for learning and science, and, you know, Islam actually got on with Christianity and Jews for a couple of hundred years, and then that fell by the wayside, and then it just went back to, okay, well, now we're just going back to holding flags up and shouting at the sky in the hope that Allah will kill the Pope for us. So we seem to be back there now anyway. But let's listen to these guys. Let's see their day of action.
Récemment, on nous a proposé l'idée d'une action afin d'annoncer la bonne nouvelle à tous les chrétiens du monde entier de la venue du véritable pape.
Le jour de Pâques, le dimanche 20 avril 2025.
Nous avons choisi cette date-là car c'est une date extrêmement importante pour les chrétiens, extrêmement symbolique aussi.
Je suis honoré de faire partie de cette mission. On m'a accordé cette chance incroyable de pouvoir faire triompher la parole de mon maître, Sadiq alayhi salam.
C'est une grande opportunité qu'on a aujourd'hui. Alhamdulillah. Et ce sera la première fois qu'une bannière noire elle va être levée à Rome. Et Inch'Allah que le monde entier le voit. Et c'est que le début.
Yeah. Now, is it just me, or could this be the pilots from 9/11? Like, does it have that same vibe? I said, does it have that same vibe about it? Like that, this, like this, like the energy from it is the same energy I would imagine that would have been there before the 9/11 attack, where those guys got on the plane. You know, where there's like they're doing this for fucking Osama, and for Mohammed, and it's an honor.
Yeah. What's that movie? 3 Lions or something? You know, about
from the UK.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
But I don't think it's too far a stretch. Like, because if you're fully devoted, if you're 100% devoted to your leader, and you can see it in these guys, like you can see it in their face and the way they're talking and the love they have for this man, they would literally do anything. So it's a case of, you know, okay, go there, hold this black flag. Well, it's not too far of a stretch. Okay, well, go there and hold this black bag, and then, you know, kaboom, and it's done. And, you know, obviously that's not going to be great for his movement. It's not going to bring in new followers. But if everything goes to hell in a handbasket, well, you know, that might be how it ends, and it has to be addressed, because that's the big fear of people with Islam, is that, you know, they're prone to, you know, blow people up, you know, and, you know, become a martyr for Muhammad. And
right.
in this guy's defense, like he hasn't said that. He's not calling for people to
Well, I mean, neither did Jim Jones or
not yet. Not publicly. So again, what he wants to do, he wants to unite all the people of the earth, Christian, Jew, secular, under an Islamic one world government. And who could fucking argue with that? It makes sense to me. So, and again, like a lot of people who get involved with conspiracy and especially investigating one world order or new world order, that eventually you come to kind of recognize the logic in it and how it, well, actually, when you look at it dispassionately and logically, it does make a lot of fucking sense. But the problem is to get there, like to get to that state where, you have, one world and it's a fair one world and a just one world, you have to do a lot of kind of terrible, nasty things to get there, because, Islam wasn't spread by the word or the truth, it was spread
or love.
Spread by the sword. That will do it every fucking time. Or spread by the flag. I believe that's how they converted hundreds of millions of people. They just went around waving flags and holding croissants.
Je ressens beaucoup d'amour, beaucoup de sérénité, une victoire éclatante.
C'est stupéfait. Je suis extrêmement... j'ai même pas les mots pour décrire cette situation, mais c'est incroyable qu'on puisse s'unir aujourd'hui à travers notre imam, Abba Saadir alayhi salam. Et je tiens à dire à tous les frères que je vous aime, et je tiens à dire à mon imam que je l'aime et que nous ferons tout pour faire valoir la da'wa, faire valoir et brandir cette bannière Al-Bay'a Lillah. Et je suis vraiment heureux. C'est magnifique. Barakallahu fik. Que Dieu vous bénisse. Merci à tous.
Lorsque nous sommes arrivés, nous n'avions pas de ticket pour entrer à la messe. Mais subhanallah, on a eu des tickets vraiment facilement. On est tombé sur des gardes suisses et qui nous ont donné ces tickets.
That's not kind of good work on behalf of the Swiss Guard. Guys show up uninvited without tickets. Yeah, sure, here you go. Here's a ticket.
I'm sure they get a lot of fringe groups, a lot of weirdos. So I don't think those guys are going to stick out too much,
Yeah, but these guys are and with the logo.
That's tricky. Maybe. There.
No, but you're right. I'm just being silly. You wouldn't. You just go and listen. We don't have tickets. Can we get in? Yeah, sure. Here you go. No problem at all.
I'm going to need a minute here. I need to empty my bladder.
Sure. I need to do so too. You go on. I'll keep talking until you come.
All right. Cool.
Yeah. So it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to get tickets, and we can imagine that even to get that far into St. Peter's Square, there's got to be a lot of security checkpoints and metal detectors and scanners and sniffer dogs and the likes. So they managed to get their tickets, then approach St. Peter's Square.
Qui est là pour rentrer à la messe.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد آمين والمسيح وسلم تسليما لبيك يا لبيك يا رسول.
Ensuite, lorsque nous sommes arrivés au portique de sécurité, il y avait énormément de soldats, énormément de policiers et de gendarmes. Ils nous ont fouillés, mais ils ont trouvé, ils nous ont saisis.
All right, so we see at least there's some police doing their job over there. So not the Swiss Guard. So maybe I'd question the Swiss Guard. What is it they're actually doing? I suppose maybe there was no Pope at the time, so they have no Pope to protect. But I don't know if their duties extend to beyond just protecting the Pope, or it's the entire Vatican City. But we can see here something flagged in the police, and I think it was the banner and the right to approach it. If somebody shows up in St. Peter's Square and they're not holding some sort of papal flag or papal banner, well then it's only fair and proper that they're questioned.
Dit qu'une seule banderole. Mais ils n'ont pas trouvé nos t-shirts sur lesquels il y avait nos slogans et ils n'ont pas trouvé notre bannière noire, ou nos bannières noires plutôt, sur lesquelles il est mentionné l'allégeance est à Dieu.
If I was cop, I would have took them away there and then. Like, I wouldn't have allowed them anywhere near St. Peter's Square. I don't know what their procedure is, but I wouldn't have taken the chance. I see people showing up with this, these black banners in Arabic, especially if I couldn't read it, that would even just make you more suspicious. Than these T-shirts. It just, how could you take the risk?
This is a direct consequence of the ecumenism of the Catholic Church. It's like, every believer of the book, as the Muslims call it, is valid. So yeah, sure, stand in front of the Pope on his final days. Big deal.
Here's a gun.
But then this fucking cult gets a boost from it.
Yeah. So they got questions. So I was saying, like, at least these cops seem to be what's the word I'm fucking looking for? More competent than the Swiss Guard. They had the good sense to question, but it may be because they saw the banner and then it just drew their suspicion. Like, what the heck is this? Let's go and investigate. And I think the guy said most of their banners were taken off them, but they managed to hang on to 2 flags and a couple of t-shirts.
Donc nous sommes rentrés et nous nous sommes rapprochés le plus possible du balcon sur lequel se tiendrait le pape.
Donc on est resté pendant toute la messe. Et...
Nous avons attendu jusqu'à ce que le pape apparaisse. Une fois qu'il est apparu, nous avons...
Is that the music from Jaws? Is it? It's very similar. Isn't it?
Yeah. Holy shit. Oh my god. They have no shame. And this editing style, by the way, goes back 15 years?
Yeah.
Like it's so cynical once you realize the roots of this guy,
Yeah, it's like, we are change.
de dévoiler nos t-shirts sur lesquels il y avait un slogan. Ce slogan était « Le temps est arrivé d'avoir un nouveau pape ». Et nous avons brandi nos bannières noires sur lesquelles il est mentionné l'allégeance est à Dieu.
En anglais et en italien.
Il y a les autorités qui sont venues et ils nous ont demandé d'enlever nos t-shirts et de retirer nos bannières. Mais alhamdoulilah, nous avons eu assez de temps afin de transmettre le message et afin que les chrétiens du monde entier sachent que le véritable pape, le véritable successeur de Jésus alayhi salam, le sauveur tant attendu, il se nomme Abdullah Hashem Sadiq alayhi salam.
Yeah. Okay.
Fuck, this pisses me off, man.
Yeah.
Like, as far as I'm concerned, the schism shouldn't have happened all those centuries ago. And, I have my issues with the Roman Catholic Church, but this, to claim that they murdered the Pope, is infuriating.
Yeah. And again, we could, if this cult actually, does take hold and, transforms into a world religion, we can only imagine how the story is going to grow, where, Hashem himself materialized in St. Peter's Square and blew a kiss at the Pope, and it landed on his coronary and caused him to have a heart attack. It's horseshit, for Christ's sake. How can anybody buy this? The only way you could buy it is if you didn't see this video and you just heard the story that, well, even then, it makes no sense. Does it that chanting will kill the Pope, or God heard the chanting? And I didn't hear any chanting there at all. Did you hear them chant once? What did the guy say? The mere breath of the Ansar. So what, they just breathe on the Pope and he dies? In that case, well, the whole compound should be quarantined. Like, if it where their mere breath fall upon you results in death the following day, it's like, let's have another lockdown, but just in Crewe, Manchester. But he's taking it, and again, it's a bit of a mystery. Like, so, okay, well, how does this become a viral sensation, And then other people are getting involved in the conspiracy around it, like, okay, well, it's a psyop. It must be a psyop. And again, this is coming from kind of fundamental Christian circles, that this is a psyop because it's being pushed by the algorithm, and the CIA must be involved. This guy has too much knowledge for any one man. He has to be working with, other organizations who are giving him information. That's not the case, right? I don't know. He could be working with the CIA or, some other intelligence agency. I don't know. If we're not going to know. But, you can just take it firsthand. If somebody buries themselves in, truther material or esoteric material for a decade or longer, you're coming out with a lot of fucking knowledge, or maybe knowledge isn't the best word for it. You're coming out with a lot of information that you can draw on, okay?
Yeah.
You mightn't have total recall, but it doesn't take, more than just an hour of, rummaging through old material, and it all comes flooding back, So I think, all of us in that age bracket who were involved in that scene, unbeknownst to ourselves, we all became at a minimum third degree Masons.
Yeah. We could all start a cult with a little bit of charisma. Yeah.
Yeah. Any one of us would be capable of it. But some of us don't do it because, we still have a conscience, or some people just haven't got around to it yet, Howard. But yeah, you could, and it's not the worst thing in the world to start a cult if it was just, as a community. But you never hear a good story about a cult. You never hear about one ending well, So I'll just move to. It's just terrible for editing if we just have a black screen constantly.
Right. Yeah. I know there's a few out there. I can't recall any, which is just the curse of being a benign cult. But there's people who are just living together and growing fucking crops and shit and having a good time.
Yeah, but I think this is it's obviously getting a push from the algorithm, because we have. It's mostly people freaking out like, look, this guy's the Antichrist. He needs to be stopped. So obviously people are sharing the videos and watching and listening. I think part of the age we live in, the kind of Netflix phenomenon where people are just trawling through different stories about cult leaders. So this grabs people's attention. Oh my God, here's what's happening in real time. Oh, I can't believe how fucking lucky we are, and we're we're part of that as well. It's been a long time since we had a cult leader emerge on the scene where it could possibly end the deaths of hundreds of people. We're very excited about that. We can't wait to say that. Yeah, look, we were right. But seriously, no, it's about stopping that. Okay. Yeah. And you can't put yourself forward. You can't present yourself as the successor to Jesus Christ, Mohammed, and everyone in between, and then not expect to be questioned, or to have people call into question what your motivations are. And I haven't seen the guy being interviewed anywhere outside of one of his followers. I sincerely doubt that's going to happen. I can't see him
Yeah.
going on some, national television program or even something as, mundane as Piers Morgan being grilled. If he's any fucking sense at all, he would, steer clear of that altogether. And generally, cult leaders don't, unless their fucking ego and narcissism is so grand that they somehow convince themselves that this will work out in my favor. I'll show him. But if he is the successor of Jesus and Muhammad, well, then he should. There shouldn't be any issue at all. He should go on every news station. He should be questioned by everybody and be happy to do so people can see, yes, this is indeed the next or the successor of Jesus and Muhammad. And
But let's just say Messiah for the sake of shorthand.
I can't bring myself to fucking say that.
Well, I mean, it's a meaningless term these days anyway. I think I just discovered one of their enemies. Look there in the background in the center of the screen. They've got the antithesis there, the white, what is that, a fedora?
Yeah, it looks like a fedora.
Yeah, held up in the air. I think this guy knows what's going on.
What is that? It looks like a fucking, is that a koala head? Is it some sort of alien creature? God bless 720 quality video. Right,
On est parti.
Et nous avons annoncé à ces gens, ora c'è un nuovo papa. Maintenant, il y a un nouveau pape. Le pape est ce pape-là, à savoir Abdullah Hashem, et qu'ils doivent lui prêter allégeance. Allez-y, scannez. Allez-y, venez. Allez-y, venez, on vous transmet le message.
Dans la journée, on a fait énormément de photos avec les grandes bannières que vous avez pu voir.
Où il était écrit The new revolution has begun. Time has come for a new pope.
Yeah.
Du coup, on est rentré de mission.
Let's start again, did it?
No. It just
Oh, they're finished. Okay, right, we finished. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This, you have to already be a believer to, kind of give a shit about this or be enthralled in it. Right?
Yeah, so that was, I don't think that was meant for public release, as you just kind of mentioned there, but that's for their satellite TV station where their own believers are tuning in and listening up. Right, I need to take a break for a minute. Are you okay for a few minutes? Have you gone? I can't hear you there.
Oh, for fuck's sake, I'm
you're
muting
back
myself. I was talking there as well.
Right.
What do you mean? A tea break, a piss break?
Yeah, I need to take a piss and get a cup of tea.
All right, yeah, we'll figure something out. Yeah.
All right, cool.
All right. Whew, buddy. It's I don't know, man. I'm honestly burnt out with this kind of shit, I know it's been a while since we've had a cult in real time. But man, I didn't know how sick of it I was until just now. We'll get back to that. What can we divert our attention to? Maybe the the Skorts debate. Last week, Jesus Christ, God, that's bright. Why is every fucking webpage white these days? It doesn't need to be. Can we just have a consensus that pure white pages are the devil incarnate? My God, man. All right. Yeah, last week there was some kind of Dublin and Wicklow, I believe, They were playing each other for a camogie match. Maybe somebody in the chat can iron that, elucidate for me on that. Where they showed up wearing shorts instead of the Skorts, which is a skirt with shorts underneath. And because, like everything else, military or a religion or a sports team, a sports league, there's a very specific dress code. And when that's not followed, then officials of the match at the time have the power to call the match off. And in this case, the Dublin team, I believe it was, came out in the shorts, were sent back to put on the Skorts, which they did. So a big hoopla was made about that. And the thing is, it's not the GAA were demanding that women wear Skorts. No, the GAA were demanding that the dress code is abided by. I really don't think that the majority of the officials in the GAA or the rank and file of the GAA give a shit. I don't think the regular people that enjoy the sports, or even just the regular populace out here, I don't think we care. Hey, girls, if you want to wear shorts instead of Skorts, go for it. I don't care. Personally, I'd prefer you wore nothing down there. That would make me tune in, But what do we have here? Oh, another one. Another incident. Munster Camogie final postponed over unresolved Skorts issue. Provincial counts. Okay, well, they never read the subtitle. Camogie's Munster Council have called off Saturday's provincial final to avoid confrontation with players determined to wear shorts in the ongoing controversy over Skorts, the prescribed wear for the sport. That rhymed. In a statement from Munster Camogie, Chairwoman Christine Ryan said the committee had reviewed the situation. Quote, as the current Camogie rules of play are still in place and the players have indicated they would not be prepared to play the game in Skorts, the decision has been made to defer the game in the best interests of all players and officials involved. The details of the rescheduled fixture will be released in due course. I mean, this is just... what's his name from Gripped? John McGurk. I don't like the man. He's on many different fronts, but he made a very good point when he said, look, this is another example of TDs in the government and people of all levels of civic society jumping on a bandwagon, and as he said it, fighting a battle against an enemy that doesn't exist so that the battle can be won by default and they can come out looking good. Because, as I said, look, nobody's saying that the ladies need to wear Skorts. The argument is that they're uncomfortable. Personally, I would say that, yeah, okay, maybe it is uncomfortable. I've never had to wear them before. Running around a field for, 80, 95 minutes. I would also say that it's possibly just a feminist bitch fest of like, oh, I don't want to wear this gendered clothing just because you say so.
Oh, what's this? The Skorts, is it?
Yeah, it's shite, man.
Bunch of silly bitches, like.
And look, I don't care. Just wear whatever the fuck you like. I mean, not whatever you like. Wear shorts or wear a skort. I don't care. You know?
Yeah. Put them in fucking duffel coats and beanie hats. Give them something to bitch about. Like, fucking, you don't want to wear a skirt or a skort. Yeah. It's better for men if they wear shorts because they'll be tight fitting and it will give us a better view of the ass. Like the female soccer players, you know, it's much more aesthetically pleasing than a little skirt, you know, or underwear. How about that? Like, how about this? How about just stop trying to be fucking men? Just be happy with being a woman. Stop trying to ape men all the fucking time. Like, oh, I want to wear shorts like men. Or who cares? And it's done everywhere, isn't it? Like, it's done all the news stations today. Every time I get into the car, turn on the radio, flicking through the stations, it's like Skorts. Who fucking cares about Skorts, for Christ's sake? We've got the Antichrist on our doorstep, Mother of God. Don't need to be hearing about Skorts. Right, let's get back to the Antichrist.
All right.
Okay, sorry, just let me go back to the original page.
There
we go. Okay, so we're back in the room, so to speak. So he's just going to talk a little bit further, and then we'll get into a little bit more of his footage. We're going to have a look at proof positive that it is in fact a doomsday cult, and then we'll have a look at the type of people that he's you mentioned earlier, the type of people he's looking for. Like, so he explicitly states who it is he's looking for, and then we get to see and hear from the people, members of the cults themselves. So we'll play it forward for a little bit.
Was shaken. This miracle is no less significant than the one which occurred at the hands of the believers with Joshua, the son of Nun, alayhi salam, when their mere presence around the walls of Jericho and the sounds of their horns caused the mighty walls to collapse.
Oh my God.
It's a bit of a stretch, isn't it?
Jesus Christ. Talking about horns, way to toot your own, man.
Yeah. It's the same breath, so to speak. The walls of Jericho crumbled, just as the walls in the Vatican crumbled, as the three guys held up two small flags and were soon caught and told to put them away by the police. It will go down in legend. Books will be written about the day that Allah killed the Pope. And, I have it on good authority that Allah, the actual translation is the moon. So Allah is the moon god.
I mean, that makes sense because they're all about the moon symbolism. Lunar.
Yeah, and it just so happened that the god that was worshipped in those lands before Allah was the moon god. Massive coincidence. I believe doesn't it appear on the list of their flags as well? One of the miracles Muhammad as well made the moon disappear. Yeah, I think what do they call it in modern times? I think it was an eclipse, I believe it's called. But I'm just being cynical. And this man here, like this, the new Messiah, I'm going with it. Let's call him the new Messiah. The new Messiah performs many miracles as well. So it's not just this one that we're going to hear about. We're going to hear about other miracles that he's performed as well. So so far we've had two. Killing the Pope. Or what was that movie? Men with Goats, was it? Or something like that?
The Men Who Stare at Goats.
The Men Who Stare at Goats. So the men who stare at the Pope. Make a movie out of that. That one's for free. You can have that. If you're still listening in, follower. The miracle of the internet, everybody, including ourselves, talking about it and spreading the message that indeed the new Pope has arrived. And then we'll hear of many, many more miracles. But yeah, a little bit of a stretch to put it in the same category as the miracle at the walls of Jericho.
It is no less important than the miracle of Elijah, alayhi salam, who called down fire from the sky to show the people where the truth lies and where falsehood is buried. And say, truth has come and falsehood has perished. Surely falsehood is ever bound to perish. God is with us, my believing brothers and sisters. He has made his choice clear, and he has honored us with this great sign. He conquered the usurpers and the appointees of the devil. For the title of Pope is not an ordinary one. The title of Pope is claimed by those who say they are the vicegerent and successor of Jesus Christ, alayhi salam. The Pope who sat in the Vatican claimed to be the spokesperson for Jesus, the representative of Jesus, the heir of Jesus, the successor of Jesus, and the divinely appointed voice of Jesus. But all of this is a lie. Jesus alayhi salam appointed his successor in his lifetime, and none has the right to appoint but him. He appointed Simon Peter when he said, "And I tell you that you are Peter, and on this rock I will build my church, and the gates of Hades will not overcome it.
Wait,
I will give you the keys."
Peter was like the bad guy. I thought he was, was the false prophet. Didn't he say that earlier?
I don't know, but I don't think the popes claim to be the successor of Jesus. They claim to be the successor of Paul. And I don't think Paul claimed to be.
Oh, right, it's Paul that he said was the bad guy. Okay, I forgot. Yeah.
I don't know. He's claiming to be the successor of Paul, the successor of Jesus, Paul, Muhammad. So he's the next prophet, and then he goes on. He's going to go on now to tell us that Jesus said there will be more prophets to follow, further proof that he is indeed the current prophet.
Of the kingdom of heaven, whatever you bind on earth will be bound in heaven, and whatever you loose on earth will be loosed in heaven. So Jesus alayhi salam named the first of his successors, and he named the last as well, the Comforter. He said, "Therefore I am sending you prophets and sages and teachers. Some of them you will kill and crucify, others you will flog in your synagogues and pursue from town to town." He also said, because of this, God in his wisdom said, "I will send them prophets and apostles, some of whom they will kill and others they will persecute."
Look at these dopes. Yeah. No, he didn't say that at all. He's lying through his fucking front and back teeth when he's talking here. So let me I have to go to my notes for this.
All right.
Yeah. So he's not quoting from the Bible. He's quoting from the Quran, and this is what Muslims do. So he's mentioned the dawah a few times. And so anyone who's not familiar with Islam, that's the invitation to Islam. So that's any time you see, the guys standing at their stand on your local main street and they're becking you over and asking you questions or handing out Qurans, or you see the Sisters of Islam on O'Connell Street in Dublin and they're feeding poor people, or you have guys appearing on television stations and news stations and they're talking about, the beautiful religion of peace, that sort of thing. They're inviting people to Islam, and so that's what these guys are doing. They're doing their dawah, and a lot of Muslims in Ireland come from that tradition, and that's our good friend Dr. Al-Qadri. That's his mission here, is to invite everybody in Ireland to come and join Islam and become a good Muslim like everybody else, because that's what they want for the world, is the whole world to be Muslims and for the world to be governed under an Islamic one world government. And they're open about it. Like, it's not some conspiracy theory. They're open about it. So in the Quran, in 61:6, it says, "O children of Israel, I am the messenger of Allah to you, bringing good tidings of a messenger to come after me, whose name is Ahmed." Now they took that as, but he's talking about Muhammad. Clearly, because Muhammad was writing the Quran at the time, or rather, Jibreel was, visiting Muhammad at the time and giving him the Quran in bits and pieces. So whose name is Ahmed. Ahmed linked to Muhammad. So then from a Christian perspective, they draw on Matthew 24:11. And it's a little bit different. slightly. So I'll read Matthew 24:11. And many false prophets will arise and lead many astray. That resonates more with me than, the Quranic verse. So I think we may well be looking at a false prophet here. And then Matthew 24:24. For false Christs and false prophets will arise and perform great signs and wonders, so as to lead astray, if possible, even the elect. Now, I can't say how anyone who's serious about Christianity would be led astray by this guy. But again, we say that, but I've seen some pretty fucking dopey, freaky Christians, and that's not the shit on them. But they're just as wacky as fundamental Muslims or fundamental atheists or fundamental materialists. Anybody, any fundy is, by definition, kind of a whack job, at least to my mind anyway, But just keep that in mind, that what this guy is saying is he's not drawing, again, on anything to do with Christianity. Christianity actually says the inverse of what he's saying. That, Jesus said, like, beware. I'm not promising any new prophet. What I am foreseeing here is that there will be many false prophets who will come and lead people astray. And they will perform great signs like killing the Pope with breath and flags. So take heed, my followers. And then with the Comforter, we mentioned the Comforter earlier, or the Blanky, the divine Blanky. So in the New Testament, Jesus doesn't endorse any fucking prophet to come after him. All he does is he warns about the false prophets, right? And then so in John 14, 16, 17, saying this like I know what I'm talking about. But if people want to go down the kind of Christian interpretation, there's no shortage of channels out there where you can spend, the rest of your life listening to Christians argue back and forth about what the actual meaning of biblical passages are. Anyway, and I will ask the Father, and he will give you another helper, the Paraclete. Not a parakeet, now Paraclete, to be with you forever, even the Spirit of truth, whom the world cannot receive, because it neither sees him or knows him. You know him, for he dwells with you and will be in you. And that's the Spirit of the truth, not some external agent. It's, within you. It is you, because that's the gift that people are either given or have, is to know the truth. And the truth is usually self-evident. It's usually instinctual, not always. But in cases like this, you've got to trust your gut instincts. And people, you generally know when the wool has been pulled over your eyes, or when there's something wrong with the world, to go back to him as a 6-year-old. We know when we meet someone like this, or we see someone like this, we just know in our being that there's something, not just amiss, but something deeply amiss. This guy is not a prophet. No other prophet was, foretold. We were warned explicitly not to believe such prophets, and that there wouldn't just be one false prophet, there would be many. And, all people need to do is just look around and see, all these charlatans who are trying to show us the way forward. But, in your heart of hearts, when you're alone, not when you're in company, because you'll mostly agree with what the crowd is saying, or, at least you're not going to be brave enough to stand up amongst the crowd and say, well, no, that's just horseshit. This is the actual truth, unless you're content to, being a fucking loner for the rest of your life and, not fit in with anybody. The truth is difficult the best of times. And then we also have John 14:26. But the Helper, the Paraclete, the Holy Spirit, whom the Father will send in my name, he will teach you all things and bring you to remembrance of all that I said to you. This guy is not that guy. The guy that's coming to you is not a guy at all. It is the Spirit. And there's more like this. Is John 15:26 and John 16:7 and so on and so forth. I would suggest people read the Gospel of John. Nothing. I know you're probably you're choking up there. Turning into some fucking Christian, you're like, oh, not another one. Fucking hell, I can't get away from these concepts.
No, it has to be done. You know,
Yeah.
you have to both pull up the the receipts and show people, no, this isn't actually what's going on.
Yeah, and just as a beautiful piece of writing and a message, I would suggest people read the Gospel of John. I find it somewhat comforting. But in this context, it has to be pulled up because it has to be shown that what this guy was saying is not fucking true, but it sounds true. And you could easily see how someone would fall for that, because we all have that operating system running in our minds, like that Christian operating system. So a lot of it resonates with us, even if you don't want it to, even if you consider yourself an atheist, right? And there's nothing you believe about Christianity or God, you still have that fucking operating system running in the background. It can't be gotten rid of. It's simply impossible. You can get a handle on it, you can put up certain firewalls around it. But when we are programmed at an early age, it's very hard, it's almost impossible to undo that conditioning. And this guy is a victim of his own conditioning because he would have grown up in an Islamic family, where all the talk and all the preparation is for the end of the fucking world. So it's, no mystery that a 6-year-old who is, listening to constant talk about, Shia prophecy and end times, and that they're going to be, writing out in the sand, the end is nigh. It's like that fucking kid from The Shining, writing red rum on the wall, it's the same deal, like red rum, red rum, red rum, red rum. So he's writing it, the end is nigh, the end is nigh, the end is nigh.
Clearly, Jesus ﷺ spoke of prophets who would come after him, and he named the chief among them. Nevertheless, I tell you the truth. It is expedient, Jesus said, for you that I go away, for if I go not away, the Comforter will not come unto you. But if I depart, I will send him unto you. And there has never been a man in history who claimed to be that Comforter, except the best of all prophets, the master of mankind, Muhammad Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa alihi wa sallam.
What did he just say?
Yeah. Only one man in history who claimed to be the Comforter. That was Muhammad.
Really?
That was Muhammad, the best of them all. Again, just say Muhammad. It's not even Muhammad, la 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 la, shalalala, baba la la mama, like la 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 bamba.
Yeah, this is all just ad mystique.
Yeah. And again, you left out the kiddie fucker part, and the murdering part, and the driving, hot nails through people's head part, and stealing underwear part, and not giving the fair share to your party of thieves that accompanied you. But it was a different time back then. That kind of stuff was permitted, and it's not going to go down well at the town hall here. So we'll just go with Muhammad, the best a man can get. That's Muhammad comes back is going to be sponsored by Gillette. And I think now he's going to and he's claiming that he is Muhammad's choice. I'm like,
he became the inheritor of the messengers, the successor to Jesus, and the father of mankind, the true Pope. And as every prophet did before him, David naming Solomon, Moses naming Joshua, Jesus naming Simon Peter, so too did Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa alihi name his successors. On his deathbed, he dictated to Ali ibn Abi Talib alayhi salam that after him would come 12 imams who would be to him as the disciples were to Jesus.
That's another lie. That didn't happen. It just didn't happen. No Islamic scholar would agree with him whatsoever. This is his take. This is his invention.
Right.
So he can claim that he is indeed the second Mahdi. So the 12 Imams have come and gone. That's to do with the Shia religion. So all 12 of them have gone. The last Imam, I think it was around the year 900 maybe. I can't remember properly offhand. But he was the last Imam, and he vanished. Like, so he's in hiding. Didn't die, still alive, out there somewhere in Iraq, hiding in a cave. They could find Osama bin Laden, but they can't find the last Imam. He's just waiting for the right time to make an appearance, but he sends messages out to his followers. And then when the time is right, he will appear. I don't know, maybe a concert or something like that, or a YouTube video. But he will appear. But there's no account of Muhammad on his deathbed recounting who the 12 Imams will be and the 12 Mahdis. This is a complete fabrication on Hashem's behalf here.
Except that they would follow in succession. And after them would come 12 Mahdis, the successors of Imam al-Mahdi alayhi salam.
Oh, Jesus.
All right. So we're done with that. So we don't have to worry about that anymore. So we know who he is. This is his introduction to all of Christianity. The first miracle, killing the Pope. Not a very kind miracle when you think of it, really. No. Turning the water into wine, feeding the many. No, fuck it. I'm going to kill the Pope. Just as a message.
Well, it is very in keeping with the spirit of Islam, to be fair.
Yeah. Killing someone. Yeah. Beheaded the Pope, really. To punctuate the point. Right. So I think this video is, I think it's from 2023. I think this has to be like their primer video when you come in to the cult. Maybe the second week they show you this. For the first week, you're going to be love bombed, put on a special diet, so you're weak and you can't think properly, and then sleep deprived. Sleep deprived. Yep. So I don't know, maybe 3 hours of sleep a day. Something like that, just to keep you on your toes. Now I'm just guessing. I don't know if that's the case, but it would be in keeping, wouldn't it? Whatever other cult. So this is the Doomsday video. So sit back and enjoy this.
All right.
I am inviting you to the 7th and final covenant between God and mankind. Really?
This fucking lighting, man, and filter, it's Jesus Christ.
His skills have come on over the years now.
Yeah.
Again, what was a filmmaker, a documentary maker, didn't have the tools back 15 years ago. It was very difficult for people to actually, edit anything at all, really. Didn't have the tools we have available now where you can make something that looks kind of, half watchable with a couple of weeks of self-training. But with this, he still kept that style, I think, from the, early 2000s or mid 2000s. But it's just it's a little bit slicker. But again, it's phony, isn't it? That's the impression you get. It's like it's over fucking produced. It's like reality TV. That's the feeling I get from it. It's like I'm watching a Netflix series. Like, it has that level of production, and it's hammy. It's like the over the top dramatic music. Then the Ark of the Covenant here in front of us as well. So expecting Indiana Jones to swoop across the fucking light shades now any second.
Accepting this covenant is the only thing that will save you from the punishment which is about to come down upon mankind. COVID was merely the beginning of that punishment and a precursor. More plagues and diseases will be unearthed and unleashed upon you. Viruses that were frozen and dormant for thousands of years will become live once again. Strange illnesses that were never seen before will fall down to the earth with comets and meteors. Sicknesses that are worse than the Black Death will sweep the globe.
A message of hope.
Gotta love it, man.
Yeah, you gotta love it. Put the fear of Jesus into them,
Mm.
and then offer a solution at the end. Fucking disgusting.
Wars will cover the entire globe until no man, woman, or child feels safe. The sounds of jets soaring through the skies, bombs exploding on the earth and sea, and the cries of human beings will haunt the human mind. The earth will turn on mankind, and its oceans and seas will seek to strike their cities. And the earth will shake down every tall building, and the skies will darken, and smoke will cover it. And
Jesus Christ, this shit's been happening for like millions of years.
Yeah, I know. Well, he's terrible. Like it's he needs to change the tone up as well. It's the same tone as the fucking sermon. It's like, put some energy into it. If I want to be terrified, I want to be terrified properly. There's no fire and brimstone attached to this. But again, if you're under a hypnotic spell and you have this guy, telling you like, oh, this is coming. But you're right, it's already fucking here. It's been here for a long time. Buildings have been falling, wars have been happening, diseases, plagues. There's nothing new in it, So these aren't really prophecies; these are probabilities. So he needs to get away from prophecy and just state like, these are my probabilities. But I don't think you can build a cult on probabilities unless you're appealing to high functioning autistic people, Chinese people who have a penchant for mathematics. You can join the probability cult and just sit there all day working out what the probability of every event happening is.
the planet will seek to destroy mankind just as the immune system seeks to destroy an infection. Prices will soar, and the most valuable of things will be those things needed to survive, such as bread and water.
And toilet roll. He forgot toilet roll. Any prophet worth their salt would have thrown toilet roll in there.
Neighbors will kill neighbors, and people will eat people out of hunger. Chaos will erupt, and destruction of civilization will occur. The beasts of the earth will turn against man and the insects, and the beasts of the sky and the earth will chase.
You know what this is
and
like? This is like the intro to a Perturbator song.
Yeah.
We're just waiting for the drop and the like dark. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. And again, I think you can see the fucking the grift, like, so it's, again, he's appealing to the green crowd here as well. There's the reference to how the earth is will turn on man like an infection, and the killer whales are coming to get us.
Yeah, they're going to jump out of the oceans and start eating us.
Yeah. But there's proof of this. So we'll see. Watch. See, keep watching.
Hunt down mankind just as they hunted the.
We need to go back a little bit. So we have some newspaper clippings.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That happened. What was it, last year or something? That
It's been happening for a while.
Well, there was a particular, spate of
kind
whales.
just as they hunt.
Sorry. Yeah, you were saying a spate of whale attacks, wasn't there?
Yeah, on boats, which, a lot of people are saying, look, they all kind of got this idea from each other, and they started to attack humans as kind of revenge, which, yeah, I see it happening, but I don't think it's a fucking end times fucking sign.
No, unless they come up to the fucking beach, get up on their dorsal fin and start walking into the towns and cities and destroying people or telling them to convert to Islam. Well, then I'm not. Then I would fucking worry horribly, But yeah, it makes sense, doesn't it? That obviously they're getting fucked up by these boats. Like I saw stories of whales where their dorsal fins have been chewed up by propellers of boats. Or, one of their pod, and they're particularly so we're told they're intelligent enough beings. So if they see this thing that presents a danger, well, then what are you going to do? Like, you're going to go over and attack it. You're not just going to have a conversation with the people on board about, would you mind just leaving, please? Or please.
Well, they're extremely intelligent. They're intelligent enough to know that we can't be reasoned with, you know?
There you go. Maybe we can learn something from the killer whales. But yeah, not a sign of the end of the world. I don't think we have to worry about the animals and the insects coming to attack us. I think we have to be more concerned about each other. I don't think there's been a case in history where, dolphins have invaded a country, or wasps, or blue bottles, God's sad flies. We're going to have an invasion of God's sad flies. Just form their way into governments throughout the planet and cripple us all.
Unto them. Even the sun and the moon and the stars and the heavenly bodies will curse the inhabitants of the earth. And time itself is and will speed up even more in order to fast forward this time where much evil abides on the face of the earth. The reason for all of this is because mankind chose to reject God.
It's a trailer for an apocalyptic movie. I want to see the full movie now. But again, this is the content that's been pumped out on their YouTube channels constantly, and their satellite channels. Again, all end times, doom, gloom, and of course, this man has all the answers to it. That they're going to somehow, his little patch of land in Manchester is going to be spared, or he's going to save the world because he has the answers for everybody. He's going to bring everybody back to God. But somehow his God is kind of more forgiving than the Christian God, because it doesn't have an issue with homosexuality, LGBT, Q people, anything like that. I haven't delved deep into what the actual the nuts and bolts of this particular religion are. I'm going to have to read some of the books. I'm going to have to read the gospel according to the Mahdi. He has written his own gospel.
Yeah.
So we'll have a look at that. Or maybe that's the plan. He's so fucking clever, It's the people he really wants are the disbelievers, because that's a great fucking coup right there, isn't it? To have these two guys who appeared on the internet to disparage your movement and expose to the world that he was nothing but a charlatan. But then we got hooked, we got sucked in, He'll invite us over. He'll throw fucking that Asian bitch at you. You'll be gone in 10 minutes. Like, it won't take more than 10 minutes to break you. Like, just a piece of fucking Indian ass, and you're done. Yeah, you'll have to drug me or something. Like, you'll slip me an acid or something, and then I'll be gone. Like,
Oh my God! Could you imagine tripping down in that room when he's giving one of his sermons?
Oh God! Oh fucking hell! I don't know what would happen. I'd talk about freaking out. Like, I might be fucking ripping beanies off left, right, and center. Like, let me out! Let me out! Let me out!
Yeah.
But I don't think you'd get out. I think that's the thing, isn't it? Like, once you're in there, it's have all those crazy fuckers looking at you, and those eyes as well. Like, I don't know if you've ever been face to face with a cult member.
Plenty of times,
yeah. It's fucking terrifying. Like, I remember dealing with the Scientologists when they used to come into work, and you're talking to them, and you're just like transfixed by their 1,000-yard stare. It's like, blink, blink. I know you can do it. Blink fucking once. Like, what are you doing? What are you looking into my soul? Or, oh no, you're hypnotized. Okay, now I get it.
Hey, sorry. It has to be said. About half an hour ago, someone had a brilliant one for them. I forget who. Maybe the chat can remind me. The Mansion family.
There you go. The Mansions. Yeah, that has a ring to it. I'll keep that as a headline.
Oh yeah. We're going to use that. The Mansion family.
Mansion family. Yeah. mass murder at the Mansion family. Right, so I think now this we're going to have a look at the type of people he's looking for. So everybody needs a few good men. So he talks about the type of people that he wants to join the cult. It's not you have to be in the early age. You have to be exclusive, because you're in the building phase. Once you have everything you need, well then, more people can come in and keep coming in, and then it becomes exponential. But initially, you don't just want anyone showing up. Like, you don't want a bunch of fucking homeless cunts turning up with your cult, or stoners, or people that you're just not going to get much work or value out of.
There is a great punishment. There's a great flood that is
no, he's still going on.
And
we have to wait for that. There's more doom. Sorry, I forgot there's more doom.
Coming in this time. That is exactly.
Oh my god! Oh man, come on, find a better looking guy. Come on.
I know that guy hasn't slept in fucking weeks. Like, yeah, it's just episode that we're living in the days of Noah's Ark. Now, so I did whenever this video was. When was this? 2023 was it, or something? And so we're saying we're only days or weeks away from a new flood. But not a flood of water.
Where we are right now in the story of Noah's Ark, mere hours or days away from a full flood pouring on the face of the earth. It's not a flood of water, it is a flood of blood.
A flood of blood. I take back my thing about saying he doesn't want homeless people. Clearly, this guy is a homeless person. Like, he's just fucking no emotion. Can you imagine if a great prophet set you down and was telling you there's going to be a great flood of blood? You'd expect some sort of reaction, wouldn't you? This guy, nothing. Look, just nothing. Just.
Nothing. All right,
It's
I
like
can kind of
saying,
see that happening. Yeah.
I found 1 cent at the shopping center. Oh, right, yeah, fair enough. There's an alien invasion outside the house. Yeah, all right. See what you mean? Yeah, that's great news.
Wait, what? That's your editing, right?
Yeah, the blood. The blood was my editing, but clearly this is like he's ripping off fucking Stanley Kubrick, like that. Hang on, let me get past there. Remind that is Stanley Kubrick. But this camera work here, like this is laid out. Look, Jimmy up there playing with his toys. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that was a bit loud as well. So sorry for those with.
Yeah. I couldn't actually hear you, but yeah.
Gentle hearing. We'll fix that in post. It's very difficult to get everything to match up between when we're doing it live, but we'll sort it out when we edit the video into a shorter format. So then that you have to look forward to a flood of blood. Easy to remember as well because it rhymes, which is always useful. But he could have got someone else with a bit more fucking energy than just that dude just sitting there with nothing. It's like, give me something. Come on, dude. You're on fucking camera. Something. Shock, delight, horror, anything. Not a fucking thing. So now I think we move to who he's looking for.
That's the type of people that we are looking for. We're looking for people that are willing to sell their homes and to come and be amongst the community and to follow me. We're looking for people that are not going to waver or want to leave once they've come.
That's nice, isn't it?
Huh.
Slaves, I think it's the word, isn't it? Yeah.
Right.
Give up your people who are willing to give up their houses, give up their life,
Right.
no second chances, no takey backs. We're looking for people who are coming in, never leaving, much like Islam. Easy to get in, impossible to get out. The only way to get out is death. If you take it serious. I know some people might get upset. Oh, that's not all Muslim. There's no Muslim down there. Okay, but at its core values, easy to get in, hard to get out. So that's what he's looking for. Like just fucking dedicated people with money. No poor bastards. Like if you're renting, that won't do. I don't want to take on your rent. I don't want you to give up paying your rent. If that's the case, just send your rent to me. But you're not coming in to the grounds of the building here in Crewe. So give up your house. So the entry fee has got to be a couple of £100,000. I don't know what the average price of a house is in the UK. But you'd be surprised the amount of wealthy people who are drawn to the shit is bananas as well, isn't it? Like it's you always think it's going to be like just dopey people in their 20s with nothing, but no, you get multi-millionaires attracted to this kind of nonsense, probably because their lives are so fucking empty and hollow, and they've realized that the money, once you get it still can't fill that hole that the spirit can only fill. So it's like, oh well, this guy has the fucking answer clearly. Let me give him all my money to get into his inner circle and get straight to the divine mysteries. I have no time to be watching YouTube videos about mysteries. I want to go straight to the top of the queue, and I want access to this guy, at least 7 times a week, and it's only going to cost me £20 million. No problem at all. Done. Here, have all my money. So we'll have to be very careful. We don't get too close in case we end up selling the house. And then I couldn't commit. I couldn't commit to anything for life, really. It's a big commitment. A week. Yeah, it's kind of pushing it for me. 2 weeks at the most. Like, yeah, I'll commit. Okay, but no, lifetime commitment not going to happen. But nice to know. At least he's up front and he's letting people know to begin with.
It's refreshing. Yeah.
Separating the wheat from the chaff, so to speak. Following, just like Jesus. Remember that part in the New Testament where Jesus said to his disciples, how much have you got? How many shekels have you got in the bank? Okay, you're in, Simon, but I'm changing your name to Peter. Right. So we
want people that love the Tao and love the truth and love Imam al-Mahdi and have
love the Tao.
No, the Dawa.
Ah, okay.
I thought that as well.
He's being really eclectic here, but no.
Yeah, and again, it's hard because his pronunciation is a bit fucking off as well. Like it kind of switches and changes because his accent is put on. Because I listened to kind of earlier footage when he was younger, and he's better English there then than he has now. So, but again, I think it's just part of that mystification, to accentuate the Middle Eastern accent and overpronounce things like the Quran and the Torah and the Bible. Just fucking relax, dude. You don't want to oversell it, or people might cop onto you.
Love and a willingness to sacrifice it all to is.
Look at that. There's one for the conspiracy theorists. Look at that. 6. 6. He is indeed El Diablo.
Establish a divine just state and be part of this divine story where the hopes of all of the prophets and the messengers were poured into in their efforts.
Look at her. Hypnotized.
We have.
All right. Yeah. Now this is part of the initiation ceremony.
Wait, he's not wearing a Nike hoodie, is he?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Do you know what brand of sneakers they were wearing when they all killed themselves in Heaven's Gate?
Oh, well, Nike, yeah.
Because of the swoosh.
Oh, right. Wasn't there some sort of controversy with Islam and the Nike swoosh as well? One version of the shoe where it was stylized that looked like the spelling of Allah. So the conniption fit, saying that Nike had to change it. And I think they did.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but yeah, so this is where he gets people to commit to him. So they all have this gathering. I'm assuming it's in the grounds of the premises they have there in Manchester. Yeah, and then they got big fire going, and it's very again, it's like a TV production. It reminds me of that reality show Survivor. They're all around the campfire and they have to vote somebody out, like, and like, so we'll have a listen.
Here, if you believe that this is the call of the cotton, if you truly believe that, and you pledged allegiance to that, if you believe
cotton in the duvet,
maybe the Great Comforter. I don't know. I think it's got to be it's some biblical reference, or either that or. I'm distracted by these lads' chins. What the fuck is going on here? Look at these gin or chin. I don't know. Maybe the call of the cotton is when the Arabs went over to Africa and got all the slaves, where they didn't actually, capture them. They just got off the boat, shouted Allahu Akbar. Would you like to come to a new land to pick the cotton? Because they couldn't wait to get over to a new land and pick cotton. It was their Messiah. That's what they've been waiting for all their fucking lives. But I would imagine it's not that. I imagine it's some parable from the Bible. Yeah, I could have looked it up, but I got so tired.
There's so much. There's so much. Yeah,
so much. I had to stop because we could literally be here.
I mean, and by the way, that's a part of the whole thing, is that there's so much that you end up getting bamboozled. Yep. You either give up trying to dismantle the bullshit, or you get overwhelmed by it and you suddenly start believing.
Yeah, it's like, okay, well, you're clearly your knowledge is greater than mine. No, it's not. It's just his fucking persistence. And because, again, there's a certain personality type. That is the cult leader personality type. It's a psychopath, really, essentially. Psychopaths. And we recognize that because.
That I am the Qa'im of the family of Muhammad, that all of the prophets and the messengers wished to be with and wanted to return to this world to support. If you truly believe that, then there shouldn't be any price that you wouldn't pay in order to come and support me and to help me carry this burden.
Wow. Like, this is the shittiest behavior you will ever see being, right?
Yeah.
You're a gathering of the community. Place you there. Like, there's somebody standing opposite here. Like, so he's not talking to a camera. Like, so this is what we imagine is a new member coming into the fold, or somebody who's been called out because they looked at him crooked or something like that, or didn't do exactly what he wanted to say. So he's scolding this person in front of the entire community and saying to them, if you want to stay here, if you truly believe in me, that I am the one that all these other prophets want to hang out with and go to the pub with, like, every day of the week, I have Jesus on one phone, Muhammad on the other phone, saying, listen, what's the story, Abdullah? Are you coming out for a pint or what? We missed you. We haven't seen you in fucking ages. They all want to be with him. And if you truly believe that I am that dude, well, then there's nothing you shouldn't want to do for me. Not a thing. Like, I shouldn't have to be bugging you for the anal. You know what I mean? You should want to do that straight away. You should if you think I am the one and true Messiah, you should surely give up your ass for the one true Messiah. Give up your life, give up your ass, give up everything. And to do this in front of the entire community, like, nobody is going to say no.
No, they can't afford to.
Yeah, because that your
So
whole life
true.
is now,
Yeah.
Consists of this community. Because part of the cult leader mentality as well is to isolate people from the outside, from their families.
Mm-hmm.
And many families just give up because they're unreachable. Anybody who's ever had anybody fall into a cult, particularly Scientology, seems to be the most prominent one in the last couple of decades anyway, where people lose family members to Scientology, and then to try and get somebody out of a cult once they're in, almost fucking impossible,
Yeah, it's like families give up faster than when a drug addicted, family member. That's how fucking difficult it is. Douche in the chat says these guys totally ripped off anti-broadcastian lighting aesthetics.
Yeah, it's poverty aesthetic. That's what that's called. lack of equipment aesthetics. Softbox in the post aesthetics. Saving for a new camera aesthetics. Yeah, they did. They stole our lighting. All right, so let's have a listen to him. This wonderful fucking human being.
And Jesus said it. He said, whoever wants to follow me has to be willing to carry their cross on their back like me, right? So that's the thing.
That's the thing. Spoken like a true prophet.
Jesus Christ.
That's the thing, yo. You in, Holmes? What's up? What's up, bitch?
Oh my God.
That's
wow.
Look at these guys. They look like a bunch of fucking dogs. Like, this could be the album for a 90s fucking rap band.
And thank you so much for that. I would like to testify also that there is no worthier cause.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that's my babe.
Yeah, it's his bottom bitch. So again, it's even worse than we thought originally. So we thought it's some new adherent who's being, made an example of him. No, it's part of the act. It's even worse than that.
Look at those lapel things.
I'm actually waiting for numbers to go. They're called grips. They're called Hashem grips. So that gets behind her.
Oh no!
Satan, get thee behind me.
No, don't! No, my baby, no!
Okay, well, they could be your hands on those grips.
Okay, that makes me feel better.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, yeah.
So it's like all these people surrounding her they must be the kind of the new batch. And so, like any kind of group dynamic, once they see one person do it, it's like, okay, well, then they feel obliged now. They have to do it. So she's committed to this guy. And they all love her because she's the bottom bitch. Like, so she went out, recruited all these girls saying how wonderful this life
fishing.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't have to, you won't have to work anymore. Yes, you'll have to sell the house, but that's nothing, like, because you'll come to this house, and this house is a mansion. It's got 500 bedrooms, 496 of them belong to Hashem. Each one is dedicated to the part of his documentary that he made. So he's named all the rooms after each episode in the 496 document. But we have this beautiful hall, 6 foot by 6 foot, with 150 bunk beds lashed in there. And, simplicity is the way forward. So they hear this woman, commit to the guy, and then he picks one of them at random, calls her up, and then once 3 or 4 people do it, and this is probably a weekly event where he has these loyalty tests every single week, right? Get these people to recommit to him, much like I do with my wife. This is what we do on a Saturday every Saturday evening. I have her and the children come out the back garden, I light a fire, and then I get them to commit to me like this, and draw blood from them as well. That's part of the ceremony as well. Allegedly, sorry, I don't know this for a fact, but people have alleged that part of the oath is that they have to draw blood and give it to him as a sign of their loyalty to him, which is nice,
And that all of us here are absolutely happy that we're supporting this, and there's no other way to support God other than to come and support.
These are, look at this poor dope.
Fuck.
Yeah, I know. She's only a child, like. So these are testimonials of people, not at the compound, but just people who have committed themselves via the internet or being part of his online mystery mystery school, you know. So we'll have a list. Look at the poor dopey innocent eyes on this retard. Fuck me.
This is my pledge allegiance to the Mahdi. I bear witness that there is no God but Allah. I bear witness that Muhammad is the messenger of Allah. I bear witness that Ali and the Imams from his sons are the proofs of Allah. I bear witness that the Mahdi and the Mahdis are the proofs of Allah. Upon this I shall live, upon this I shall die, and upon this I shall be resurrected again.
Upon this I shall live.
Yeah. Another fat, dopey German. Like, they need to get rid of Germany. I'm sorry. Just do it. Everybody should nuke Germany at once. Like, forget about Ukraine. Just Ukraine, join forces with Russia. Focus on Germany. Just get rid of it so we don't have to deal with these dopey, fat fucking Germans.
And didn't that girl say Muhammad without saying peace be upon him?
Yeah.
That's a big no-no.
Yeah. It's too stressful for her, you know, like, so that's why. You see, that's the thing, right, with a lot of Muslims, like, and this, he'll pick up a lot of Muslims, and from what I can see, most of his adherents are coming from the Muslim faith anyway, you know.
Right.
Because there's a lot of people who, you know, they can't discard the brainwashing from childhood, but it doesn't resonate. It's too strict, you know, if you take it, you know, at its value. You know, you can't fucking sing, you can't dance, you know, you can't fart, or, well, you can fart, but you have to sniff someone else's fart if you go to church, because they're like 3 feet away from you with their arse bent over. Like, you just can't relax. You go into the toilet, you have to put your fucking left leg in, your right leg out, say a prayer to Muhammad before you take a shit. Then you got to sit down to piss. Then you got to wash in a certain way. You got to wake up in the morning, snort a load of water down your nostrils to clean it out, to do wudu. It's just a night. Then you got to pray 5 times a day, and you know, you end up with a giant fucking wart on your head after 20 years from, you know, banging your head off the ground 5 times a day. And I believe the Bible says, you know, that the the mark of the beast will be on the forehand and the forehead, wasn't it? So that might be the mark of the beast there. That fucking prayer bump all those Muslims have from banging their head off the ground. If that's not a warning sign for a dopey religion to begin with, that you have to bang your head off the fucking ground for years to get God to look down on you favorably. I don't know what to fucking do. But yeah, let's listen to Miss Germany, Miss Germany hamburger eating champion 2023.
And upon this I shall die, and upon this I should be resurrected again. Inshallah.
Upon this I shall live, upon this I shall die.
Oh, jeez, they could have edited this better. I mean,
I know, and like, this isn't me fucking around with it either. Like, so
you're right, yeah, I believe you. Yeah, this is atrocious. What are they doing to these poor people?
I don't. Maybe it looks like this is what all Muslims look like to me. Like, fucking giant retarded heads with tiny ears,
giant misshapen eyeballs.
Yeah, fucking manicured eyebrows.
Shall be resurrected again.
I love you, Father.
What are these Mongolians or what? I don't know.
I don't know. There's something like this. Japanese people seem, you know, they come into the mix, don't they? With the, what was the Japanese cult called? On Shinriki or something like that, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, the Japanese cult that gassed a fucking subway. Yeah.
You know, there's warning signs everywhere here. For fuck's sake, you know. That happens when you see some Japanese people or Asian-looking people. You know, you immediately think of danger and ricin poisoning on the subway. And then this guy, I think, is, you know, Muslim or of some description, the only Muslim in Japan. But again, they're dedicating their life, so they will, wherever they are. I don't know, they could be refugees in Sweden or something. There seems to be a lot of refugees are attracted to this guy as well, because he welcomes them. And he has a plan to solve the refugee problem as well. We won't see it here, but I'll either throw it in or we'll look at it another occasion.
Yeah.
But and again, you know, some of the stuff he has, like, he has some, you know, the genesis of some good ideas. So he's recognized that nobody wants refugees. It's one of the biggest issues of our times. Just no country wants them, at least en masse. But he's identified that there are only 35 countries on the planet that have a population more than 45 million inhabitants, and that's from the United Nations. That's the number of refugees at present in the world is 45 million. So really, he's saying, well, every other country can take refugees. Like it's not an issue that there's not enough land around. Like, so the Ireland people would fucking have a breakdown. It's like, but you don't understand. It's not just about land mass. So he say, but people don't want them, much like people didn't want Christians in the early days when they went to Rome. People were fearful of them. They held them in suspicion. They thought they were dangerous criminals. So he's drawing that comparison. Now we don't know that because we weren't there. Like, and again, that plays on the heartstrings of Christians to accept these other people into their lands. And we have to remember that at the back of all this guy wants, an Islamic, he wants Islamic caliphate. Like, so he wants every country to be governed under Islamic rule with him as the fucking leader, right? So don't forget that. But he recognizes that countries don't want him. It causes too much instability. Right. So what he intends to do is to create, now wait for it, again, another sign of divine inspiration. He's going to create refugee land. That's the name of the country, because he hasn't gone beyond that, but he wants to create refugee land.
Okay.
So he's going to create this country somewhere.
Right.
With what?
Like, okay, right. I'm listening.
Yeah, I know, right? It's kind of short on detail. Where this land will be, nobody fucking knows. Maybe it's Greenland. Maybe that's what Trump is doing when he's trying to purchase Greenland. He's going to turn it into refugee land. But all the refugees in the world will be scooped up, put into refugee land. And then because there'll be so many different kind of ethnic groups, that refugee land will then be subdivided into cantons, like in Switzerland. So you'll have, Palestinians over here. I know, right? It's the fucking recipe for success already, isn't it? But then he goes, it should be easy to govern. I know. It doesn't go how, but that's his the plan, and he's mystified that nobody has come up with this. Nobody has thought about this plan.
That has to be the most retarded thing I've heard in a long time.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's like, a 5-year-old would soon figure out, well,
yeah,
that's not the best. They'd be like, well, what would we do with all the poor people? Let's create a country for them. But what happens if they start fighting with each other? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a bad idea, Daddy. Okay. Right, let's move on. But no, again.
All right.
Yeah, maybe I didn't hear him out properly. Like, there was more to that video, but when I heard that, I was just like, oh, I'm done. I'm done. Like, time is short. Like,
We found the riser of the family of Muhammad, Abba Sadiq.
Yeah. So here's your lady again. She's fucking everywhere. Every video. Yeah, she's not Irish. She's Indian, is she?
I don't know. She could easily be Levantine,
Yeah, it's kind of simian looking to me. It's kind of like there's a Planet of the Apes. Can you see it?
Only after you fucking mentioned it. Thank you very much.
Yeah. There goes that happening session ruined for you.
Hey, I didn't say I was not game anymore.
All right. So this is this little section here. This is about the miracles people have witnessed.
All right.
Abdullah perform. So enjoy.
Okay.
And this is what we saw.
I saw actual angels fly across the skies to testify for him.
I saw prophetic dreams where he revealed secrets that later came true.
I witnessed and experienced his prophecy of my son's impossible birth coming true.
In the mid-80s, we discouraged you from growing out a pelty bush. We honor your musty thicket of wonders as we would a humid swamp.
I witnessed him use me as a vessel to bring my dad back to life.
I saw him cure me of an illness that the doctors couldn't cure.
I saw him sustain countless people
like Jesus did for many years.
I witnessed he made the moon disappear.
I saw him have power over the jinn like Solomon.
Wait, whoa, buddy! He made the moon disappear, and he has power of the jinn.
Yeah, his power over the jinn, unlike you, who can't put the fucking bottle down. Yeah, so what we had so far, we've had he helped the woman. What was it? Overcome a terrible illness.
Right.
He performed a miracle for the woman to give birth when she was diagnosed with an impossible birth. Made the moon disappear.
Right.
Used some guy as a vessel to bring his father back to life. That's
so necromancy then.
Yeah. I'd imagine now on cross-examination it might be the case of, metaphorically speaking, where he, gave him like 6,000-7,000 fucking psilocybin mushrooms, and he actually got to communicate with his father. And this woman here, fatal. Yeah, she had a fatal illness. She was diagnosed with cancer and heart disease. There's photos of him online where she's in the hospital and he's laying his hands on her head.
Okay.
And she got better, but then there's counterclaim saying, well, it was because she went to hospital and they treated her. She got better, much like the Pope thing,
I don't know, man. The NHS is pretty bad.
I don't know. Maybe she had private healthcare. Who knows? But again, like trying to prove a miracle, unless, you're walking on water or you're lashing out pints from a magic bucket, beer bucket, and you see it with your own eyes. Nobody's going to fucking believe it. Even if it's
and this one about sustaining X amount of people for years, like.
Yeah, but that's easy when you give them all your fucking money, isn't it? And you're working your ass off to fucking every penny you get goes into the group fund that you don't have access to.
But that's just capitalism. He gave money and he received food.
Yeah.
And he paid the electricity bill and the water bill,
Yeah, I know.
That's
It's a miracle. It's a miracle. He emptied my bank account. He made all my money disappear. It's a miracle. He made all my self-esteem go away. My agency is gone. It's a miracle. Yeah, the disappearer, not the great comforter or the riser. The great disappearer of fucking everything.
ने उनको अपने कैंसर और दिल की बीमारी को हटाते हुए देखा है.
I witnessed him manifest a person out of nowhere.
What's with all these cockeyed cunts?
Dude, I think this guy wants to kill me.
Yeah, look at it. Like somebody with one eye, twice the size as the other eye. Deep trouble. This is the henchman. This is the guy who carries out the hits. Piss off the cult. This is the guy who's coming knocking on our door. Like 3:30 in the morning. I am here from the great comforter.
Saw him resurrect my wife from the dead.
That's impressive. Yeah. You'd think you would take video of that, wouldn't you? Instead of making a mini documentary on 4 dudes holding up a flag. How about proof of raising the dead? Like that would get me to join, That would get hundreds of millions of people around the world.
Absolutely.
Pledge allegiance, straight away. And then we can get James Randi if he's still alive. I don't know if he is, but if he's not, we can have fucking Hashem raise him from the dead anyway. He can go and verify it and give him a check for $100,000 if it's been proven to be scientifically correct and factful. Or accurate, factful. That's not even a fucking word, is
it? It's working, man. Your brain is melting already.
Yeah, I know. There we go. Yeah, it's going to be a gibbering mess. Just give it all up to Hashem so I don't have to think anymore.
I witnessed him cure me from my infertility.
I bet you did. I bet you kept banging away until you got pregnant. I can't have a baby. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm sure. I've been trying for fucking ages. Okay. Now maybe call the faithful together and the gangbang at 7:00, and they just lined up and kept going and going through sheer persistence. And they got this woman. They cured her of her infertility.
I saw him turn leaves into living animals.
Whoa.
Yeah. Leaves into living animals. Yeah.
No, that definitely has to be drugs.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, leaves. All right. Yeah, I know what type of leaves he fucking gave you. Salvia divinorum leaves. Like, here, eat 600 of these, or let me dry them and crush them, and you put them in a pipe there, suck deep. Yeah, what
But
do you
really,
say now?
man, it's really easy to fucking trick someone if you dose them. You just point to the ground and say, "Hey,
Look,
you see those leaves there? Aren't they crawling around? That's
Yeah.
weird, right?"
They are.
Hmm.
Isn't that a baby elephant? It is. Yeah, or maybe it could be simple as a sleight of hand. We had a fucking budgie in his back pocket or something, and he just picked up some leaves and then switched the budgie into his hand, blew on it, and the budgie flew away. Oh my god, it's a miracle! Here, have my underwear. Oh, thank you.
We saw him make every living minute of our lives with God a miracle.
We're going to close out here. So this is just the little ritual they do as they come in, or as he comes in to greet them.
How many microphones does this nigga need? What, he's not having a press conference.
Yeah.
My god, this is fucking shameless.
They have increased, haven't they? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah.
Oh my god. What the fuck? People are fucking retards, man.
It's more impressive looking, I'm surprised it doesn't have BBC and like CNN, those little fucking cue boy things that they put on the mics.
No, really, this is fucking retarded, man. What the fuck?
What type of mic is that? Like, what is that? I haven't seen that.
Have you ever seen color commentators on like
Oh
Skorts
yeah.
under their nose so they don't they don't get the nose breath?
Yeah.
That's what I think that is.
All right, it's just a spare one. That's just any microphone. It'll grab all the microphones, so it looks more impressive.
Oh, that's weird.
There we go. We're out. Oh, thank you. Yeah, and it's kind of fitting that Abba Sadiq sounds like a bit of a sad dick, doesn't it? Sadiq. So that's what
Abba Sadiq.
Yeah, Abba Sadiq.
Unreleased album by Abba.
Abba Sadiq. Yeah. Abdullah Hashem Abba Sadiq. We're definitely not getting an interview with the chap now. Alrighty. Okay, so that's where we're going to leave Abba Sadiq there. We will return to him. We are going to have a look at an interview he did in his early 20s. So we'll probably do that maybe next week or maybe further. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how the spirit grabs us. But we'll have a look at that. It'll be more interesting. So we'll give people an idea of who he actually is. Because, when you're relaxed and it's 15 years in the past and you're not worrying about, okay, well, Jesus Christ, what happens if if I become a cult leader? And these people kind of, find out what I'm saying there, and then the gig is up, So we'll have a look at that, see what we can garner from it. And I have it downloaded, so if someone does decide to go and wipe it off their obscure YouTube video, we'll still have it anyway, because nearly everything about him has been, it's wiped, like, so it's that might not be intentional. It just could be over time, because websites close down, and Facebook's accounts close down, and everything else, and so all you really have is archive.org, and 9 times out of 10 it's not much use, because you're just getting the the front page of a website that used to be, but there's still some material out there, so we'll have a look at that. Did you manage to get any kind of small clips from the documentary series with the 496 part
Yes.
documentary?
Sorry, but I didn't. However, I have my notes on which episodes I did look at.
All right, hang on. I'll see if I can bring up archive.org and
Mm.
can have a look at it there. Oh, can you do me a favor? Can you go into the Discord server and can you find
Yes.
the link for me if you can? That would be great.
Oh, to the web or archive.org thing.
Yeah, or just because I would have originally posted the link to archive.org to the documentary series in our Discord chat. I just can't remember it off heart or how I'm going to find it if I go into.
Well, it's in our chat there on Restream.
Oh yeah, it's in there.
Can you spare me a minute? I need to go pee.
Yeah, no problem. Have you got, he needs a sex tape to hit it. Yeah. The guy's doing very well on the internet, like, so his channel is blowing up, so to speak. Again, how popular will make him ultimately, I don't know. But they say, all publicity is good publicity. And I'm sure his people are very happy. If we had that person in here earlier who was saying they were a member, whether they were or not, I don't know. But it wouldn't be surprising because that's, again, kind of typical of cult behavior. They will have people watching online, even if they're small channels, just in the event that some news about the organization becomes public or gets blown up or starts being reproduced elsewhere. Well, then they can respond to that and have stuff in advance, or they can hassle people like Scientologists have done and continue to do. If they see people are a threat to their organization, well, then they will, in effect, attack them and go after them. Maybe not overtly, but they will try to undermine them, pressurize them, harass them, even use lawfare in certain cases just to stop them from speaking out. And again, part of being a cult leader is it's the paranoia, like the constant paranoia and the need to control everything, not just the cult members, but all access to information that the cult members could possibly get that will snap them out of the spell they're in. Right. Let me just.
What do you want to do here then with this?
I'm just going to go into the archive and then we'll just pick a couple of the episodes at random.
Oh, okay, at random. Yeah, you may as well because, there is a logical order to each of the 10-minute episodes. They do weave together. But, I don't know, man. It's bizarre stuff. It really is. Like 400 and what episodes?
Let me scroll down to the bottom. Actually, just let me fucking share it first.
All right.
Oh, excuse me. Where have we gone?
Like, let's say 450 for.
I thought it was 496. But I could be wrong.
So you're talking 4,500 minutes.
Wow. Yeah, 496 files.
Whew. So yeah.
They're all available on a torrent as well. If I had known that, sure I would have. No, I'm not downloading torrent. Okay, so publication date, first published in 2007. So conspiracy theories, paranormal, fringe scientists, and eschatology. Not as fun as scatology. Both are terrifying, really. Depends on which one you think is more terrifying. All right, can you remember, was there any particular fucking episode that grabbed your attention?
You know what? Let me just refresh my own memory there with
so the ones I watched, there was one. There was a couple of Simpson episodes in there. So again, that's still kind of mimetic today. That the Simpsons somehow seems to be able to predict the future around
Mm.
events, especially like 9/11. That was the big one where, you know, Lisa held up the magazine sign
Mm.
to say that, you know, a trip to New York was $9 to $11 or something like that. Then there was also
$9.11.
$9.11, was it? Or
Mm.
okay.
Yeah, but yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, that's an odd amount, isn't it? To be yeah,
yeah, it's
yeah. And again, part of his thing was that that's the way the elites communicate with each other. I would have thought, you know, email would have been fucking quicker, or meeting at a certain place. But there is that thing, isn't it? That's part of some sort of magic where you have to inform the mark that this is being done to them.
Well, everyone involved in the ritual must know that they are part of it, at least on some subconscious level.
All right, that's not fucking fair, is it?
No, it's very legalistic, you know.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, don't worry, we put up the sign, you know, in the basement of the Galactic fucking Council.
Yeah, implied consent was like, like you tacitly consented to everything we did to you. I didn't hear you say no once. Okay, the other one was, I think it was P. Diddy going up in an elevator, some music video for some movie. I think it was like Godzilla or something like that. But then falling from the Twin Towers. And again, it's all that kind of mishmash of fucking conspiracy mixed with, you know, movies and then flashes of TV shows and what have you.
Yeah.
Anything grab your attention there?
Well, around the 281 mark, they go into the history of Osama bin Laden and how he, you know, was faked. I forgot about this. The video that came out where Osama bin Laden was saying, "Yeah, I did 9/11," was a completely different guy, dressed up to look like Osama bin Laden. So they go through that on episode 281, and then they go in after that in the episodes following into, you know, the capture of the Arab states and the UAE, and you know, the Bush administration asking the UAE to basically constrict their oil supplies so that oil goes through the roof, and you know, things like that.
All right. So again, okay, that sounds kind of, you know, okay. I was looking for something a bit more fucking bizarre.
Well, you know what? I forget which one I was looking at. I believe it's 493.
And the name of this series as well, it's the Antichrist Dajjal series. And so, spoiler alert, the Antichrist is a one-eyed reptilian shapeshifter.
Right.
So just keep that in mind. So I don't know if David Icke has responded or is aware of this guy, but that's a fucking meeting I'd like to see. David Icke versus Abdullah Hashem al Sadiq. Sadiq and no dick. Sorry, what number did you say? 4?
I believe I'm mistaken there. It might be 86 actually.
486 or 80?
No, just 86.
Jesus Christ, you couldn't have been fucking much worse off, could you? 400 and something to 86. You had one job to do. Download 4 of these.
All right, yeah, there we go. This is a weird one now.
Okay.
Yeah, 86.
86.
We're on to a winner with this one.
Okie doke. The P. Diddy one.
Oh, no. Man, you got it wrong. 86.
Yeah. Well, this must mean something, because I was just talking about the P. Diddy one. This is a miracle.
Yeah.
I just performed a miracle.
Oh man! All right, look here. I'll post the direct link, and if it comes up P. Diddy again, then you know, maybe, you know, we are shit talking the real Messiah all this time.
Okay, I'm sure that was 86. Was it like 86? Oh no, you're looking at the other numbers, are you? So I'm looking at file. You're looking at Antichrist Dajjal 86. Is it?
Oh,
right?
Jesus,
Yeah.
really?
You got a number to the left and the
man.
right.
All right, that was weird though.
Mm.
That was very weird.
Oh, hang on. Give me the link because it's not even.
I gave you the link. It's 86. It should just play it.
Calm down there. You're not talking to that Indian bitch now. Like.
No, that's not it either.
That's just playing. Hang on.
Yeah, just scroll down all the way to the end because the double-digit videos are clumped at the end because of the way file systems work.
Right. He's kept the music anyway, so he must have his original music file library that he's using in his productions now. Hang on.
What the hell is going on?
Okay.
What's going on here?
Oh, it's me. Don't worry about it. It's just nothing else other than just me. Okay, there we go. Antichrist Dajjal.
That's not what I was sending you to.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
I gave you a link.
I just put the fucking thing in. 86.
No, maybe you pasted the wrong thing. What you need to do is click the link, not paste it into the address bar.
Well, what's the fucking difference? Like?
Because sometimes, Windows is a dickhead, and when you think you've copied something, you haven't.
It's the same thing. Like the series you're about to watch is one of the most important series we've uploaded onto this channel so far.
This is weird, man. This is just annoying.
Okay, well, you put the fucking thing up.
All right, I will.
The Antichrist has his bickering.
Stop sharing yours. Stop sharing yours, and I'll share mine. Okay. I don't know what's going on here, man, because I clicked the link that I sent you, and here we are. I just need to reposition this on my browser. 1 sec. Right. This is weird. Very odd.
Finish it.
Mortal Kombat.
All right.
They're using Mortal Kombat as an example of weird symbolism. Okay. And granted, a sensation in the 90s, but this isn't in the 90s. This is decades after Mortal Kombat, the game franchise, peaked and then went into obscurity along with Street Fighter and all the others. This was the time of Tekken, which was a fucking good game when it came out.
No! Ah! Scorpion wins. Fatality.
Those are shit fucking graphics, man. As the old saying goes, if you want to feel me in your heart, think of me by a fire.
All right.
What's that? Where's that from?
I don't know. Wait, yeah, I think you're right. You just have to watch the entire series, or at least in serious chunks. And again, I think this 10-minute thing is a byproduct of early YouTube, wasn't it? Where you only used to be able to upload 10-minute fucking videos. There was a time when you just couldn't, upload like 10 to 20 hours in one fell swoop. You were limited, severely limited in the amount of material you could upload.
Yeah, initially it was 15 minutes maximum, and then they came out with the thing of, okay, once your account is like verified, you've uploaded X amount of these videos, then you can upload, I think even was infinite length. But yeah, this is old YouTube. Yep. you recognize these? Do you recognize these images where they're from?
No,
At
not
all?
this one
No.
anyway.
Hmm.
You?
No, no. It's all very weird. Like, you think that they'd tell us where this is from, but this is a part of the thing, is that they just leave giant gaps for your imagination to
Yeah.
fill. You know?
Yeah. And that's it. You can start with a conclusion, and then it's like, okay, let me see.
Yeah.
Or make a statement. What was the statement that, some beings travel by fire or something, isn't it? It was said.
Yeah, fire is a route of travel for some beings. Yeah.
Yeah, and then find as many ancient photos as you can find with fire. Oh my God, look, there's a fire there. There's a fire there. Oh yeah, pretty important. Kind of history of mankind, fire. It shows up in many places.
Have you been around a fire during the day, or even ever lit a lighter
or match
outside? Huh? Huh?
I think that was him to the left of that girl.
Oh.
The fire thing's still with him, as we saw there in his humiliation
Yeah.
ritual.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we know fire is magical,
Yeah, it's one of the most primal things.
Yeah.
Yeah. And why just a random picture of some kids in a camping retreat roasting sausages? I mean, yeah, that's how you cook. Before there was electric stoves and gas stoves.
Yeah, we
you
might
lit
want to report
fires.
this to the FBI, see if those children are missing or something. He might be telling us something here like that. He's burying bodies in the fucking woods for years and leaving clues. 7,000 part fucking documentary.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Milk carton diaries.
What? Oh, right. Okay. Orbs.
It doesn't work at 360. Orbs are always found around fires, and they're often misidentified, pushed off as dirt or ash. Okay, yeah, I remember this. There was that period, wasn't there, where orbs were the thing. Like, they're in many photos.
Yeah, many photos where fire wasn't involved at all.
Yeah, it's just people just never noticed it before because they just dismissed it as dust or some artifact in the photograph, and that's about as far as you can get with it. It's like, you either accept it's an orb, what the orb is, no one can say, or it's some sort of photographic artifact. I don't know if they're still present with the advent of digital photography.
They seem to have gone away. Yeah.
All right.
However, I have seen orbs show up in photos, and it is just, it's one of those things that are so inexplicable that you just kind of, you forget about it and you go on with your life. But then sometimes, like now, you think, Jesus Christ, I actually saw that? That's weird. I can't explain that one away. Okay, so this is obvious bullshit. He's saying that orbs only happen around fires. So he's showing us pictures of where there's fires and then orbs.
Okay. Yeah, that's a lot of fucking orbs now, I have to say. Super amount of orbs. They remind me of Airy discs, which is another conspiracy theory linked to NASA and the STS space missions. I'm sure.
STS?
Yeah, STS space missions. We'll see if we can find that in a minute. But there was a series of space missions that NASA carried out. I think it was in the 90s. This is before they cut their live feeds, but it used to have a continuous live feed. And one of the missions was, I can't remember exactly what it was, but I think they were releasing something out into space, and it was tethered. And so then they released it, like so many miles, and then the tether snapped. But while they were releasing the tether, you can see what looks like flying saucers, just kind of coming across the screen in every sort of different direction, but always linear. And the objects looked pretty much exactly like this, except they had like a triangular slice cut out of the side of them. And so then people got talking like, what is this? This is obviously, it's some sort of life form that exists in space. They're flying saucers. Space is teeming with life. And then someone said, no, it's a photographic artifact. It's basically dust that's refracting in the lens. And then kind of people got it didn't really go anywhere beyond that. Like, it never does, It's just it's usually the case of people who believe and then people who don't.
Yeah,
and they'll wheel out some expert to say, okay, this is what it is. But then there was these artifacts found on Earth, a particular type of stone. The name escapes me now, but again, probably about half a meter across, and probably getting half a meter in diameter. But for all the world, look exactly like these airy discs that are in space, with the same kind of triangular slice that's taken out of them, and hundreds of them found in different locations throughout the planet. And this is what we mean. Like, this is why you shouldn't watch these fucking videos, because it brings back all that horseshit you think you've forgotten about. But that's all it takes. That one little trigger, and then it triggers another thought and another series of events. So that's how someone like Sadiq can, come up with all this shit, and then produce book after book, and just talk and sound like the most profound person on the planet. We can all do it, and it's not difficult. It's just we choose not to con the poor fucking world.
We put our energies into other things, more noble things like fraud and mass murder.
Yeah, it's part of it. So you pretend to be against it in the background, you're secretly working on your own cult. Right, let's have a look more of these fucking.
Jeez, how long does this go on for? Oh, for fuck's sake.
The rider is a
No.
devil's bounty hunter. Sent to hunt down anyone that escapes
What do you
from
call him?
hell. During the day, it'll be normal.
Ghost Rider, right?
All right.
Evil. The rider takes over.
Thanks for the info. I feel much better knowing I'm the devil's bounty hunter.
They've seen you now. They'll be waiting for you.
You come to start the war.
All right, I'm afraid this is going to get us copyright struck. So that's just you're still muted, by the way, if you don't know. That's just one example of that they're using. Oh, look, here's fire.
All right, yeah. So it's,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, I think we got it. So it's, again, if anybody wants to, if anyone's got 3 or 4 months of spare time and wants to go down memory hole lane, well, then you can have a look at that archive. I got some enjoyment out of it because it it made me forget it or remember a lot of things I've forgotten from back then. The likes of David Wilcock and everything is in there. It's essentially an archive of conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Everything, almost. Yeah.
say again.
Everything is involved in it. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. What's the 420? I got an orb on camera for 2 seconds and then went black. Spooky. Yeah, I've seen orbs like not on camera, like with the naked eye. Like I've seen orbs in the sky. Again, what was it? You can't say, like, I don't know. Was it some just helium balloon that some kid had let off and the sun is reflecting off it, and so it looks. I just go, okay, well that's a UFO. I've seen non-flying unidentified objects as well. It's just things I don't know what they are. So they're just unidentified non-flying objects. I did not so long ago, when as part of the show, or maybe after one of the shows, I was standing out the back garden and just star watching. I noticed that basically some of the stars were kind of moving in odd directions and rather quickly, and I don't know if they must be fucking satellites or Tesla's shit. But some of them moved not just in linear directions, but they, one would move to the left and then change direction. And then I went out the following night and, stood there and then looked up. And then in my mind said, okay, come on, show yourself. I want you to appear. And it happened. And again, what does that mean? Is it a coincidence? I don't know. And could you prove it to anybody? No. I suppose I tried to get it with the camera, but it just won't focus in on a tiny dot across the sky. And even if it did, like, what's that kind of? So, oh yes, now I see. Oh, that's AI. So, especially in this day and age with AI, you're never going to prove anything to anybody. No one's going to. Leave you, even if you have it verified by some lab somewhere. It's like, who's going to do that anyway? So
yeah, I was what lies beneath, I believe, is the YouTube channel. This guy has got people on to discuss their supernatural experiences, and he was talking to one of his business partners for an interview about his experiences. And they were discussing, like, there seems to be like a law where you can't get like pristine footage of any of this stuff happening. And the host said, but nowadays, even if it is pristine, people will be saying, oh, that looks too good. It's too perfect. It must be AI generated. So it's always going to be in the land of, either you believe or you don't.
I think with all those fuzzy photos as well, or video footage, isn't it? There's supposed to be some sort of field around these crafts that makes it impossible to photograph them correctly.
I had an experience when in my teens. I forget when exactly. Probably definitely the early 2000s. Anyway, I was at home alone. I did my dishes, as it was my job in the house, and I went out the back for a sneaky cigarette, and I was just looking up at the night sky, and I swear to God, like your experience, Jesus, are you gone? Oh, so you are. Yeah, fair enough. Just like Morgan's experience, I just looked at the sky, and I swear to God, stars just started to move in irregular directions. First it was one that just moved and then maybe stopped, and then 2 or 3 started to move in their own weird directions, and this went on for like a minute or so, long enough for me to realize, yes, I am seeing this. It make me a believer in aliens? I don't know, probably, because when I got into all of the David Icke stuff, I did tend to, believe that something interdimensional or UFO wise was going on. But in the moment, I just kind of took it in my stride. It's one of those weird things. A friend once, or no, actually, I forget who, some ufologist or paranormal thinker said that there seems to be a cognitive bias towards paranormal experiences, because when you experience something paranormal, something that isn't supposed to happen in the world, your brain can't categorize it, so you forget it very quickly. So you could have multiple of these experiences all throughout your life and never really kind of piece them all together.
Okay. I'm gonna make a quick cup of tea, and I'm
All right.
going to hunt for cigarette papers. Like
Oh,
the fucking great Maddie has done another one of his disappearing miracles. I had 3 packets of cigarette papers on the table, and he's
no way.
Yeah, he's magicked them away.
It has to be the gin.
Yeah, the gin are fucking with me, hiding the cigarette papers on me. Yeah, I can take a photo now. See if there's some orbs flying around me. Rizla logos. All right. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Yeah. You do your thing.
Oh, cheers, man.
All right. So it seems that we weren't kicked off of YouTube for playing a low resolution movie trailer. That's good. I guess movie trailers are okay to play. It's really hard to know with YouTube, man. Whew, buddy. Late night. Not later than most, but geez, really tiring. Just having to pull apart the bullshit of a cult leader. It's hard. What's this autokinetic effect? What's this? Someone else said, or autokinesis, as it is sometimes known as. Can someone there explain what autokinesis is? I mean, I could Google it, but I want to know what you mean in the context of the discussion. And by the way, folks, we're heading into 4 hours and 20 minutes. Thanks for holding on with us. I gather that for myself and Morgan, it's also a kind of a social occasion every Friday for you guys to join and shoot the shit and see what's happening in this strange, wonderful world that is our own. This Friday is a bit of a left turn, and I'm glad that we've taken it, because I do like a little bit of variety, and I've always been aware, and I think maybe this has been a block to success in the field of broadcasting for me. Is that I don't want to become one of those people who becomes successful for, say, conservative talking points, and even though I may evolve, my interests may evolve, my outlook, my opinions may evolve, I have to keep carrying on that grift because, I've spent X amount of years of my life dedicated to a job that can't be put on a CV. And then I just have to keep, parroting the same talking points to keep the audience and keep the money rolling in. That sounds like hell to me. You know, and you can tell with a lot of these people, I'd say most of them, they're in a kind of a routine that they've settled into. They have to show up every day and basically say the same thing over and over again, because any kind of variation will alienate their core audience. I mean, you know, or at least they think it will anyway. But it does introduce a level of risk. You know, you have an audience for interest A, and then out of nowhere, one week you show up and introduce interest B. And yes, that will attract a different set of people, but you're rolling the dice on whether your current set of people either give a shit or worse, they find that what you're saying is just, you know, wrong think, and they can't talk to you anymore. They can't look at you anymore because you've gone over to the dark side. Yeah, it's bullshit. We here at the Anti-Broadcast are interested in truth wherever that takes us, because anything else is just pain and suffering to us. You know, living a lie is probably the worst way to live. Stare at an object long enough and it will appear to move, especially at night. Okay, all right. I see what you're saying there. I don't know. I don't know if I was looking at the sky that long enough to, you know, I was smoking, what do you call Marlboro Reds? Man, I loved Marlboro Reds back then. No. Benson's. That's what I was into. But it was probably Marlboro Reds, to be fair. So those burn quite quickly. I don't know, man. It was that long ago. And that's the thing. That's another thing as well. You know, first of all, the brain can't properly categorize these experiences, so you're more inclined to forget about them. But then with the passage of time, if you're honest with yourself, you don't remember it as clearly as you did moments after or days after. So you have to ask yourself, can I trust my memory of a memory of a memory? Because that's what they say memories are, is we're simply remembering a memory. And then that remembering of that memory becomes the new memory. I don't know if that's true, but it sounds true. And my skepticism comes out because there was a year there, a summer there, where I would go out at night with a nice big mug of milky honey tea and a big ass spliff. And headphones connected to my MP3 player. And I would look at the sky and I would beg it for an experience. And I did get an experience, a very momentous experience that, you know, there was a huge buildup of energy and, you know, there was a climax to it because I was listening to a Tool song, and just at the peak of the song, I saw what I saw in the night sky. But you know, you look up long enough into the sky, you're going to see a shooting star every now and then of course, you know, you'll think maybe, I don't know, but in hindsight you might think, oh well, you know, I was having this specific thought at that time, the shooting star came, so it must mean something. But I've never seen stars move in all of those nights, which could have been 2 summers even in a row. My memory is foggy, but I would have remembered moving fucking stars. Never saw that to date. Only that one night. But yeah, for sure. If you stare at something long enough, it is going to kind of become wavy. The eyes, you know, they are limited. Nah, lad, that was the spirit of Danny Carey. You summoned him by listening to Tool. Who's Danny Carey? Oh man, I'm proving my American musician drummer. Oh, okay, the drummer of Tool. Right. Age 63. Wow. Okay. Why can't you be sober? The drummer. Yep. I looked it up. I'm way ahead of you. You're probably a few seconds behind. Yeah, we're playing a waiting game for Morgan here. It takes about 10 minutes to make a cup of tea, but he's going to have to search for skins. If you can't find those skins, man, poor fella, you know. He's going to be making a makeshift pipe out of tinfoil. Yeah. Oof. I remember that one desperate night, making a tobacco pipe out of tinfoil from the kitchen. Oh, that was rough. That was a rough smoke. And probably fucking deleterious to my health and my brain, you know. We call it tinfoil, but it's actually aluminium. Yeah, you don't want to be heating that up and fucking inhaling it.
The American skinhead, Ghost Rider. It's coming your way. Got something to tell you. We're dead. Finished. Fucked over. Now America, killing you.
Actually, you know what? Sorry, I thought I'd burn away a few minutes watching this rock song about a flaming skull or something. Some more schizo shit. I distinctly remember reaching out to someone in Tool. I don't know whether I was just showing my appreciation for them or something, but I remember hearing a story about, you know what it was? It was Freeman Fly. If anyone remembers this guy from the old conspiracy theory days, he's still around, by the way, still going strong. He told a story about James Keenan Menard made a blog post about how they were, if they were in a session in the studio and they were trying to encode the Kabbalah or something into the into their music somehow. I think the drums were a big part of it. and they summoned some kind of entity in the studio. Now, I recited this story to whoever it was in Tool that I was emailing, and I received a reply saying, Jesus, how do you know that story? I don't remember telling that story. I mean, it could have just been, fucking Tool back then doing a shitload of fucking drugs. One of them probably posted that story and forgot that they did so. It was the Fibonacci sequence. Whatever LSD those lads had was military grade. Oh man, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'd imagine. I mean, if you have the right connections. All right, so they were drumming in the Fibonacci sequence and summoned some kind of entity. That's I didn't even think that there was any kind of mystical connection there. But then again, not all magic is recorded in one of those old books. I forget what to call them. Spell book is the pedestrian word for it. All right, Morgan may not be able to find these skins. I think he's in trouble. I think he may just end the show. I mean, to be fair, it is almost 20 to 3. So 20 past 2. So I don't see the show going on for much longer. Morgan with his cigarettes or without his cigarettes. It could be the djinn that stole his cigarette papers, but could possibly be one of his teenagers. At least one of them is around that age where, you don't give a fuck if your parents have something around that you need. You're just going to pocket them. It's awfully greedy, though. 3 fucking packs of skins. Actually, maybe it was his wife. Maybe she's just sick of the the kitchen stinking.
What the fuck? Hang on a minute. What the fuck?
What?
Wife? What?
Yeah, I'm thinking, actually, I was working out like what happened to your skins, and I'm thinking, well, maybe it was one of your teenagers, but then that would be greedy. Just, take 1 pack. But then I thought, your wife just is sick of the fucking kitchen stinking of smoke every morning.
Yeah. Have you been talking to my wife?
No.
Yeah, she is actually. That pisses her up no end. Yeah, but
you need a dedicated studio.
Dedicated wife. Don't be fucking bugging me about cigarettes.
My tobacco of choice is Pueblo or American Spirit, which I only get American Spirit here, but Pueblo is the best. And I think there's another brand that is kind of like, on the organic side. I forget the name of that you can only really find in Spain and Portugal.
Weren't you smoking that American Spirit for a while? Did they change the blend or something, or it was organic? Or...
I think the blend has been changed like 3 times now in the past 10 years, and it's gotten a bit. I don't trust it,
All right. Well, what's the background image there? What are we looking at?
Oh, there's some rock song from the 70s, and it's about a flaming skull. Oh yeah, wait. What's it called again? Oh, I got it there a second ago. Fuck you, fucking asshole. All right. The song. Oh right, Ghost Rider by Suicide. Have you ever heard that band, Suicide?
Sounds familiar.
Same. Oh, it was also featured on the Crow soundtrack.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're a bit fucking handicapped though. If you can't risk the run of playing run the risk of playing music on YouTube, which sucks balls.
I think we're good with this. I just don't want to.
All right, fair
You know,
enough.
I'm not that interested in it. I get the point. You know, something about flaming skulls is, you know.
So I'm not fucking.
I mean, what else is going to be flaming? Someone's dick? You know, come on.
Homosexual.
And then there'll be, huh?
Homosexuals. Right. I want to see if I can find these
Zin.
STS mission.
Yeah, do. Mark Hines switched to Zins last year. They get the job done. I always found American Spirit to be a balls to roll, but that's because it's not treated, cured the same as other tobaccos. Huh. I didn't have that experience. I am hearing a lot about Zins, though. You put it under your tongue and you get the same effects as smoking a cigarette. Yeah. I don't know.
Aren't all those Rogan comedian guys, they're all advertising Zims, they're all sponsored by Zims, I think.
Oh, so that's why they're popular.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm naturally suspicious of anything new that comes out.
Okay. Right. I think I have. Okay, I'll see if I can share this screen.
Okay. Let me
Airy discs.
Because, you know, if I if the other person doesn't stop sharing before you share, then it gets all mangled.
All right. Yeah.
That's awesome.
NASA TV. Yeah, they should have just left everything at 480 as the quality. Then we never would have noticed the fucking difference. All this 4K nonsense. Like, it's NASA. Come on. Okay, so STS mission 75, flight day 9, March 1st, 1996. Just looks like straight.
Oh man, simpler times.
Yeah. Excuse me. Don't start. Why is there a cloud above the Earth? That seems odd.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be a defined boundary of the atmosphere.
Looks like water. Like some sort of firmament.
Okay. What are we supposed to be seeing now?
I'm not sure what this is. Oh, that's from the ground, is it? I think that's somebody that's supposed to be footage from the ground of the space shuttle.
Okay, it's in the bogan arm now, and I'm trying to track with the arm sort of semi-rigid.
Oh no, this is the camera from the...
Pretty good job, Jeff.
Oh.
I'm not sure.
It is from the ground because of the way it's shaking. You know, you're trying to follow something when you're
Yes, we can see
zoomed in.
the suggestion of the tether on the right side.
No, they're talking
Unless
about the
that's just
tether.
a reflection on the window pane.
Yeah, I could definitely see the tether in the viewfinder. Unfortunately, it was at a very low angle through the window, and so there's a lot of distortion in the image.
Copy.
We have acquisition out the front window. I'm going to go and take some more pictures of that.
Roger.
That's the tether, is it? Or what the fuck is this? Or is this some anomaly just supposed to be just photographing from inside the shuttle or the space station?
I don't fucking know.
Oh.
Okay, here's the last little bit I got through the front window. It's not very good. It was very low, and the window's pretty dirty, and it was hard to get access, but I might as well downlink it. It was about 2.5 minutes worth.
Thank you, Jeff.
Okay, Houston, we got contact. It's beautiful. We're going to get it on the TVs and downlink to you. We can see the tether.
Great news, Franklin, and we'll look for that picture.
All right. Okay, that's supposed to be dust.
Yeah, so... But how the fucking dust move in like different speeds in different directions all at the same time
in low Earth orbit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on there.
Yeah. Oh my. I mean,
That's
that's not a visual effect because it was just zoomed in on.
Yeah. So I can't remember how large that tether is as well, like, but it's fairly large.
Well, that's supposed
we
to be
see
the
a long line,
This long thing is the tether.
a couple
We
of
see the
star-like
kind of
things, and a lot of things swimming in the foreground. Can you describe what you're seeing?
Well, the long line is a tether, and
right.
There's a little bit of debris that kind of flies with us, and it's illuminated by the sun at such low angles. So there's a lot of stray light, and it's getting washed out quickly, but Claude is trying to do a quick, good job here adjusting the cameras.
Yeah, so what they're saying is it's debris.
Mm-hmm.
That the light is falling on it, and because the light's washing out the exposure. But it's very bizarre to me because it seems like we've got dust particles that are stationary, like these kind of smaller, brighter white ones.
The ones that look like orbs. Oh, okay.
These ones here. But then we have these guys here, which all seem to be traveling in different directions at different speeds, and some of them are pulsating. I think there was one that just whooshed by that was that one down there pulsating.
Quickly, but Claude is trying to do a quick, good job here adjusting the cameras.
Yeah.
Copy that.
Huh.
They're all pretty uniform, aren't they? In shape.
Yeah.
And form. It's just this guy here, like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, I mean, Jesus, that is not the sun. I'm sorry. It looks like one of those kind of chemistry sets you get for children with the little you can get those slides and zoom in and stuff is floating around.
Yeah. It looks like one of your sperm samples just one of mine actually. There's nothing there.
Binoculars and the 400mm Nikon lens under the body bag, and it only just disappeared in the glare of the sun about 30 seconds ago. The tether looked completely straight. I did not see any bright spots along the tether except at the very bottom where there was a bright spot which was unresolvable for me. I did not see any anything above the satellite.
Thank you. We copy all, Jeff. Good observations. We look forward to your descriptions and photography when you get back.
Huron says, "What's going on here, lads? Microscopic image of a dog's arse." Yeah, so there was supposed to be some kind of thing at the end of a tether, and
That's great.
and then this strange dust, they say, is illuminated, and
Yeah, illuminated dust. And
so where's the dust now?
what is what we're looking at? Yeah, we're
Is this
looking at
just
where-
another camera?
Yeah, pretty decent camera for the time as well. Like,
Hmm.
if it is a camera at all, it's not just CGI. Was
Mm.
it?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that does look like 2003 PlayStation fucking graphics, to be fair.
All right, then we're just inside the space station. Or the shuttle, isn't it? It's not a space station. They're inside the shuttle.
Hmm.
Okay, let's read comments, see if we can make any sense out of it.
All right.
Back in 2025, I saw these jellyfish-looking things in the night sky when I was on top of a mountain looking up with my night vision AMPVS 14 monocular. I could see so much activity. It's amazing the things you can see up in space when you have the ability to see ultraviolet and infrared light. We're not alone. Space is full of life, as our ocean. Except these beings are not made of carbon. They do reflect light. They possess some kind of energy life. Our naked eyes don't evolve to see the things up in space. We need optics to see what's up there. Okay.
Yeah, I like this guy. Yeah, he's gone the right thing, I think.
This is like what I see when I used my telescope a couple of years ago. Me and my dad was testing out his new telescope, and I was looking through it for hours, and all of a sudden I see this disc-shaped objects just floating about out of nowhere. I managed to follow it for like 4 or 5 seconds before it went out of view. Okay. I've been researching stuff as a hobby for years, and I'm telling y'all right now, this is hands down the best video evidence that we are not alone. Right around 4:46, an object enters from the top left. Notice how it changes from a single opening at the front to 2 openings in the back before the screen. Okay, let's have a look at that. 4:46.
All right. Why did that not work?
I don't know. The gin.
Isn't it great to just be able to blame everything on the gin?
Yeah.
To do a quick, good job here adjusting the cameras.
Top left, yeah.
Yeah.
Copy that.
Oh, there. Oh, yeah. Did you see it?
A little bit of debris that kind of flies with us, and it's illuminated by the sun at such low angles. So there's a lot of stray light,
Oh, no.
and it's getting washed out quickly. But Claude is trying to do a quick
So we have
good
this one
job
there.
adjusting the
All
camera.
right.
You see, we can have one opening there, one opening there.
that.
Oh, I
And
see.
the second
Oh.
there, like I said, there's 2 openings.
Oh.
Same with this one here is 2 as well. So they do look like some sort of organism, don't they? Like a jellyfish-like creature. Or,
Yeah.
but it does look like something you see under a microscope, like kind of, cells.
Yeah. As above, so below.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Cool.
The objects move behind the tether. All right. If these particles were in front of the tether, they would distort the image of the tether.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's fucking true.
Let's have a
Let's
look.
look again.
Yeah.
Oh, shit! Dude! What the fuck? How did I not notice that? Man, that's
The window's pretty dirty.
Yeah, they're all passing behind it, aren't they?
No.
Yeah, look.
Oh my god.
How the fucking debris?
Yeah, what? Fucking 1,000 miles away or something.
Okay.
Oh, come on, lads. Please, God, come on.
The image.
Franklin, we see a long line, a couple of star-like things, and a lot of things swimming in the foreground. Can you describe what you're seeing?
Foreground my fucking hole.
Oh, that's the background, dude.
Jesus Christ, man. Dude says, more importantly, is that a tricolor in the flight deck? Remember at the end?
I think it's the Italian one.
Yeah, it is the Italian.
Maybe it is an Irish tricolor. Someone just opened a fucking can of Budweiser or something like it. Emptied it out into space.
Man, that blows my fucking mind.
David Serida. Jesus Christ, there's another name. David Serida.
I don't recognize that.
No. David Serida made a real detailed explanation on these pulsing things that fly, swim around, tethered in various distances. He even explained perfectly why they pulse and what it means as a transportation device. You cannot find it anymore on YouTube. All right.
Yeah, there's a lot you can't find on YouTube.
Yeah. David Serida.
Ah! Oh, man. Suave.
Anti-gravity.
So you remember this guy from...
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's from the Airy discs that I actually remember him as well.
Okay. Oh, yeah, good call.
Nope. Let's just try his name.
Oh, man, really?
X-Files. Analysis of NASA UFO by Dude Love and Light. Oh, Dan Aykroyd. I remember he was heavily involved in the UFO movement as well.
Oh, yeah.
He's supposed to be in possession of that video, isn't he? From is it the airport in Chicago? I think of a very clear UFO, but he never released it.
Kieran in the chat says, that's definitely the inside of a dog's arse.
Could be. Serious is the dog's arse, so, you know. David Serida, maybe it might. Yeah, this is it. STS 75. STS 75.
Oh, nice. All right.
Okay, we're not watching a 1 hour and 35
No.
Okay, let's move.
Oh, there we go.
You can see that all the orbs that are pulsing, very familiar pulsing. Once they reach their position, now look at the one passing in the upper field here. It's going to be heading in right into the center. Notice the one just lighting up as it hits its position.
That's fucked up.
In the formation.
Yeah.
I find it hard to believe this is dust. I mean, it's...
Yeah.
How does it do that? Very faint now, very translucent mass state. The pulse, it has to do with the wave generator. I don't believe you're seeing the UFOs itself, you're only seeing the field. With infrared, when a magnetic pulse moves through an atmosphere, or even space atmosphere, it creates friction, which is heat, and that shows up on infrared. The waves themselves are very visible. If you look here, what you're about to see, this is the Earth down here. One of the first things you'll see on the screen is a little pulsing object. It's actually quite. You'll see a very big, kind of translucent ball with a hole in the middle, very similar to the rest of our UFOs, kind of streaking by and going into the distance. And slowly, as it goes into the distance, you can see it getting smaller and smaller and smaller. So we were experiencing the depth of field of one of these large disks as it's moving past, way past the space shuttle and into the far distance. It basically reaches a point, and once it reaches this point of its destination, it stops moving, and then it becomes extra luminous. It starts to give off some extra light. When the mass is very low, what we start to see is a formation, an actual circular formation, kind of looking at an angle into this formation. We can see these objects that are slowly moving into position and then actually lighting up. Once they hit their positions, they're lighting up. This is suggesting incredible intelligence, something you wouldn't expect for space debris or space junk or some sort of natural phenomena. You certainly couldn't expect that meteorites or shooting stars could fly through space and then stop at a point and then all of a sudden give off this extra luminosity. The luminosity is constant once they start giving it off. As the camera starts to slowly go away and it's moving over the curvature of the Earth, we see more and more of these things coming into position, and then once they reach their positions, they light off. And then, finally, we see another object kind of like this one coming in from the foreground and heading towards the center of the circle. It becomes very faint. You can barely see it on the screen as it's moving into position. And finally, when it gets into what appears to be the center of the circle, it literally just starts shining like a diamond. And its light is luminous and continuous. This whole formation suggests amazing intelligence and amazing organization. Could this be something staged by NASA STS-75? This is also ultraviolet. Now also, in the case of the Mexican UFOs, with radar, why they escape radar.
Great fucking editing there.
I know, shit, isn't it?
When they're this translucent or zero mass state.
Oh, it's just that I thought I might have something playing in the background. I don't. It's just shitty editing.
You don't get an echo.
Designed to collect high-energy electrons in the Earth's ionosphere.
Alright, so this is the tether we were looking at.
The motion of the conductor tether across the Earth's magnetic fields induces a voltage along the 12-mile length of the tether. Utilizing
so that tether is 12 miles long.
And the charge densities of the Earth's magnetic fields and the ionosphere, the voltage produced is expected to be up to several hundred volts per kilometer. If successful, the experiment could produce a lot of electrical power. If additional power is driven along the tether in the opposite direction to that which it normally wants to flow, the tether, in theory, could push, creating propulsion against the Earth's gravity to raise the shuttle's orbit. The advantage to this revolutionary technology in propulsion is that it does not require any rocket fuel. If successful, electrodynamic tethers could prove a way to greatly reduce the cost of in-space propulsion. For example, the International Space Station could keep itself in orbit, saving nearly $2 billion in orbital reboost rocket fuel for every 10 years of the station's operations. But on February 25th, after the 12-mile tether began producing electricity, an unexpected overload of electrical energy fluctuating between 2 and 10 times that predicted, due to inaccurate estimates in the electrical charge of the Earth's magnetic fields, ionosphere, and possibly space radiation, fried the tether conductor cable and it broke, severing it from the space shuttle.
So the tether has broken at the boom.
This just means there's way more energy in the ionosphere than they calculated.
Get it on the TV, Clark.
Which is a good thing.
The tether has broken.
Copy.
Now remember, this is ultraviolet.
Columbia and the satellite now 77 nautical miles apart. Again, that call reporting that the crew can see the tether and see the satellite. That it's beautiful.
But like, hang on. What exactly are we looking at? It's a string that just, it starts nowhere and ends nowhere. That doesn't look like it's coming from anything. Like what?
So the tether snapped, like, so the...
Oh, so the whole thing's floating away.
Yeah, so it's now
77
nautical miles away. now, and yeah, so the tether they extended the tether out. It was to be used as some sort of propulsion system. This guy saying that there was too much energy in the ionosphere, so it fried the cable, causing it to snap, and now it's just slowly drifting off into space. And at this moment in time, it's 77 nautical miles away from the shuttle.
They look like amoebas, but they're much bigger. And notice they're all going different velocities.
This view showing...
Had that been debris in Galileo and Newtonian physics can't move through a gravitational field at different velocities. And notice they're all going different velocities.
The satellite.
That's very curious. And they never bump into each
Again,
other. If it was
just
debris,
moving
then
into
you think
sunrise.
two pieces would hit each other. It never happens.
81 nautical miles now from Columbia.
Yeah, I think it's possible a lot of UFOs could be life forms. You're about to see someone coming up who believes in that. The pioneer of invisible photography, Trevor Constable, is coming up after this.
The pioneer of invisible photography.
The pioneer of soundless music.
It's related to the pioneer of invisible clothing.
It overloaded. There was too much energy in the ionosphere, more than they calculated, so it shorted out, it snapped. And yeah, there's actually classified reports on NASA's site about certain aspects of this incident.
Franklin, we see a long line, a couple of star-like things, and a lot of things swimming in the foreground. Can you describe what you're seeing?
Fuck you. Suck my fucking dick.
Well, the long line is a tether, and there's a little bit of debris that kind of flies with us, and
a little bit.
It's at such low angle, so there's a lot of stray light, and it's getting washed out quickly. But Claude is trying to do a quick, good job here adjusting the cameras.
Notice the
Yeah, or it could be underwater. It could be fucking plankton, man.
pulsing.
Copy that.
Very fast pulsing. Some of them pulse at different rates.
Again, that description by the crew, this is the tether in the satellite. The satellite with approximately 12 miles of tether still attached to it.
Look at that one, just pulsing away.
Columbia and the satellite are now just passing over the west coast of northern Africa.
Actually slowed the waves
the two
down and took
spacecraft
pictures
now
of them and ran them through a wave clock and pretty much translated what the waves are actually doing.
Controllers for the satellite did have communications with it during the close pass between Columbia and the satellite.
Notice how they look like they're spinning, but when you zoom in on them, it's the pulses that give the illusion of spinning.
Columbia, Houston, that's a much better view, a lot more contrast visible. And how wide does that tether appear to be? It seems to resemble a much wider strand than we'd expect. Can you describe which way the satellite is visible on that strand?
This is, I confirmed with top scientists at NASA that this camera sees near UV photons. They also have cameras that see infrared, and this camera is seeing visible and near UV. And near UV is as wide in bandwidth as from red to violet. It's a huge, huge spectrum. Ultraviolet is divided into ultraviolet near, ultraviolet far, and ultraviolet extreme. And all three of those combined are about 6 or 7 times as wide as the bandwidth that the human eye sees. So it's an enormous spectrum to search for phenomena. How what? It's 12 miles long. We're about to get into that. Because they go behind the tether,
Satellite now.
we can use the length of the tether to measure their diameter.
100 nautical miles.
Completely unzoomed, and
very busy day, like Jaime Maussan's videos, 150 UFOs.
But I can't get better than that.
Okay, Claude. Thank you.
I'm going to zoom in now.
Well, this is, of all the stuff Martin Stubbs collected, this is like the mother lode. This is the day when a lot of them showed up. In the summer of 1999, I met with Martin Stubbs, the program manager of the cable TV station, who had recorded over 400 hours of NASA's live broadcast. He gave me some videotape on a new incident that happened in February of 1996 on Space Shuttle mission STS-75. In the summer of 1999, I met with Martin Stubbs, the
Oops.
program manager of the cable TV station, who had recorded over 400 hours of NASA's live broadcast.
What?
He gave me some videotape on a new incident that happened in February of 1996 on Space Shuttle mission STS-75, what was called the tether incident. So what you just saw on the videotape showed a 12-mile-long satellite, a satellite attached to a 12-mile-long tether, which is like a conductor cable. It's a very, very thin, 1/10 of a centimeter in thickness cable that was used to conduct electricity in the Earth's ionosphere. As we saw earlier, space is supercharged with high-energy particles, and NASA was trying to take advantage of these particles to see if they could build up a charge on the tether and actually see a gain or produce some electricity. They charged the tether with some electricity, but then an overload of highly charged particles flooded the tether and produced so much electricity it snapped. On February 25th at about 7:30 p.m., the tether broke away from the shuttle Columbia and drifted about 77 miles away. So the scene that you just saw actually starts at about 77 miles away. The camera pans down, we see a long line, which is 12 miles long of tether, a small satellite attached to the end, and then that. We are confirming, and it's very obvious when you look at the tape, that the UFOs are going behind the tether. Now this came to my attention after my first film.
All through the early records of the UFO phenomenon, repeatedly we have seen the factor of invisibility
Notice the
present itself,
translucent disc on its
if we
side
can
with the
put it
black
that
hole
way.
in the center.
There are numerous examples dating from the earliest times of objects that were seen to disappear into nothingness, and at other times to appear as though out of nowhere.
Trevor took these photos
There
in the
was
1950s.
extensive radar corroboration of this phenomenon,
Black center.
right from the earliest days in which records were kept of these happenings. One of them was the now famous Nancy Shoto case, which was during World War II, when fighters from not jet fighters, but they were fighters from a carrier off the Nancy Shoto Islands south of Okinawa, they were vectored onto incoming objects that should have been visible, and when they were vectored into their immediate vicinity, the pilots aloft still couldn't see them. In the meantime, the skipper down on the deck of the carrier is going nuts because they're saying, we can't see anything, we can't see anything. And the Combat Information Center was reporting that they were in amongst them, right on them. But things like this have been repeated occurrences. It's not an isolated thing. That just happens to be probably the most significant of all the incidents in the immediate post-war period that have found their way into public record.
Trevor's photos are remarkably similar to the NASA UFOs with the dark centers.
You okay there, Morgan?
I had conversations with people
Yeah,
with
so I'm
SETI,
looking at my phone.
and they've admitted to me
I'm trying
that
to find
the
a
spectrum
picture
they're
or
looking
something.
at, they're looking
Right.
down in the billion
like it was
hertz range,
depressed
the
or something.
gigahertz range in radio waves. And that if an extraterrestrial civilization were broadcasting from another star system, they would be broadcasting much higher frequency. Although we can see higher frequency waves and detect them, we can't take information out of
Dude
them.
makes a
For
good
example,
point here.
X-rays and gamma rays, which are ultra high in frequency, we can actually detect them, but we can't pull information out of a gamma wave. Longer or shorter wavelengths distort as they travel through the universe, and they encounter other waves, and you get collisions, and they all get very, very messed up. For example, if you're in a room having a conversation and everyone's talking at the same time, you don't know what state, completely invisible at the time of photography. So the magic of digital cameras are that somehow they're able to see these wavelengths way into the ultraviolet that we can't see. And that UFO in the shuttle just suddenly became visible. It's as if jumping frequencies or dimensions. This one I really took a liking to because I had a personal experience with these. These are non-mechanistic. These are purely as if an intelligent glass-like or translucent field. And I actually had an experience with one of these guys, and that's why, again, this was invisible at the time of photography. $5,000 Nikon high-res digital camera. Incredible shape. And you can see the sunlight shining off of it, so it's definitely physical. It's definitely got mass, but its mass is very low. Very translucent. I've actually seen one of these things, and I can't tell you what happened. It's a very spiritual experience, but look at this one up here.
Alright, could just be a fucking cloud.
Also, this particular photograph,
No, it's still low
there's
for
a lot
cloud,
of
isn't it?
violet light color in the images, especially if you look at the original on the internet.
That looked like a cloud.
UFOevidence.org is where I borrowed some.
Alright. Oh, that's enough of that.
I don't think so. Huh. I have questions.
Yes. I can't answer them.
I mean, I just think that they're leading questions. Like, whatever happened to that tether experiment? I mean, like the fella said, that's a good thing that there was more energy than was expected there. But, like, like people say, oh, well, we haven't gone to the moon since. Like, what the fuck is with that? And then this thing happens, and then, no more tether experiments. And then why suddenly, out of nowhere, do we have digital cameras that just stopped seeing orbs and shit? I have questions, man. More questions than answers after this.
Yeah, it's Doge, whatever the fuck, how you pronounce it.
No.
You're saying, 1 millimeter cable. The magnification must be enormous on that camera. He said 1/10 of a centimeter cable. Yeah, 1 millimeter. So all that other shit is just magnified dust or something. Yeah, he did say 1 millimeter. I don't know. I can't imagine how 1 millimeter thick cable could actually hold something, or how they could expect it to keep a hold of something. So I don't know if there was cable wrapped around the 1 millimeter wire that was inside the cable. I don't know, but that does sound particularly suspicious if it is a 1 millimeter.
Yeah,
fucking tiny. Like how you could zoom in on it, and then how you could but like, what the fuck is dust doing in 72 miles in space? I thought it was a vacuum. Unless like you put dust into the system, but I can't imagine there's that much dust from NASA going up there that it's 72 miles into space. Or it could be dust around the camera. We don't know where the camera is. At the start of the video, the guy did mention about dust on the window, or if they're if the footage is being taken from inside the shuttle or outside. We don't know.
Right.
But it could be that. And then there was a lot of chat around this. I'm sure it's come to some conclusion. I think it is probably generally settled upon that it's dust, or it's some sort of artifact. Because this guy, David Serida, he took it pretty far at the end, and I think he went on and he did more kind of conferences around it. And then the skeptic community got involved. I think it was James Randi's organization. Can you remember what it was called?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Yeah, but I think they got involved. But again, nobody's ever generally looking for the truth. It's just like, I'm trying to prove it, and the other party's trying to disprove it.
Yeah,
go together and go, okay.
Yeah, it's like a common law court, adversarial. Yeah.
Yeah. So we don't know, but it was just an interesting one, and again, just something that gets dragged up from the memory hole. Thanks to the great prophet and finder of memories. Airy disc from the north and the east. One airy disc in the east and one airy disc in the west. All right, let me stop sharing this shit anyway.
All right.
Okay. Do you want to have talk about Ruth Coppenger going full scale fascist and
yeah.
press?
Yeah, I forgot about this entirely because I was so transfixed in the cult and the sexy Levantine or Indian lady, not sure which.
We are starting a UFO cult, my friend. It's been a while. Nobody's working that angle. Well, there is the Raelians, I suppose.
Yeah, but there's a lull in the UFO cult thing, isn't there?
Yeah.
You know,
there
they
is.
can take advantage of that.
Yeah, there's enough material there, so we could mix that. We mix it with anything, really. Like, just,
Yes, mix and match. It's like, Christian Protestant cults, you just take some fucking verse out of the Bible and you interpret it in a completely new way, and there you've got a cult.
Yeah, look at this bitch, like, fucking hell.
Which one?
The one with the hair. The female with the hair. Look at the shape. She's like one of those African fucking statues with the tits on her hips. Like, it's just.
Well, then the head on this one, man. Jesus.
Yeah.
You know what he looks like? He looks like an Easter egg. You know how they're glued together?
Yeah.
So there's a scene.
Yeah, two halves, like the feminine and the masculine glued together. Look at the energy on this
man.
one.
There's they're not leading any fucking revolution, man.
No, not for fuck's sake. If you can't be arsed to button the top fucking of your shirt, he's not leading anything. Let's be honest. And neither is she. Her tits are even fucking trying to get away from her. Like, she's like, just I've never seen titties that low. It's like it looks like there's two tits missing, doesn't it? There should be another two. Just on top of where they could be, like it's
like a cow.
Yeah,
she's literally a cow.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Such
Who
a
are these
woman.
two?
There you go. Yeah.
Oh god, good to have you all on, Kieran.
They walk amongst us.
Yeah, they certainly do. I'm going to say, before we look at what we're about to see, I know a lot of you already saw this, but I'm fucking pressing X'd out like mad on this one. I don't think this is really organic, but let's hear it anyway.
This morning, Justice Minister Jim O'Callaghan was saying that he reaffirmed the government's previous position of wanting to speed up deportations of failed asylum seekers who have not met the threshold after an examination. I'm wondering if you have any reaction to that remark by the Minister?
Not for Brit,
Sorry, what?
Not for Brit, I don't know.
That look of fucking disdain.
That's not really fair.
Um,
He's a member of the press. If he's asking you a question,
I'm just saying I don't answer questions.
there's press freedom in this country, and he's a member of the press. He's a member of the press council. They're asking you a question. That's not very fair.
Really? Yeah, a lot of things aren't very fair, and I don't think he needs you to stick up for him.
Well, I would hope that if the roles were reversed, someone would stick up for me. I don't think that's fair.
You had a question, Jack? I might put a pin in that, actually. I mean, if you guys aren't willing to take questions, then maybe we can put them.
Yeah, I think we're done.
Right. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Grant, okay.
Ha!
Yeah. So, yeah, go back there because I want to have a look at her. Just the look of disgust and disdain on behalf of this cunt.
All right. Start from the beginning.
Yeah, beginning. And just when I say pause.
Yeah.
Just pause
Sure
it there
thing.
and we'll see if we can.
This morning, Justice Minister Jim O'Callaghan was saying that he reaffirmed the government's previous position of wanting to speed up deportations of...
See the way she's scanning him up and down.
Up and down. It's like, look at this fucking piece of shit.
Wow.
Who do you think you fucking are?
Buddy. Jeez.
Of wanting to speed up deportations of failed asylum seekers who have not met the threshold after an examination. I'm wondering if you have any reaction to that remark by the Minister?
Not for Brit,
There. Yeah, it's just fucking no. How fucking dare you even look at me? God, is this woman married? Is she like?
Oh no, I think she's a lesbian, isn't she?
She'd have to be, like, wouldn't she? Probably fucking not. Like, God help the partner of this poor fucking Oh, this poor, God help the poor parent of this ghoul, this gowl, like this actual fucking demon. Look, what's wrong with Gript? Gript are the Nazis in her eyes, are they?
I don't know.
I think so. What pantsuited
termagants?
Termagants?
What is a termagant? Well, that's my new favorite word. Termagant.
Termagant. Okay. She ran out of AA batteries. I think this woman has me banned on X as well, for a couple of fucking years. Like, she's just an awful person. What possesses people to vote for this woman is beyond me as well. How people do it every fucking 4 years is a mystery. There's nothing redeeming about her. She's just awful in every regard. Like, just the way she speaks, the way she, views people, talks to them, the way she looks, the way she dresses. The hair, her hair even is fucking disgusting. It's like she's balding and, or she's been in some sort of house fire. Look at the whole side of her head is frizzed, like. And then this dirtbag as well, he doesn't even have the good sense to just, slowly walk out of frame and distance himself from her. He has to show solidarity, which is okay for him, but not for the press here. Well, calling them press is a stretch, really. But they stick up for their newfound colleague, King Leonidas, the brave, fearless, giant-headed warrior, that brave Abdul. Or what's his first name? Fucking Graham, is it? Or what's his name? Hickey? Or not Hickey? Jesus Christ, I'm losing my mind. Scanlon, what's his first name? Ben. Isn't it? Yeah. Benjamin, Leonidas, Abdul Mohammed Scanlon, the bravest journalist in Ireland for just asking a question, just a question, not even a vicious one or a brave or clever one, but just doing the basics of what a journalist should do.
Yeah.
That after 4 years, his colleagues have found the courage to stand up for him. And I think it's only because the press in Ireland have come together recently, and they've had their annual conference, like they all do. The guards had one, the nurses had one, the fucking camogie players had one, and they just go away and realise, listen, we've nothing to fucking complain about. So anybody got anything at all? The press, Israel, or the Eurovision. Let's have a protest about the Eurovision Song Contest and refuse to report on it. Cool. We're getting termagant, a harsh-tempered or overbearing woman. Okay,
that's definitely my new favorite word.
Yes, I think we have a college-educated person in the chat room. You can join our cult. You can be in charge. You can be in the grammar section. You can write and read and prepare all our scripts for us.
Right.
The
AGM.
AGM. So they've had their fucking AGMs. They've nothing to complain about, and they obviously invited Ben this year, or he just got his press council pass this year, and now they suddenly have they found solidarity with him. But I think this is the first time in Irish history that a politician has openly refused to engage with a journalist. Now, she doesn't think Ben is a journalist because he's right-wing and doesn't ask follow-up questions as well. So that's a clear sign that you're a Nazi. And especially if you ask a question around immigration, well then, double Nazi. And she refuses to have anything to do with it. She won't platform him in any way, shape or form. This is, this can't be tolerated. There's no tolerance for the intolerant in Ruth's playbook. So she can't have it. Ben should really go to a gulag. And that's what would happen if these people were actually got in, a hair's breadth of power. They would have everybody who disagrees with them rounded up into a gulag. Hate speech law will be implemented immediately. We'd all be in fucking work camps by the end of the week. Guards would be, increased to 40, 50,000 people. Every refugee would be, press ganged into the guards or, petty informants. It would be a fucking nightmare. But you're saying you don't believe any? You think it's staged or something, or what were you saying?
Maybe not completely staged, but there's something fishy about it, because I've never seen, as well as a politician never answering a question, I've never seen the Irish press stand up for any kind of fucking standards at all. I'm sorry, I just don't see it happening.
But again, I think it's because there hasn't, ever been a case where a politician just simply refused to answer a question based on their impression of the reporter. Because, bar gripped media, nearly, 99% of every other press outfit in Ireland is of the same ilk. It's the same standard fucking question that's going to be asked. It's the same tame, progressive outlook. And generally, these guys don't even really... They seem to appear in RTE every now and again, don't they? They just drag them in for colour or something. I don't fucking know. But I can't remember any Irish politician refusing to answer a question. They'll avoid the question. They'll skirt around the issue. They'll answer a question that wasn't asked.
Yep.
But I can't remember once where someone said, I refuse to talk to you because I disagree with your politics or your editorial line. It just hasn't happened. And my impression is that this woman, whoever she is, just said, well, that's just not fucking on. Like, so, she's standing up for Ben, and she says, like, she seems shocked, more shocked that somebody would actually stand up for Ben. And then it's like she's trying to, shame your woman by saying, I don't think...
fellow feminist, I don't think he needs you to stand up for him.
Yeah, he's more than capable of standing up for herself. And she's shocked then when, with you saying that's not fair. And then she tries to, she turns into a 6-year-old. Well, he's not fair. The stuff he writes about is not fair. And if he's not fair, then I can be not fair. But she's genuinely taken aback, And then fucking Lex Loser here, he comes in and tries to rescue the situation by being charming and, asking Jack, whoever the fuck Jack is, if he's any questions. And then he takes umbrage too. It's like, well, no, I'm putting a pin in it. If you're not going to answer a question, well then, we're not going to ask you any fucking questions. And why would they? Why should they? I don't think the press really needs these two. They're not selling any papers by having these guys' thoughts on the front, middle, or back pages. They're more dependent on coverage in the press than the other way around. So I'm delighted to see it. And they've been roundly mocked on social media for their silly fucking carry on. Like, it's ridiculous.
Even in the doll. We'll see that in a minute.
All right, yeah. And these will be the first people when Trump does this with journalists, I refuse to talk to you, which is just as shitty as well. Like, it's fucking, it's fascistic behavior to, refuse to talk to the press or like, oh, who are you with? You're with such and such. I'm not talking to you. You're fake news, And now she's doing it like so. And again, wouldn't see the parallel. Oh, well, that's because he's a fucking Ben's a Nazi. And then,
I get to do it, but when he does it, it's something completely different. Yeah.
Blind, like.
Yeah. You'd think that, this bald-faced fucking demonstration of take your pick of any negative words would, get through to people, but they always find some fucking excuse, and some header on fucking Twitter looks like a granny with a fucking a trans flag in her bio says, "Remember when Jack Charlton refused to take questions from Eamon Dunphy?" Did the press refuse to talk to Jack then? Oh my God.
Yeah, that time we elected Jack Charlton to be the leader of the football team. Yeah.
Their level of retardation is fantastic, man. And speaking of which, well, what I think is going on here is that these guys have slowly closed themselves off from the rest of the world. We've talked about this before, how they're just tone deaf, increasingly detached from the rest of us. And yeah, this is the result of it. You know, you stick your foot in it because maybe it is all above board and there is no fucking conspiracy behind it. I'm just being a schizo. And it's just a simple fact that when you get that card from the press corps, then you're part of this society, and you know you are given that level of respect. You're part of the society now. We will defend you as you will defend us.
Yeah, I think he's earned the respect as well. Like so, you know, it was shocking for a lot of them, I think, to see somebody, you know, ask a follow-up question. It's unheard of in the Irish press, you know, because it's just been this cozy relationship, more than cozy. This fucking like they're almost bedfellows, you know, and it's a career progression to become a ministerial advisor, you know, a press advisor, that they're choosing. It's the same outfits they're choosing from every time. It's like the Irish Times, the Independent, RTE. So you have this massive conflict of interest. They know each other. You know, it's been the same government pretty much in power for the last 14 years, if not 40. Let's be honest, it's the same press. It's this, you know, it's the same thing. It's nepotism everywhere. You've journalists who are the sons of previous journalists and politicians who are sons of previous politicians, and it's too fucking cozy. All around, and much of their income as well, much of the newspapers' incomes comes from government advertising. RTE is, you know, we don't need to say it. It's basically it's a state-run television program. Money is gathered from extortion and, you know, direct taxation. Now it's been subsidized because people are so fed up they're refusing to pay the television license in large fucking numbers. So you're not going to bite the hand that feeds you. But I think Ben has earned the respect of his colleagues and has kind of settled in to the role. And even the politicians respect him now at this stage. Like, so, you know, initially it was like, you know, the politicians were laughing at him, and you go back to kind of COVID and Leo Varadkar was the man in charge. You know, he's just kind of looking at him and dismissing him, and then that little fucking gay fury, what's his name? Gorman, Roderick O'Groomer, as people call him. Again, he is just rolling his eyes, and then Micheál Martin, pretty much the same thing, you know, just dismissing him as like, oh, like, hey, who are you, you fucking little upstart? But over time, he's earned their respect as well. Either he's earned the respect, or their handlers have told him, listen, you know, don't do that. It's bad optics. So just acknowledge his questions. Do what Simon Harris does, you know, which is acknowledge the question, acknowledge that, yes, that's actually the case. So take all the steam out of it, and then spend some horseshit about that. Yeah, we're addressing it. You know, again, the standard lessons have been learned. Yes, we have to improve on that, and we are improving on that, and we will continue to improve upon that. Thank you for your question. And then, you know, most journalists in Ireland would just take it at that, but Ben has a tendency to ask a follow-up question, and then another follow-up question, and then another follow-up question, until their press secretary interrupts and rescues the politician and takes him away to safety, you know. And you would hope that would run off on the other press members.
Yeah. Is it possible that we're seeing a sea change then here? Because, you know, if there is that kind of cozy environment where, you know, you're just a kind of a part of this machine, and you can't upset it because you'll endanger your own place in it, you know, which is hard earned. You know, it's just it's the regime, it's the status quo, it's the way that things are done. and then in comes this guy who, may not, be a like actual rebel, but enough of an outsider to ruffle feathers. And then others in the industry are saying, wow, yeah, fair fucking play, I can't do that, but I'm glad he's here to do it.
Yeah, I don't know. Like ultimately, it's the whatever the journalists are doing or standing up for him, they're going to toe the line if they're called into their office in the following morning and told, listen, in future, just keep your mouth shut. So it's going to be dictated by money. So if Grip took off in the morning and if they're earning millions upon millions from their subscription service, well, then I'd imagine other outfits would kind of perk up and take notice. But there's still spell, and the people under that journalists are committed to the truth, and that's the main thing. And that it's all about the truth, but it's fucking not. It's evident that it's not. They have a narrative to push, and they're told what to report on. And the only true journalism can be independent journalism. But the problem is that doesn't pay anything, So in the absence of a God forbidden universal wage or some magical Star Trek technology where we can just build everything and we don't have to worry about food or medicine or anything like that, well, we're not going to get that, because people won't put their fucking hands in their pockets to reward somebody for doing good journalism, and it's just too difficult for an individual journalist to make a splash unless they're outstanding or they've come from a respected field of journalism to begin with, So I don't know. Will Irish journalism change that much? I don't think so. I'm not even that up on it anymore, because I generally don't pick up the Irish Independent or the Times or any of that. Like I just gave up long ago. I'll have a look at the odd article online and read it, but very rarely is there any sort of expose. If that does happen, it tends to be in an English Sunday paper report on an Irish event. But within Ireland, it's non-existent, because they're part of the regime. They're part of the established order of things, and they don't want to upset the cart. Why would they? They have a lot to lose, and generally, when you have a lot to lose, you don't fucking you don't rock the boat too much.
Yeah, for sure. There's been comments in the chat about Ruth's tits, and that did strike me, especially in this clip. Now, what I gather is that she's wearing a bra.
Wow.
But it's not a big enough bra to encompass all of her saggy tits to hold them in place where they originate from, let's say.
No.
So instead, they're just kind of the whole bra and the tits are sagging down. So what she needs to do is just go like maybe 5 cups bigger, or just go braless, so that they just kind of completely droop down, and like they just kind of merge into her fat stomach, and we don't notice them at all.
Yeah,
that's my fashion advice for Ruth.
Yeah. Just tuck them into your knickers, Ruth, like a good girl.
Or just have them out, if you want.
Yeah.
To guarantee, to be the next Taoiseach, just have them out,
Yeah, that's it. I'd respect her more if she did that, went into the Dáil, took her top off, took the bra off, and just let us have a look at those big, dirty, saggy, giant wet tea bags that she calls tits. And we could all be happy with that. Maybe Paul rests his head in them at lunchtime or something when he gets a bit tired. Just pops his head into one of the cups just to take the weight off his fucking giant titted head there. But yeah, I'm curious now to know what her tits look like. Yeah,
I'm sure they're out there somewhere,
Yeah, and she wasn't bad looking like 10 years ago. She wasn't actually bad looking. But unfortunately for women, they age like bread. It's fucking rough. It's just moldy mess once they get past a certain age, and the titties start to sink, and Yeah. Ugh.
He looks worse with the glasses. Have you noticed him with glasses before, actually?
No, it seems to be a new development now. He's a
Huh.
mature statesman now, is it? What was he banging on about today? Social media. They're banning social media for 16-year-olds and under now.
Oh, fuck. I mean, well, like, what are they doing on social media anyway, you know? But, like, stop banning shit, okay? We've been through this so many times in this show. How about we just improve society generally instead of trying to fucking socially engineer it with fucking laws?
Yeah,
How about
so
that?
they're doing that. What else? We may as well get it all out of the fucking way now in one fell swoop.
Mhm.
The hate speech thing's back on the agenda now again. Right? So
Yeah.
our masters in the EU have said we have to do it, or there'll be fines. There'll be money.
No,
to be
court
paid.
proceedings.
Say again?
Court proceedings.
Oh, court will bring us to court for not implementing the hate speech laws. All right, fair enough. Go ahead, fucking do it. Hasten the end. I don't think the citizens are gonna take that too fucking kindly.
No.
But we say so. We have that. I think there's something else. There's so much shit that's coming down the pipeline. There's something else from that ministry as well. That escapes. Oh, it's facial recognition technology. That's been fast tracked as well.
Oh.
So I know. We're due to have that by the end of the summer months, apparently, from Jim O'Callaghan. So they're gonna push that out. So our guards will be walking around with the facial recognition turned on, and we'll have fucking cameras everywhere. I think they've got a couple of towns picked out already. I think Carlow, Westmead, areas out there. They've been classified as 10-minute cities, not 15 minutes now. We have to be that bit better. 10-minute cities. So they'll be rolling out all the CCTV and facial recognition horseshit there. So we're gonna have a busy couple of fucking years ahead of us. Like, so either that or we'll all be fucking legging it out of the country sooner rather than later, because there's only take where it's like, okay,
oh my. Who wants to abolish the Angelus?
Oh, it's this Coppenger, is it?
I don't know, man. I mean, does it matter who in the end?
No, it doesn't. This is like, wouldn't be surprised. Maybe, ban the Angelus, just put a picture of Ruth in her tits, with her tits hanging out there. Sucking on a shotgun barrel. That would make me happy. We all pay a license fee, like whoever the highest bidder gets the shooter in the fucking head.
Like, guys, if you think you were going too far with Ruth, I mean, she's a torment. I forget the details, but there's this. She was lauding this book by some fucking French satanic pagan, and I say satanic pagan because there's good pagans out there. I'm one. It wrote a book about how abortion is a sacrament to the goddess Athena. That's who Ruth likes, you know?
Wow.
So fuck that bitch. I'm sorry. I have no time or sympathy for her. She's the first to go to the fucking gulags.
Oh, and I think we have an anti-racism Tzar has been appointed, haven't they?
Before the housing czar.
Oh, wait, you see, this cunt. Like, yes, the housing czar. He retired. He was saying, no, not doing it. Don't want it. Cannot be arsed. Keep your poison chalice and, sort out your...
Oh, so there was only one of them?
Yeah, they only had one guy in mind, like, so he was a lifelong civil servant, so they just decided to give him that.
Right. Well, if you're going to bring up something about racism, I'm going to play this 35-second clip, which I guess the Taoiseach is kind of using this as a fucking gotcha.
Exactly what we need to do. No, you can shake your head if you want. You aren't. But I don't. But you know what?
Continue, Taoiseach. Deputy Murphy.
Okay, so they're talking about Israel is using our airspace to bring weapons to Gaza and commit genocide.
Thanks for shouting me down again. I know you're having difficulty this week. You won't take questions from some journalists, and when you come in here, if you don't like the questions, and then when you ask me a question, you won't allow me answer it. So you don't take questions from some, and you don't accept answers from others. So don't shout me down, please, on an important issue. In relation to this situation, I've made it very clear what Irish law does state.
Oh, by the way, I want to heap praise on Gript when they upload a video to their website, like just raw video. They embed a video on their website, not through X or YouTube. They allow you to download it. Right click, save video as. Thank you. Keep the internet open.
Yeah, good stuff, Gript.
Yep.
And isn't he reintroducing the that Israel bill where, you know, we're not going to trade with any Israeli companies that are on occupied land, what's it called? The Israel Occupied Territories Bill or something like that. That's back on the agenda at him because he's standing up to big, bold Israel. He's not going to stand idly by, using that phrase. I think was it Jack Lynch back when our compatriots in Northern Ireland were in trouble, and they said, you know, Ireland, we're not going to stand idly by, while we did, and didn't do anything because we couldn't. And what this guy's going to do, like, he's not going to stand idly by and watch Israel continue to murder, you know, Palestinian civilians. He's going to do fuck all. Introduce a bill that we're not going to trade with people that we don't trade with already. And that was introduced by the great political mind of our times, Mary Black Sister, I think, or something like that. Some fucking imp they put in the Shannon because, you know, she could sing a couple of decent songs and it seemed like a good fit at the time. Anyway, let's have a look at this fucking our new anti-racism czar. God, I fucking hate this country. I swear to God, it's beyond ridiculous.
I'm ready to leave at this point.
Yeah. We're supposed to stay positive, though, aren't we? Like, so.
It's just so hard, man.
I know. I fucking know. All right, share the screen. Where is she? Ugh. There she is. Look at her fucking. This cunt. Well, I'm sure you could pick out who it was. But they say you can tell a person by the company they keep. So this faggot, another member of the Green Party, thank goodness people saw sense and voted him out of fucking power.
I don't even remember him.
I don't know what he was in charge of, but the same usual horseshit filth that flows forth from anyone attached to the Green Party. And this other girl over here, our friend Hazel
Chew
/ Rachel Chew.
Wait, which one is it?
It's Hazel.
Okay.
Trevor calling her
Rachel Chew's the actress. Okay.
Yeah, so Hazel Chew, Chewbacca, over here. Let's have a read of this. I didn't prepare anything on this, but there's reams of nonsense from this woman. So she tweeted not so long ago, either a tweet or Facebook post, but she's just racism on the brain. Everything is fucking racism. Why we in Ireland still have to put up this shit is beyond fucking me. It's like nobody told them that the game's up, like it's over. We're done with the whole, you know, horseshit from the Americas. It's not going to fly anymore. But ourselves in the UK seem fucking hell-bent on continuing down this path wherever it may lead. But she was in a restaurant and she asked for a glass of red wine, and the waiter accidentally brought her a glass of grape juice. Yeah. And she... Now, I don't even know if this is true or not. Like,
no, it couldn't be. Because, you know what? That's an American thing. Okay? you have to like be terminally online and be in the most racist circles of American internet to even get the grape juice connection with African Americans, not Africans, because usually what we associate, we are aware of the stereotypes we're aware of is watermelon and fried chicken.
Yeah.
So
I didn't get the
bullshit.
reference. I thought it was like I didn't even get the reference. Like it's supposed to be like Kool-Aid or something. Is it because they like Kool-Aid or
they just love the grape juice, man.
All right.
Yeah. That's what they say. But like, look, for background, watermelon and fried chicken is a southern thing, and most African Americans are in the South, so that's how the connection was made. And I'm sure it's the same with grape juice.
Yeah. Doesn't everybody like fried chicken? It's just tasty.
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole fucking chain of restaurants around that whole model.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure on the watermelon. I never liked a watermelon, I have to say.
Well, if you live in the South, it's hot. You need hydration, and yeah.
It is fun to watch a black person eat a watermelon, though, I must say. It's how I like to spend a lot of my spare time. Especially peaty green. If you ever want to see how watermelon should be eaten, just go to YouTube, click in peaty green eats watermelon. Arse fun. A great deal. Oh, this behind the fucking paywall, is it?
Put it into archive.vn. It's already archived, I swear.
Archive.vn, is it?
Yep. Oh, fuck off.
Oh, I spelled it incorrectly, that's why.
Oh.
Yeah.
I was thinking, Jesus, is it blocked for you? Jeez.
Nothing happened.
Why? Okay, one solution is you give me the link and I'll do it.
Yeah, let me just try it again.
All right.
Maybe I hit commas instead of full stop. Oh, Jesus, mother of God. No, not happening. Okay.
Oh, okay. All right, where are you sending it in the
yeah.
Okay, I'll pull it up here.
Private chat there, 1 second.
Cool.
Okay, I'll just stop sharing.
I don't know why it didn't come up for you. That's weird.
Yeah, I don't know.
Archived 9 months ago. There we go. All right, so I'll share it now.
Shadow people.
Okay, I'm gonna blow it up here. Ireland doesn't need a racism czar. Ugh. Is she the same lady who was standing in front of some street in Ireland like 9 years ago screaming, "This racist fucking country"?
Probably. I wouldn't be surprised. But yeah, she runs a lot of seminars as well. She had one online seminar. Anti-racism seminar, like I think it was like €300 to attend or something like that, and she's been going into every department and the civil service and teaching them how to be not just not racist but anti-racist, which is just utter fucking nonsense. And now they've appointed her to this position. Like, God fucking help us. So we got the Republic of Ireland has always prided itself on its lack of racism.
Yeah.
Take the fact that two of the country's most popular sons are black or mixed race. Tin Lizzy, Phil Lynott was the first truly international rock star, while the brilliant footballer Paul McGrath was and remains perhaps the most genuinely loved Irish person alive.
Yep.
True. When I was at an under-21 game between Ireland and England many years ago, a small bunch of Irish fans started shouting racist abuse about Trevor Sinclair. They were soon attacked by other Irish fans who asked the idiots if they would say the same thing to Paul McGrath, who was simply known as God in Irish footballing circles. Those racist fools ended up being escorted out of Daleyman Park by the police and stewards at halftime, not because they were disturbing the peace, but for their own safety. Crowd violence is rare at an Ireland match, particularly at an underage game with only hundreds in attendance. But the rest of the fans reacted with genuine horror and violent fury at the sight of their fellow fans insulting a visiting player because of the colour of his skin. It was, it must be said, a proud moment to be an Irish football fan. This has always been the Irish tradition, having been subjected to racism in places like the UK and the US. Most Irish people recoil from the idea of berating someone because of their skin colour or ethnicity. But recently, a narrative has been emerging from multifarious NGOs and left-wing politicians that Ireland has become a racist hellhole. Last week, a Green cabinet member appointed, would be, wouldn't it? A Green, there's only one Green, isn't there? Hang on, when was this article? 9 months ago, was it?
Yeah.
You say, all right, okay. They just fucking stuck her in there. They must have just sealed the deal or something. But there we go, another Green Party fucking policy, probably that gimp with the beard that was standing beside her.
Yeah.
A Green Party member appointed Dr. Ebun Joseph as a special rapporteur for the National Plan Against Racism. In essence, the Nigerian-born special rapporteur will deliver regular reports to the Irish government about how hideously white and racist people are. It's perhaps no surprise that when she appeared on RT's main news bulletin to boast about her appointment, many Irish people were incensed by her assertion that white Irish people need to be trained not to be racist. As one commentator asked, are we simply dogs to be trained? In a rather strange, but not the least bit surprising development, it turns out that Joseph, who also happens to run a company which offers such training, what odds? Raking it in. Yes, there's no doubt that racial tensions have emerged in Ireland over the last decade, a rise in immigration and a sense that immigrants, both legal and illegal, are being given preferential treatment. Yeah, but it'd have to be an English paper, wouldn't it? That just fucking says it as it actually is. The horseshit. Over the indigenous population has led to a rise in violent incidents again. For example, hostels and hotels, which have been remodeled to house the largely male and undocumented migrant arrivals. Some of this anger is undeniably racist. Much of it is not. As we are currently seeing in every country across the Western world, the patience of ordinary people is growing thin as they face a housing crisis, a cost of living crisis, and a desperate lack of hope for the future. There is a general sense in Ireland that ordinary people are simply being left behind by technocratic metropolitan elite, which is more concerned about being recognised as the best in their class with by their ultimate overlords, the EU. After all, there's nothing that the typically insecure Irish politician loves more than to get a pat on the head and a gold star. Or von der Leyen.
Sick burn.
Yeah. But events in the past week have really exposed how far the Irish government has become removed from the actual reality of life in Ireland. To understand the current moral and intellectual bankruptcy that led to Ireland's first racism czar being appointed, it is important to understand some context about her background. Jesus, Spectator, just fucking pare it down a bit, you know. Having spent years in academic obscurity while lecturing about critical race theory and the problems with whiteness, Joseph became more well known after writing about an incident which happened to her around Christmas in 2019. As she herself wrote at the time, I was on a break from posting about race at the time.
What are the chances?
Yeah, you know, if you have to take a break about posting about fucking race, there might be a problem. But went for dinner in a Galway hotel of all places, fucking dirty, racist Galway fucking knackers, hotel, and ordered a glass of red wine, house red. Guess what I got served? Yep. Oh, black currant juice. All right, it's even worse.
Oh, black. Wait, what?
Black, because she's black. So, you know, black.
Oh, no.
Someone gave her black currant juice.
What the fuck? What does that even mean?
Yeah, you should have gave her a fucking bowl of cotton or something, like, just if you want to make a point, like, here's some cotton candy for you.
You should have served her fucking formaldehyde, cunt.
Yeah. Guess what I got served? Yep, black currant juice in a wine glass. Racist or mistake? Probably a mistake.
Yeah.
Like,
you
when
would
has that
think
ever
so.
fucking happened anywhere in the world that someone gives you a black currant juice to make a point that, oh yes,
Yeah,
you're
I'd
black.
sooner fucking. I mean, yeah, I suppose she'd have to order white wine. I'd have sooner pissed in the fucking glass and gave it to her if I was, trying to make a racist point.
Yeah, but who makes a fucking deal out of that? Like, really, if you order something and, the waitress or waiter makes a mistake, do you look that deeply into it? Oh my God, black currant juice, black, I'm black. Everywhere I look, I see racism, even in a glass. Could it not just be, a genuine mistake, Ebun? There's no need for or Ebun, whatever your fucking name is. There's no need for a question mark. It's just a case of, oh, sorry, I ordered red wine. Oh, I'm terribly sorry about that. And, that's the end of it, really. Racism or mistake. When she complained, the manager explained that it had been given to her in error. They then gave her a bottle of wine on the house as a way of making an apology. Now, they only
I'm sure that was racist too.
Yeah, reparations for the fucking blackcurrant. Like, they only given her a bottle because she's made a fucking big deal out of it. Like, so, because I've been in a restaurant where somebody, they've brought the wrong thing, the wrong side dish or something like that, and you just, oh, sorry, I didn't order this, I ordered something else. Oh, no problem. Thanks very much. And then that's the end of it, If it's a case of like, oh, the food was cold, or there's pubic hair on the oysters. Well, then it's like at the end, oh, terribly sorry, let me get you something new, and they'll give you a free bottle of wine. It's only if they make a big mistake that they'll make up for. But imagine this bitch just fucking made a huge deal out of it, and then to shut her up, it's like, okay, here, have the bottle for free. You whiny nigger bitch. I'm like, so let's see. But that didn't stop her from going on a tirade and accusing the bar staff member who had mistakenly served her the red wine as being a sick joker or racist, and saying that the damage has been done. The hotel later explained that a display bottle of wine had been mixed up with an actual bottle, and that the incident had no racial intent whatsoever. Yeah, Gordon, what a cunt. Like, after they apologise, when they didn't, you still go online, you accept their gift as an apology, and then you go online and try to ruin the hotel afterwards. Like,
you know what? I don't know, just hear me out here. I know this is just completely off the reservation. I think she's the one that's racist.
Yeah, no kidding.
In that sense,
yes, they're all fucking the same. Like, they're all just obsessed with race and are actually racist. Like, our whole existence is about shitting on white people. You drag your arse from God knows what part of fucking Nigeria to Ireland. You make a career. Like, only in fucking the West could you make a career out of shitting on the country that gives you the opportunity to make a good living. Like, what would she be doing back in Nigeria? Teaching about whiteness in Nigeria, the horrors of whiteness? I don't fucking think so. Only dopey Westerners will put up with this shit and give you a position in a college to teach, impressionable minds about it, and then, give you a government position to fucking put an exclamation mark on it. Like, it's fucking ridiculous. Like, so every pub or restaurant she goes into now, she should be given a glass of piss. Like you said, no matter what she fucking asked for, it's like, okay, here's a glass of piss, and go fuck yourself. Like, so this wasn't her first or her last incident. The following year, she complained that the famous Dublin hotel, the Shelbourne, was proudly displaying statues of black slaves at her front door. Yeah, so that's it. It's just, she's obsessed with fucking race, so she goes out of her way to find problems where there aren't any there to begin with. And the great prophet Kaczynski told us about this in the fucking leftist mind, that they're so fucking hateful, and they're, so profoundly hate themselves, and they're, inferior, that in the absence of problems they will invent them. so they can make themselves feel better and to give themselves that little bit of fucking power. I'm sure he wrote it in much better terms than
Yeah.
what just spilled out of my mouth there.
Well, I mean, he also had the luxury of 1,000 extra words, so don't go.
Yeah, and
too
some
hard on
peace
yourself.
and time. A little cabin for himself there in the woods, and a nice little hobby to keep himself busy. I'm sending letters to different people in academia. I'm not going to get myself in trouble. As it happened, and it was subsequently proved by bemused art historians, the statues weren't of slaves at all, but actually depicted a number of Egyptian queens who were held in high regard. So, like, yeah, that should be the end of a career right there.
Yeah.
You know, that's career ending. It's like, okay, you're just a fucking lunatic.
Yeah,
looking to
who
raid
isn't
everything.
he? Doesn't even understand African culture. You
Yeah.
know, the continent that she came from.
Yeah, aren't these people always saying how they're queens? But no, they view
Yeah, we
themselves
was
as slaves.
kings,
Yeah, we was kings and queens
And shit. You can't forget the shit.
and shit. Yeah. That mattered not a jot to Joseph, who quickly questioned the credentials of the art historian. The fucking arrogance, like, and expert involved before later huffing that black people can't afford to go there anyway. I think most people can't afford to go to the shelter. Like, it's not going to go fucking black people. What are you saying? You're all poor. What give black
jeez,
people reduce the prices for black people?
It's just like that whole thing in America where, like, introducing IDs for voting, and then the left is saying, yeah, but that's unfair to black people. But then obviously the fucking conservatives asked, hey, are you saying that black people are incapable of getting IDs? Like, that they're either too poor to, you know, get a $10 processing fee, or you know, walk somewhere to get the fucking ID?
Yeah. Like, we don't need these people in the country. We don't. I don't give a fuck if you're black, pink, blue, yellow. Anyone with that mentality needs a good kick in the hole onto a boat, a rowing boat, and just pushed off into the ocean. And it's like, make your own fucking way back and not paying for a flight. But it won't happen in this country, unfortunately, for a while. Yeah, so black people can't afford to go there anyway. Okay. I thought they were all fucking doctors, and you know, so a doctor can't afford to go to the Shelbourne. Like, who can?
Well, I mean, such is the fucking cost of living crisis.
Yeah, well, there you go. Nobody can afford anything, but yet we need more people. Ebun Joseph's comments take her so far beyond caricature that it almost defies belief. Even saying, in the wake of George Floyd's death, like, Jesus Christ. Right here in Ireland, we feel people's knees on our neck. Ugh. Even me with my education. Yes, you're not physically killing us, but you're emotionally and mentally killing people. Really? Like, projection of the year, you, Ebun Joseph, are killing us. You're fucking strangling us with your unrivaled levels of horseshit and whining and whinging and moaning and complaining to us that we owe you something. We owe you fucking nothing. Okay, not a fucking thing. Yeah, in a country which had almost blindly accepted the now thoroughly discredited snake oil of critical race theory and DEI. That's true too. There's very few people with, you know, bat an eyebrow like, sure, didn't we travel around the world? All that horseshite, which so many American institutions and corporations are now repudiating. We still seem prepared to give plum jobs to people who don't seem to deserve them. Given the controversies she's been involved in, it would be nice to say that Ebun Joseph is nothing but a joke. But it's a joke that is being played at the expense of the already hard-pressed Irish taxpayer. And that's not a laughing matter. Yeah, this bitch needs to get the boot.
Yeah.
Black boot at that, just to make her happy. You don't want to kick her in the ass with a white boot; she might get upset.
Oh Jesus, yeah. Fuck's sake. Do you want a palate cleanser? It's just a minute long, just to satiate our
Please.
our racist instincts. This is the first time an African tribe is introduced to ice. Oh, for fuck's sake, where's the volume? I hate shorts and this shit. It's fucking retarded. There we go.
Imagine you've never seen ice in your life, and now someone hands you a piece of frozen water. Members of this African tribe are touching and trying ice for the first time, and their reactions are amazing. Trying it near the fire turned out to be a good idea, because it was probably the first time they felt such cold on their hands. Imagine you've never seen ice in your life.
Oh, I couldn't find the whole video, and that commentator I didn't expect. But that's Eben Joseph's fucking what? Grandparents' generation. Yeah,
Eben Joseph.
Yeah, she only started wearing like clothes 10 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah. It's also, there's another video out there. It's the first time they were introduced to a dick as well. It was the exact same reaction. Yeah, I've seen videos like that as well, and introducing them to bottles of Coke and that, and trying to open it with their gnarly teeth and shit like that. Yeah, that doesn't help us at all. We just look like absolute cunts. But are these videos? Are there still people in the world who haven't been introduced to fucking ice? There's still tribes out there. It just seems like a fucking.
Yeah, there's still tribes out there. Yeah, they're not like completely cut off. Like the what is it? North Sentinel Island, is it?
Yeah.
But they're still pretty. Like, come on, whoever thought? Oh yeah, let's bring a refrigerator truck all the way out here into the middle of the jungle, and
get a reaction video like that's a dedicated fucking YouTuber right there, like. Traveling
it's
all the
fucking
way.
Genius is what it is, Yeah.
They're gonna ruin these people, like, because they did that with those fucking tribes in Pakistan that we looked at, didn't they?
Yeah. What is it? Tribals.
Yeah, tribal people react.
Yeah, I love those videos.
Yeah, they're great. They're very heartwarming. Like, you shouldn't watch too many because it makes you humanize the dirty foreigners. So you have to watch them in moderation. But it's very endearing. Just to see,
it is, yeah.
The good side of human nature and the wonder and the mystery of things like salt and vinegar crisps.
Yeah. Well, you know what I loved, right? There was a reaction video of these three African Americans being introduced to Rammstein.
All right.
And they were like, "Oh shit, nigga! I didn't know white people had good music."
Yeah,
they were like, "I thought it was all just fucking Addullah," It was fucking hilarious.
Yeah, they're some of my favorite videos as well, like where black people realize white people are human,
Yeah, and have souls.
Have soul, yeah. Oh my God, like these people can now actually sing and dance. Yes, Kimo Sabi. That's where most of your culture is derived from. But they've tried to convince you that we're robbing your shit, but it's the way around.
All right, so yeah.
Yeah, and my favorite ones are the ones I think I've said this before, where they black people prove that they've got no rhythm themselves when they listen to music that's a slower beat. They can't jive. They want to kind of rock out to it, but they just can't get it down. So it's like,
oh wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, they look like white people trying to dance to rap music, or up tempo music. When the tempo down, it's like it's the same thing for.
So they can only handle a certain band of RPM.
Yeah, right. Because that's what they're accustomed to, So it's going to take another maybe 20, 30 years of listening to low tempo music to kind of get into the groove. Sometimes you don't need to find a rhythm; it's just going with the flow. But they're fun videos, and it's always nice to see people introduced to something new and come around to the realization that we're all fucking human, and there's no reasons to be hating over pigmentation. It's like It's too arbitrary for hate mongers like us, you know.
Yeah, because if I was living in this cottage, the same cottage, but like 200 years ago, and someone came along with a block of ice, I'd probably be, have the same reaction as the African tribe.
Yeah, I doubt it. If it's more like you'd be killing the person who gave it you ice. Get this fucking demon shit away from me. Smack him with a shovel and bury it in the well. Yeah, it would be like I don't know.
All right.
Yeah, possibly. I don't know. I'm trying to think of something that we could be introduced to now that doesn't exist, but it's hard to because it's hard to imagine something that
maybe crocodile from Russia.
Yeah,
that drug that makes your fucking skin decay.
Yeah, no, I won't be trying that anytime soon. What's this? What have we got here?
Okay, I queued this up hours ago. We're going to come full circle. Tim Pool.
Oh,
without his hat.
Oh, so nice.
Before some kind of rally or a public protest or public event, there's many different things go on in the United States. This guy said, I'm going to take your hat, and there's nothing you can do about it. And guess what happened?
I'm looking for Tim Pool. Have you seen him? I don't even know who that is.
Is Tim Pool around here?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to steal his hat.
We'll find Campbell.
It's a moment of truth.
Billboards all across the arbiters of what is definition of the word bigot. And you!
Oh!
I know, right?
Oh, no.
Oh. I told you, it's fucking bad, man.
Oh, that's rotten.
Oh,
All right.
Have a good day.
Bro, you come near me ever again, you won't have any teeth. You understand that?
I understand.
Don't fucking touch me. Do you realize?
No one cared who I was till I put on
Beanie.
Oh
God, I'm fucking snorting like a pig.
It's
oh my God, look at the state of that. Oh,
that is bad, man, isn't it?
That's
you can see why he never ever shows up without it.
Just get rid of it, man.
Just go bald and then shave that facial hair, and you've got a good look there.
Yeah, even with the facial hair, it looks okay. It's acceptable now to have a bald head. Like it's pretty standard. It's a standard look now, isn't it? Like Yeah, and even if you don't want to go full bald, like you can get those little tattoos, can't you? Where it looks like it's just it's growing back, like it's like a number one. Or he's loads of money. Get some fucking hair plugs, dude, or something like that.
Yeah, he had loads of money. Yeah.
Oh, he lost it.
And he wasted it all on a compound and. What is it? 60 staff that he doesn't need, and a skate park on the compound, and a coffee shop that he didn't actually get opened in the end. He just, sank a bunch of money into. And then the Russians got exposed for feeding him money, which he allegedly wasn't aware of. And to be fair, maybe he wasn't. But then that dried up,
Like
absurd amounts of money, like a fucking $1 million every week, and he didn't stop and think, that's a lot of money. I wonder why someone's giving me all that money. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Like, that ended his career, did it? Like that like,
oh man, dude, get Gavin Pepper corpse hair. Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah, I was thinking about that hair is terrible. It's like fucking AstroTurf or something like that.
Shit, we were meant to release that video recorded like 8 months ago of us taking the piss out of Gavin Pepper. Yeah, if you're not subscribed to the channel, subscribe now and you'll see it pop up in your feed like a day from now. That was fucking funny as fuck.
Yeah, we love Gavin Pepper of the tiny hand, or the giant hand, isn't it? He's actually giant-handed. People don't understand. Like, it's a fucking some sort of mutant. Yeah, we'd be great fun with Gavin. I want to see him do reviews on chippers or something like that, because he's always outraged at every fucking thing. You know, I've never seen a video of him where he's just relaxed and okay. It's always something as shocking or outrageous, or so I'm just waiting for a video to pop up of being outraged at the price of a battered sausage or something like that. Like, yeah, I want to have a look. Speaking about heads, we did say we'd have a look at Abdullah Hashem's head.
Oh, okay.
Early
While you fish that up, can I go pee?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, so yeah, we've done a couple of videos on Gavin Pepper, but I always find it hilarious. Now, I've great respect for the man in a certain sense. Like, so he stood up to the plate, he got elected, which is no easy fucking task. But I just find that it's comedy gold. Watching him release his YouTube videos, and especially there was two in particular. The one we did where he interviewed some woman after I think some foreign dude tried to or attempted to kidnap a kid, or was hanging around the playground or something like that, or maybe tried to take the child from the garden or something fucking nuts like that. And he interviewed her, and it was just completely hilarious. And then the other one was when I'm sure you've seen the video. Again, some looked like a black dude was attacking a white woman in a car park, and you see some guy sprinting across to save her, and he wrestles the guy to the ground and then puts him in some sort of jiu-jitsu hold. And then the next day, Gavin appeared at the guy's gym and almost got choked out. What's this here? Okay, Gavin could get him a deal in Turkey. Nothing wrong with going bald, but it has to be upsetting for younger folks. Tim looks completely different. Yeah, it is upsetting. There's a lot tied to fucking a person's hair, you know. It's your crown and glory, and it's a sign that you're fucking aging, you know. I thought I didn't care, like, even when I was younger. Like, I thought, like, I'm never going to care if I fucking start losing my hair. And then one day my sister said to me, joking, I didn't think it was a joke at the time, but she said, oh, for fuck's sake, you've got a bald spot at the back of your head, like. And I freaked the fuck out. Like, go no fucking way. Like, it was terrible. And it will happen. Like, it happens to us all, or most of us, that you're going to start losing your fucking hair. Like, and I don't know if I would go to the trouble of having a hair implants. To me, it just seems it's too much fucking trouble. Like, it's too much hassle and too much expense. And I certainly wouldn't be going to Turkey.
God, yeah, don't go to Turkey for anything, man.
Yeah, I've been to Turkey for a holiday. It was okay.
Have you seen okay, Turkey itself, yeah.
Yeah,
but have you seen those videos of people who go for the veneers in they call them Turkish teeth?
Oh yeah, the toilet porcelain teeth. You want to piss in their mouth when they smile. Those fucking teeth, like.
Yeah, but when they go wrong, they're literally shaving the enamel off your teeth and then placing fake, like, not just veneers, but like fucking replacement enamel on them. So then sometimes that goes wrong and you need to go back over and over again. It's a big racket.
Yeah, I know. Like, people go over all the time, don't they? Because they get the boob jobs, and I think that's what happened with Ruth. She went over for just fucking the scaffolding collapse or something. Or there was a scaffolding at the time, and it just all went wrong. Yeah, Gavin Pepper reminds of Jimmy Rabbit from The Commitments. He does, like, and the accent is fucking great. Like, you know, it's like, well, I think his
years since I've seen Commitments.
His voice is it needs to be kind of up a couple of octaves. I think just a little bit higher to Gavin more. Like, it's just, you know, how are you folks? Here outside of Romeo's chipper. The price of the chips is just fucking shocking. Absolutely shocking. You won't believe it.
Okay. So if you see Gavin Pepper in the public, then just give him a good swift kick to the balls and we'll get there.
Yeah.
Over time.
Yeah. And his hair is coming along beautifully, I have to say. It's starting to settle in now. Like, it's kind of thickening up in parts. But yeah, I wish he would have just shaved his fucking. You know, it's once people know you're bald or balding, and then you go and get the hair transplants. It's you just can't look at the man with the same level of respect. You know, it's like knowing somebody's had a dick in their mouth. You know, that's why it's hard for men to respect women. It's just once you've had a dick in your mouth, it's like you don't look at the person the same way ever again. You know.
Yeah, even if it's just my dick, it's like, ugh.
Yeah, you know,
it's like, how dare you demean yourself like that? That's
I've
lost all respect at that point.
All right, let's have a look at the Savior's head. Because I think the same thing's going to happen with him. Like someone's going to de-beanie him, and then there'll just be this fucking bald dome.
Oh my God, that's what you do. That's how it's done. His whole empire collapses after that.
Yeah, and we can add to his Bible. It will be his version of Samson and Delilah. We'll just rip his fucking beanie off, and that'll be the end of his power over people once they see his dome.
Oh my God,
much like
that's
a mosque.
Perfect.
You know, I guarantee he's a tattoo of a fucking of a mosque on top of his head. Would be perfect, you know. Righty, share this screen. Okay, all right. So this is the head of Hashem.
Really?
Yeah, this is the top of his head. Now, this is from Fox News interview. Probably around 2010, maybe 2011, or whatever year he did that documentary on the Raelians that was never released. We didn't talk about that. Where the fuck is Sean? Like, was Sean supposed to show up tonight, or did we just not?
Well, I mean, we were supposed to have a meeting, and that meeting didn't happen. And
yeah, that's
then,
my
course,
fault. Sorry about that.
Well, I could have bugged you for it, but you know,
yeah, you couldn't be arsed either. I was fucking exhausted, and I was still working on putting the fucking clip together. It was no easy task tracking down all that horseshit. The more I look at this, the more disturbing it gets. Like, so this is some alien shit going on over here. Like, so I think he might be the Antichrist he was talking about. This fucking reptilian, one-eyed creature that is the Antichrist could well be himself there.
Oh, he's hiding it under the beanie. That's it.
That's it. Yeah, he's got this fucking Klingon style head underneath that beanie. Obviously this picture's been, blown up, so it's great. But look at that, like that's him at early 20s, and that's the beginning of those people. Got some serious receding. Oh, that's too much. You got some serious receding hairline there.
No, that was just enough, actually.
Yeah. Now this, I think this is a lighting artifact. Airy disc, because his friend and co-conspirator is off to the right there in the picture, and he has a ball spot in exactly the same place. So obviously the lighting in Fox was dire, but it's this element here, so you can see the again receding hairline, and this spacing between the hair. So I don't know if it's spacing or if some Arabic writing, there's some message in his hair, or that could be a 6. Is that a 6? Yeah, maybe 6, or we could be spelling Hashem or something like that. But that just doesn't look like the head of somebody who has a beautiful full hair of hair, or that could be just to say Yahweh. The more I look, the more I see,
Yeah.
Is that a swastika?
Oh shit! Oh my God! It's just missing one arm.
Yeah. There we go. Yeah. So I just have a feeling like there's no good reason for anybody to be wearing a fucking beanie, day in, day out, and his excuse was that wasn't it? It's part of the cult thing, like that, to identify with the ringworm. Right. Yeah. But the whole thing was that it's just to identify with the with the working people and the poor people, much like Johnny Cash wrote, or
Man in Black.
wore all black, so he could identify with the poor. But that's just bullshit, because when he went to the Arab Spring in 2011, he was wearing the beanie there still. And where did I put that video? You just show it quickly, just so I can put it in there in case I want to edit it in after the event. Where is show assets?
I'm just gonna say we have a smashing fucking community. I'm loving this, guys. We're blessed. We really are.
Yeah, we appreciate it very much. It's really great to see. Yeah, and a lot of the stuff is funnier than us. So, we won't steal it.
Yeah.
But it makes the show it makes the show a hell of a lot better. Right, let me just share this one. Then I think we'll wrap it up, because it's, what time is it? 4 o'clock in the morning. It's one of my kids' birthdays later today as well.
Oh, dude. Oh, man. Dude, come on. What are you doing, man?
Oh, I'm used to it. It's not like it's a fucking a regular occurrence that I sleep odd hours.
Okay.
It's just the nature of the beast. Okay. Right. So let's have a look at him. Where is he?
Huh? What's going on?
This is the Arab Spring.
Yeah, but I hear something, but I don't see something.
We can't see an image. Like, that's fucking
No,
weird.
we're still side by side.
Oh, are you still sharing something? No.
No. Well, let me check. No. It's just one of those things. There we go. Yeah.
Okay. I'll just rewind it back a little bit.
It means everything. It means absolutely everything to us and to the rest of the Egyptian people. And we want to send out a message to the world and to the American government that all we want.
Yeah, this guy's a nigger. Alls we want. Who the fuck says that? Did he grow up in a ghetto? And I noticed it in one of his fucking videos that we watched earlier as well. He slips in an alls at one stage. I think it was at the bonfire when he was getting kind of gangster, you know. But yeah, so the beanie it's been happening for a fucking while. Like, it's been going on for a long time.
Yeah, it you know, he's as they say in the fucking comic book fucking nerddom, they call it retcon. You know, he retconned the beanie into his cult, saying, no, actually, this thing that I always liked to do, because I wanted to hide my shitty hair, is now a part of the religion.
Yeah. And the length of his hair hasn't changed either in fucking 20, 23 years, 24 years.
Well, I mean, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. I mean, if you keep wearing a fucking beanie, like,
yeah, you can't have hair. It's got to be a mess under there, like, all the fucking getter.
Is a free land to live in, a free government. All we want is a government by the people, for the people. That's all we want. And we're not going to leave until we get what we want. We're tired of Mubarak. We hate Mubarak. And people are dying.
I don't fucking know. Like, who knows? Just some randomer.
I hate how people do that. Like, do they not even realize that they're there? Do they think that they're just some disembodied spirit experiencing? Like, what the fuck?
Look, we have a gin there in the background. Look at it.
Yeah. If there's ever a time for the gin to be at work in fucking Cairo, it's during a fucking color revolution. Dickheads.
Yeah. So what's he doing there? Like, so again, we know he's Egyptian or has Egyptian roots, so maybe he felt inspired to go over and be there. But that's part of his myth now as well, is that he was involved in this revolution. But just being there doesn't really qualify to say you're involved, in the sense that people are going to pick up on it. Oh my God, you were fighting? No, just attended a protest. And,
but you know what? You really don't know these people's history, because you know how well his history is whitewashed despite how much he put it on the internet. He might just be a fucking agent from the very beginning, you know? And he's just placed here in Cairo. And like, how did he get on camera? I'm sure they interviewed a lot of people, but there's fucking thousands of fucking Arabs there, you know? Or Africans. I don't know who lives in Egypt anymore. I don't care. Egypt stopped existing for me 3,000 years ago. But like, this guy was planted, surely. Like, he has some kind of networking sway in that country, right?
It could be that, but it's not beyond the realms of possibility. It could be that. I think it's the BBC. Is it the BBC or no? What?
I don't know. It's in Spanish.
Was that Spanish? Okay. Well, then, why the fuck is he talking in English? It's the BBC. See, top left corner.
Oh, okay.
So it may be the case that they're looking for somebody who can speak English. And again, he doesn't seem the type to shy away from the camera if he saw one anyway. So he's going to, like, he'll see BBC and he will approach.
Yeah.
But again, it's not beyond the realms of possibility that, you know, he's fucking sent over there like part of CIA or whatever. But we'll need some.
Right. Moors live in Egypt. Thank you, Kieran.
A free government. All we want is a government by the people, for the people. That's all we want. And we're not going to leave until we get what we want. We're tired of Mubarak. We hate Mubarak, and people are dying.
Ah, God. I mean, you're part of a fucking American-Israeli plot right now, nigga. Don't you realize that?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Oh, we want the Americans to know that. Well, the Americans fucking started the thing you're involved in. Like, either he's really, 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 really stupid or just ignorant of his own fucking mother country's politics, or he's a part of the fucking problem.
Yeah, Abdullah, or Addullah. What a terrible name! Like a fucking slave of Allah or slave of Muhammad or Allah. Yeah. Okay, right. We'll stop this. I'll cut out here. I don't know if you want to carry on the show by yourself.
No. No, I mean, there's no point. I mean, you know, if we're the dynamic duo, you know, there's you know, look, we need sleep, and so do these assholes in the fucking chat, you know. Come on, go to bed.
Yeah, I'll go to bed, but I won't even sleep. But yeah, we're gonna go. Okay, guys, thank you for fucking sticking with us. We love it. We love you guys. Join us next Friday. Roughly around the same time. I'm normally late. I'm like a woman when it comes to that. Something
he's got a lot of makeup to put on.
Yeah. It actually gets a proper fucking lighting at some stage. It's also cheap enough lighting online, like 2 soft boxes for like 40 quid, which is all I kind of really need, and then just buy some kind of random light to throw behind me there, and no end. But yeah, anyway, yeah. Thanks for joining us, guys. Come back next week. We'll cut and chop this stuff for people who haven't seen it. Yeah, just thanks for joining, and drop back next week. We'll see
Love you guys.
Shit
Good
on.
night.
Okay.
Iowa.
Iowa.